Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, powered by Router, presented by AMD. My name is Lucifer. Alongside me, it's gonna be Star Thanya. We are here back, bringing you the grand finals of the Indian region qualifiers. We were waiting for this. We just saw the semi-finals yesterday. But Tanya, how are you feeling? It's the grand finals. Yes, both of these teams have qualified, but it's still the grand finals, right? Anytime we see grand finals, we are pumped up.
Absolutely, today is going to be one of the most exciting days. Phase one is about to get over, even for the Indian region by now. So I am pretty excited to see who is going to be the winner for phase one. I was glad enough to see Orangutan, a fairly new team, winning it out into the Rosa region. So now let's see who is going to be. Is it going to be Reckoning Esports, the team who has been outperforming, outshining since way too long, or Team Valor, who made impossible into possible yesterday with two overtimes, and ultimately they were very good into the final map. So anything is possible by far. But if you had to choose something, what would be your prediction? Like random scoreline. I'm sure we don't want to see 3-0, but what do you
Not at all.
expect?
I feel like somewhere down the line, even though, as we know, right, none of us want to see the scoreline of 3-0. It is the time of 3-0s that's happening everywhere. We saw a 3-0 yesterday as well in the grand finals when we predicted at least a 3-1 or a 3-2, but Orangutan did not give them a chance at all in the rest of the South Asia grand final. So it does feel like it. But looking at the teams and how they've qualified yesterday, both the matches, both the semi-finals, one was offline, one was online, both of them went the long way. And then when we saw the conclusion of who those grand finalists are. So I feel like somewhere we are heading over to at least in minimum a 3-1 or at maximum a 3-2 here, Tanya.
Even I believe that today we are going to go towards the deciders map. Nobody is going to let it loose. All the strings will be tight here, and maybe today we can see some new tricks to be pulled out of the hat. But which is the team, which is that particular player you believe is going to have the new magic tricks required in terms of
Mhm.
good flicks, in terms of good utilities usage? Because it is not only about the aim game here. We have
Yeah.
spotted several times ninja diffuses, the perfect trap setups where the aim doesn't work as apt it should have been working. So today,
Mhm.
who do you think is going to be a more trickier team to work out with? Reckoning, no doubt, has got a good aim.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, I was about to go into the other team's favor, Valor. Yesterday, Valor, especially on the last map, the decider one on Haven, they pulled off too many tricks that the opponent were not ready for. Lethal, unfortunate for them, but yes, that does give us an idea of how things went or how things did not work out. That does also, as you said, right, some tricks up their sleeves. But Reckoning, they're going to be giving their pure game today as well as the strategy coming through. So they've already put up one hell of a show to qualify into the grand final. So I don't think it's going to be easy to pull off tricks that Valor can do against Reckoning. They're going to be bringing in their A game and making sure they get the first three maps itself, if possible.
Absolutely, and talking about A, there's only one thing that comes into my mind, that is Ace from Hawks coming in. Well, are we
Oh,
going to witness any today as well or no? But before we talk about the Aces, we are going to talk about the prize pool of Sky Sports Champions Series Valorant.
yes, I mean the total prize pool here is going to be 30,000 USD. But yes, a lot of viewers, you might have a confusion that, as we said, this is the grand finals. This is not where they'll be having a chance to unlock these prizes. They will have a chance to unlock this only in the phase 3. So this is still the phase 1. Now, these two teams, they've already gotten their name included in the group stages. But still, we are yet to head over to the draw show where you will be seeing where these teams will be placed. But before doing that, someone needs to be crowned as the Indian champions, right? And they'll be looking forward to doing that. But the same champion who will be getting themselves crowned in the phase 3 will be having a chance to walk away with 15,000 USD.
Well, not only name, not only fame, not only slot, but also the prize pool. But as always, I say my eyes are always towards those minimal prize pool, $500 US dollars to be precise. MVP, best IGL, and best emerging player is the player to watch out for, because ultimately the champion series is for where the champions are made. And I would definitely love to see that who is that emerging players moving ahead step by step, moving ahead with every passing day and trying to acquire the champions note. And here we go ahead talking about the phase 1. We are on the final day of phase 1. Phase 1 is already on the verge of ending. It did look like a long journey here, Lucifer, but the journey of
Yes.
phase 1 is about to end in few couple of hours.
Exactly. I'm so surprised here, Tanya, that phase one is about to come to a close. Rest of South Asian qualifiers have come to a close. We have our two qualifiers who are going to be heading into the phase two. India, I would say India is also closed right now. All the qualifiers have been decided. Even though we are seeing the grand finals, both of them have already placed their bets as well as walked into phase two. On the other end, it's only about right now being crowned as Indian champions and Indian runner-up. So that's the wait. But after this, there's going to be a draw show. But immediately after the draw show, it's for placing them in these groups. You're going to be seeing phase two start off, and that's going to be from the 18th May to the 23rd May. These matches are going to be super intense because here in the group stages, it's not elimination immediately, so you have chances, Tanya. So I'm looking forward to how they play in the group stages to qualify into the phase 3, which is going to be the LAN. And there are only 6 teams. You see, immediately from 12, a half cut into only top 6 teams qualifying.
Absolutely, and that is going to be very, that is not only going to be about bloodshed or winning it out, going slow. It has to be every single round. You have to give your 100%. Unlike every single map into the phase one, we have spotted several players giving 100% into entire map, but the rounds were we could have seen several times that the rounds were missed. But now what we have to see is the interview hopping in.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. What about you?
वेल आई एम डूइंग एब्सोल्युटली ग्रेट। वेल सीधा हम चलेंगे हमारे सवाल जवाब सेगमेंट की तरफ। मेरा जो पहला सवाल आपसे रहने वाला है वो ये है कि आप लोगों को कल जब सेमीफाइनल्स आप खेल रहे थे आपको तीनों मैचेस खेलने पड़े। इनफैक्ट पहले दो मुकाबले काफी टक्कर वाले हमें विटनेस करने का मौका मिला। सो वहां पे जाके ऑलरेडी आप फेज टू में प्रोसीड कर चुके हैं एंड आज ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेलने वाले हैं। सो आपका माइंडसेट क्या रहेगा अगले स्टेज एंड आज ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए?
अभी हम लोग का माइंडसेट तो लाइक क्लियर है, लाइक वी हैव ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड बट वी आर ट्राइंग फॉर अ बेटर सीट। सो आज भी हम लोग जीतने का पूरा हम लोग अपना बेस्ट देने वाले हैं। एंड कंसिडरिंग सामने आज रेकनिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स है, लाइक आई वॉज अ पार्ट ऑफ टिया फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम एंड हम लोग के तभी आर्क राइवल्स ही थे वो लोग। सो लाइक हम लोग का बैक एंड फोर्थ हमेशा गेम होते थे, बट दिस टाइम आई एम इन अ डिफरेंट लाइनअप, अ डिफरेंट रोस्टर, बट द एनिमीज आर सेम। सो लाइक आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर दिस चैलेंज। एंड रही बात फेज टू की, फेज टू इज गोइंग टू बी सुपर इंटरेस्टिंग because all there's invited teams and everything, and like 12 teams, right? 12 teams में से आगे 6 teams जाएगी LAN पे। So fighting for that LAN spot is kind of tough and that's a challenge for us। मजा आएगा वो सब खेलने के लिए बड़े टीम्स के सामने।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर काफी मजा आने वाला है। लेट्स सी आप किस तरीके से फेज 2 के अंदर परफॉर्म करते हैं उन इनवाइटेड टीम्स के अगेंस्ट। बट कहीं ना कहीं कल का जो दिन था आपके लिए काफी ज्यादा टफ रहा। हमने देखा किस तरीके से शुरुआती दो मुकाबले ओवर टाइम की तरफ बढ़े, बट जब हम आखिरी मैप की तरफ पहुंचते हैं, जब हम डिसाइडर मैप की तरफ पहुंचते हैं, ऐसा क्या आपकी टीम करती है जो एक वन साइडेड मैच हमें देखने को मिल जाता है, जहां पहले दो मैप्स में बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज फाइट चल रही थी और आखिरी मैच आप डोमिनेट कर जाते हैं?
एक्चुअली हम लोग का मतलब ऐसा सोचा भी नहीं था हमने। वो फर्स्ट दोनों मैप्स पे भी हम लोग का लाइक वी चोक्ड आवर लीड। हम लोग अच्छे खासे लीड पे थे, लाइक
जी।
इवन अ लीड ऑफ 2 और 3 राउंड्स, बट देन वी बॉटल्ड अप द लीड जिसके वजह से हम लोग ओटी में चले गए। फर्स्ट दो मैप्स में 42 राउंड्स प्ले हो गए थे। एवरी वन वॉज काइंड ऑफ मेंटली एग्जॉस्टेड एंड एवरीथिंग, सेम गोज फॉर द अदर टीम एज वेल। बट इन दी एंड हेवन मैप था। हेवन इज लाइक वन ऑफ आवर स्ट्रॉन्गर पिक्स। एंड मतलब मैं मैं बताता हूँ, ये मेरा जो साइफर खेलने का स्टाइल है, इट्स नॉट लाइक ऑर्थोडॉक्स टेक्स्ट बुक साइफर कि लाइक चलो इधर आ रहा है क्या इन्फो निकालने। इन्फो निकालता हूँ मैं, बट द ट्रिप्स एंड एवरीथिंग दे आर सो फैंसी कि लाइक हम लोग किल्स के लिए ट्राई कर रहे थे। वॉट वी वर ट्राइंग टू हंट देम वॉज लाइक हम लोग ने थोड़ा सा उनको स्टडी किया था। दे वर लेटिंग एंड्रॉयड फ्री, सो आई प्लेस सो मेनी ट्रिप्स इन सच एन ऑकवर्ड वे, सच अ वियर्ड वे कि वो कहीं और ऑफ एंगल पे ट्रिप हो जाए और मैं उसका किल ले पाऊँ इजीली। So मतलब you have to counter and you have to adjust according to whatever team you are facing right now. So वो हम लोग ने अच्छे से किया हेवन पे। We adapted very well and we won it in a convincing manner.
वेल हेवन आपका स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट मैप है इनफैक्ट, बट फ्रैक्चर पे कल आपको एक हार का सामना करना पड़ चुका था वो, एंड दैट वाज प्रीटी अनएक्सपेक्टेड एज वेल बिकॉज फ्रैक्चर भी आपका एक स्ट्रॉन्ग ग्राउंड है। तो मेरा अगला सवाल जो है वो फ्रैक्चर रिलेटेड ही है कि कल आप लोग हार गए थे, आज आप क्या वो होमवर्क वो स्टडी करके आए हैं एंड अगर फ्रैक्चर पिक करने का आपको मौका मिलता है, सो वुड यू बी गोइंग फॉर दैट फ्रैक्चर पिक?
ये सब तो मेरे को पता नहीं है, बट फ्रैक्चर का जो होमवर्क एंड एवरीथिंग है हम लोग ने कुछ नहीं किया। वी वर हैप्पी दैट वी वन, वी क्वालिफाइड एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड सबको रेस्ट की ज़रूरत थी। तो लाइक सबने रेस्ट लिया एंड अब भी हम लोग मैच के कुछ ही टाइम पहले आए हम लोग साथ में एंड हम लोग ने अब भी डिसाइड किया कि क्या मैप खेलेंगे क्या करेंगे सब कुछ करेंगे लाइक मी माई सेल्फ आई एम अ स्टैंड इन फॉर टीम वैलर मैं कुछ ही घंटे रजिस्ट्रेशन क्लोज होने के कुछ ही घंटे पहले ऐड हुआ ये टीम में सो लाइक मैंने इतना जल्दी अडाप्ट किया इनके प्ले स्टाइल को इनके साथ अच्छे से बॉन्डिंग एंड ऑल की सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद द प्रोग्रेस विद माई टीम एंड अभी तो कल फ्रैक्चर हार गए सो आई डोंट थिंक सो हम लोग वो मिस्टेक वापस रिपीट करेंगे आज विल गिव देम अ टफर
बिल्कुल,
फाइट
यहाँ हम उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि फ्रैक्चर का मैप अगर आए तो आप उसमें ज्यादा बेहतर खेल पाए। कल के मैचेस भी आपने काफी अच्छे तरीके से खेले, बट वो ओवर टाइम की वजह से काफी चीजें बदलती हुई नजर आई। बट आज आप फाइट करने वाले हैं टीम रेकनिंग के अगेंस्ट, तो आप रेकनिंग की टीम, एक्सपीरियंस टीम के सामने खेलने वाले हैं। आप रेकनिंग की टीम को क्या कहना चाहेंगे, आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे, एज अ फ्रेंडली बैंटर आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
रेकनिंग के साथ तो फ्रेंडली बैंटर मैं बहुत ही करता हूँ अभी रिसेंटली भी मैच चालू होने के पहले वीटो के पहले मैंने उनके लॉबी के प्लेयर्स को बुलाया है उनको लाइक फ्रेंडली त्राश टॉक जो हम लोग करते हैं वैसा करते हैं लाइक इन हिंदी वर्ड्स यू कैन से बजना बच के आया है बोल के थोड़ा सा सामने सो लाइक मतलब हम लोग का फ्रेंडली बैंटर एंड ऑल चलता रहता है बट अभी भी बोलूंगा तो उनको बोल सकता हूँ मैं अभी आज टीआर को अवेंज करने आया हूँ तो बी रेडी
ओके, तो मेरा जो आखिरी सवाल है आपसे वो ये रहने वाला है कि पैराडॉक्स हमने आपको बहुत टाइम से देखा था कि आप डुअलिस्ट पे खेलते थे, स्पेशली जेट एंड रेना पे आपको वो दबदबा देखने का मौका मिला था। व्हाई द सडन शिफ्ट टू सेंटिनल स्पेसिफिकली, एंड वो भी साइफर पे?
एक्चुअली लाइक वो भी अभी फिक्स्ड रोल नहीं है मेरे को मतलब जो
ओके।
बोलते हैं वो मैं खेल लेता हूँ क्योंकि लाइक आई ऑल मतलब आई हैव मास्टर्ड ऑलमोस्ट ऑल द रोल्स एंड ऑल द एजेंट्स सो मेरे को लाइक ऐसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है इनफैक्ट कल जो सेज खेला मैं फ्रैक्चर पे दिस वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई
जी।
एवर प्लेड सेज ऑन फ्रैक्चर वो भी डायरेक्ट ऑफिशियल में मैं
ओह।
पग में भी ट्राई नहीं किया था सो लाइक मतलब हम लोग ऑन द फ्लाई खेलने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं एंड व्हाई द स्विच फ्रॉम डुएलिस्ट आई वुड से इज like I know I have my aim, I have that game sense, and also while being a duelist मतलब space बनाना and everything you might die but while being a sentinel or some other character you can survive till the last of the round and you can clutch a few rounds जो मेरे को लगता है कि मेरे पास है वो कैपेसिटी एंड ऑल्सो सेंटिनल खेलने का एक अलग मजा आता है लाइक यू कैन कैच देम फ्लैंक ऑफ गार्ड एंड किसी को डिनाई करना अगर शट डाउन करना वो मजा आता है सेंटिनल से इवन आई लाइक कंट्रोलर्स एज वेल तो मतलब अगर डुएलिस्ट खेलने का चांस मिला तो आई वोंट लीव इट बट अभी है जैसे चल रहा है अच्छा ही चल रहा है
ऑलराइट, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू यू, थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ने के लिए, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू
थैंक
यू
यू
एंड योर टीम आज के इस मुकाबले के लिए।
थैंक यू
Welcome back. Hope you kind of had a gist of what here Valor is planning. You did have a chance to see what Paradox had in mind. I'm looking forward to what they're going to be planning, and there was a lot of questions. And Paradox, you saw he was ready to answer them all, and it looks like they're bringing in the A game, Tanya.
Absolutely. We were just talking while hearing to what he had to say, and you, Lucifer, had to say that it is Paradox who has to pull up his socks, who has to tighten his seatbelt. If he is able to perform, being the newest in the team, Team Valor still stands a good chance. So maybe with the words he said, with the preparations they have, comparing to Reckoning Esports, the synergy is going to lag without a doubt. This is going to be a little honest answer and an honest opinion. But still, with the words what Paradox had to say, I believe that they have it in them to not let it go so easily, even if they lose, because they have already qualified for phase 2. Just in case if they don't get the title of phase 1, the competition is not going to be any easier. The scoreline is not going to be 3-0. It is definitely going to be somewhere around 2-3, and we are going to see the decider map by the end of the day.
I agree with you. I completely second that thought that it is going to be going a long journey today. We are going to be seeing all the 5 maps, but as we were talking about the maps, very soon we'll be seeing the map veto. I'm just wishing, I'm praying here, Tanya, from a long time when we started the streams in the qualifiers to see Breeze. I've not even had a luck in terms of seeing at least a glimpse of Breeze. We have seen it once being a decider map, but we did not go that way. Do you think we have that today? Can we see Breeze?
Well, having Team Valor in the picture, we can have we can have map of Fracture here. We have spotted them having to pick Fracture repeatedly. So I don't know about Breeze, will it be there or no, but we can anticipate Fracture being in the picture of best of 5. But ultimately today, I personally feel that neither of the teams would go for any riskier picks. They are going to go with the
Agreed.
comfort zone because they wouldn't want to lose any room of opportunity, any room of chance. And every kill is going to be a ray of hope towards winning the title of phase 1. So I believe they are going to go with the very basic vanilla maps to go ahead and enjoy the day with the cherry on the top.
Exactly, it's a best of five, right? So they do not want to risk it. And we know every time when we see a best of five, there are a couple of maps which a team is completely better on. And those kind of maps are going to be seen, but which those maps are going to be, we'll be quickly getting an idea about it. But Tanya, as we were discussing about the players as well, right? We just talked about Paradox. In their team, there's another man who's called Jane. And we know when he starts popping off, there's no stopping him. And that's the best part of the duelist. Every duelist has that ability that if they start popping off, they just instill the confidence in themselves, and there's no I would say even second peek towards them. If you try to do that, they'll be trying to go in for an ace, they'll be popping with those operator shots. So JN here can be the man who can completely rip the side of reckoning to shreds, and if that happens, they're going to be having a tough time. And especially as we said, this can be the starting of, I would say, the last deciders map that we are going to be seeing. But on the other end, reckoning as well, there is a player called Deadly, right? He has the
Yo,
name in his name itself, Deadly. And I don't know what to talk about it. When he brings in his operator, there's no stopping him as well. So he does not need a start over there, he's already started.
absolutely, he has already started. But talking about it, I had a word with Bullet a few weeks ago. He was talking about JN as well. He is a man. If at all he starts pulling in those required kills, there's nothing that can stop him. So if at all, Team Valor has to win it. The winning has to start with JN's properly functioning kills. So if at all we see JN as a jet with the operator holding a good side, I believe Valor can stop the wrath of Reckoning Esports, and to be precise, player Deadly itself. Now, without any wait, we are going to head towards the details of the match of the day here. We are together for SCS, which is Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, presented by AMD, powered by Router. It is India region's grand finals, best of 5 between Reckoning Esports versus Team Valor.
Exactly. We were just talking about it. Reckoning Esports will be looking forward to making sure that they become the champions. They've had a good run, but yes, yesterday they had a little bit of a tough situation. Same goes for Valor, but both of them pushed through, and especially Valor in the last two maps is what they won, and then they got themselves to the grand final. So it kind of tells us that both these teams have that never give up attitude, right, Tanya? And that's the reason we see both of these teams not only in the grand finals but also qualifying into the phase 2.
Absolutely, and qualifying to the phase 2 is already done and dusted. Now now it is who is empowering the phase 1, who has totally dominated the phase 1, who is on the top, hoisting the name of the flag on phase 1. The battle for the day is about who is the champion here, because they both have achieved what they wanted to about qualifying towards phase 2. Now let's see how the performances are going to be. Talking about Reckoning Esports in particular, I do believe that they have got an extra set of experience, extra set of synergy, extra set of, and if we talk about few maps that they are best at, Ascent, Heaven, they are utter domination. And if there is any epitome of domination, it is Reckoning Esports on the map of Ascent. So Team Valor has to counter that, and who is going to counter? It has to be the combo of Paradox and JN.
I agree with you. Paradox and Jane, they have to make sure that whatever comes against them from Reckoning's end, they have to put a stop to it. But they have the IGL. Rio. He's going to be making sure that the team is going to be functioning really, really well. But there's another player that I do want to mention that's going to be Bad Luck. This man changes his agent so quickly in the immediate next map, where we kind of think that no, he's going to be sticking to the same agent and loves playing chamber. He immediately comes in with that raise, and he knows how to function with it, and he does it, and he shows and makes sure that the team wins a map. So I'm not too sure how Valor are going to be prepared for it, but the same happens here from Paradox as well, Tanya, because we remember, right, Paradox also picking in that race on Bind. But as you were talking about the maps, the map is in front of your screens. The veto here is going to be where Breeze and Fracture are going to be banned. So I'm completely unlucky, and I don't think the Valorant gods as well as the teams want to show me some love.
Oh, we are not going to witness Breeze and Fracture, the newest maps in the circuit, but what we are going to see is the basic Essence and Heaven maps. So, as soon as I say it, I did say that Reckoning Esports are the epitome of domination on the map of Ascent, and that is going to be the very first pick of Valor. Now, how are they going to counter it? But having said that, Team Valor has also got a very good win ratio on the map of Ascent, but they have got a new team, new synergy. How are they going to make up for the newest join of the team? That is going to be one of the question. Now, talking about map of heaven, and Team Valor is picking for the attackers side. So once again, my question is, do you think Valor is going to create a humongous lead? It is a total entirely map attacker friendly. They need to create that buffer which Reckoning should not be able to chase in. Now that looks a little complicated in hearing, but yeah, chasing should be a little more than difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about chasing, defending, attacking, how it's going to be functioning, because as you were discussing about the players itself, right, Tanya, it's all about who functions better as we start of the day. So I'll be waiting for to witness who's going to be making that happen. But yes, after Ascent, we are going to be heading over to Haven. Then it's going to be Bind, Icebox, and Split. These are the 5 maps that we are going to be seeing. But as you said rightly, Tanya, when we started it off, it's all the classic matches here on Valorant that we are going to be seeing. Icebox is going to be one before the decider, that's going to be Split. But yes, I'm going to be interested more on Icebox because I want to push these teams to at least pull forth to the 4th matchup, because it's been quite a while that I've seen in a best of 5 to see all at least 5 or maybe even 4 maps.
My eyes are still stuck to the map of Bind because yesterday JN switched the role immediately from all the way to Jet towards Raze, and few of the showstoppers also did not
Sage.
towards Sage. So my question is, how is he going to function again today? And to be precise, Bind was a little difficult match to win.
Yes.
And once again, if at all 2 maps are already dominated by any one of the team, Decider's map of Bind needs to be done. The agent selections needs to be done so precisely and so accurately that you cannot afford to lose this round. So instead of Icebox, my eyes are going to be keenly waiting for the map of Bind.
I agree with you here, Tanya, because that switch up of from a Jet to a Sage and then Paradox coming in as the duelist on Raze kind of gave them a momentum build, right? They got the confidence regained. And that feels like if that happens here again, maybe Valor are going to be doing the same thing and maybe trying to push back that victory of a 3-0, because yes, this is just a hypothetical situation where we are considering Reckoning to get the first 2, but here because Valor has picked the first map, I think it's going to be a very tough competition. You did mention Reckoning are really good damn here on Ascent, and they're going to be making sure, especially taking that defensive advantage. I'm pretty sure Deadly is going to be bringing in that operator very soon, and I hope that Bad Love is going to be sitting on Chamber here. But yes, there is also a change, right? The trademark switch up where there is just one. So I'm looking forward to how Bad Love is going to be making use of that, or he's going to be sticking to the Chamber itself. But the 4th map for the day, Icebox. If we get a chance to push over there, which can again be a decider for any one of these teams, whoever gets the first 2 maps, or maybe the first and the 3rd map, then they'll be on a map of the series point of Icebox. But which that team is going to be a question that we'll see when we head over there. But it's a pick of Reckoning here, and we've not seen Valor function on Icebox as of now, but Reckoning, they're going to be good on it, we know, because they've picked it. But on the other end, Icebox is a map that tends to, if you get the spike planted, it tends to help the attackers with the post plant situation.
It tends to help, and we are going to see a lot of Viper plays here, and we can expect Bullet going ahead, being the controller Viper there on the map of Icebox. And talking about Reckoning Esports, Deadly, Pixels, well, the players are ready to switch the roles so immediately and so quickly, all the way from Sentinel towards controller. So their pick is going to be entirely up to them about how they are going to entirely create their team, because aim game is all set for both the teams, Lucifer. There's
Hmm.
no second doubt there. But agent selection is something to work out on, and I believe on the map of Ascent, we are going to witness a double initiator setup without a doubt. I'm expecting a KO hopping in into the scene, and KO is going to be one of the initiator alongside Sova. So the basic picks for the initiator shall be KO and Sova from either of the
Yes.
sides. But from the Sentinels pick, what do you think? Is it going to be a chamber again, or do you see a healer Sage jumping in?
I feel like one of the teams are going to be coming in with the chamber, another will be coming on that killjoy. That's what I feel like. Maybe Sage. I mean, there are situations where teams have played around with Sage just because you need that healing where they don't have the Sky. But if they bring in the Sky, I don't think there's going to be a Sage coming through at all. I mean, not even a second out. Even though Sage has those abilities to help you and slow things down, and even if there's somebody rushing in, but that's going to be in defense. On attack, yes, you need to be making sure that every time you try to get inside sight, your Sage is surviving, just because to either close out of direction, whether you're pushing up at B or whether you're kind of pushing out towards A, you want to close out one or the other direction. It might be heaven, it might be trees, it might be through B side on defender spawn. So we'll wait and watch on what the agent selection is going to be, but I'm looking, and I'm pretty sure the viewers also are going to be locking in on that Jet for Jane as well as Deadly. But it's going to be surprising here, Tanya. Do you think, I mean, this is just a randomized question that we are kind of wanting to see. Do you think there's an opportunity that maybe both of them kind of switch off from the Jet and move to something else? Because we saw, right, Paradox yesterday did have a chance to switch to Raze.
But absolutely on the map of Ascent, I don't believe that either of the players are going to switch. Instead, what we are
Hmm.
going to see is these two players are going to go ahead and insta lock their very favorite, their very own agent Jet, because we want to see those blade storms, don't we? Even we enjoy
Yes.
those ninja finishers with the blade storm slicing and dicing. So I definitely wouldn't want them to change the duelist. May it be the agent as well, the not the only role. So I would definitely want these two players to go ahead with the same basic play. But the question
Hmm.
is, will they still be contesting the same way? We have spotted JN particularly with the holding the same exact angle several times without any delay. We are again going to talk about a little for further about the schedules, and Lucifer walk us through.
Yep, I mean, we were already talking about it, about how next the group stages are going to be starting off here, Tanya. But I'm pretty sure our viewers, even though they're seeing all these dates here, they're looking forward to what's going to be happening from 31st of May to the 5th June. Who those two teams are going to be walking here in a VCT, right? Event 2022 here for VCT Stage 2 towards the APAC Challengers. It's going to be the one that is going to be for the entire South Asian region. Now, I'm not excluding India and rest of South Asia. It's all of them included. The entire South Asian region is going to be rooting for those two teams who are going to be walking as victors here once they reach the grand finals to represent us here in the VCT stage to APAC challenges. I'm looking forward to that. And especially after getting out of a LAN environment, I think it would somewhere help them, Tanya. Um, I kind of want to, but we don't know what's going to be happening, right? When we move into the next stages, anything can happen. Even though we are kind of trying to discuss about how these teams are going to be functioning, we were talking about it, right? Where teams kind of have to understand that there are still mistakes, a couple of, I would say, uh, weak points in their strategies. Yesterday, I'm pretty sure what Orangutan and Prime 5 fought against each other, Prime 5 have got the idea about it. So they need to have a clear cut picture of how they'll be moving ahead, because in the group stages itself, as you said, it's not going to be an elimination bracket. It's going to be a round robin format where the top three teams from both the groups will be having a chance to move further to the land stage. So it's all about them correcting and adapting, not only in the one entire matchup, but in every map that they play. If they understand that the same, I would say, mistake is getting repeated, maybe your duelist is going aggressive, but there's nobody to cover. And if you're doing this multiple rounds, you need to find a way to kind of correct it. Or maybe it's not a mistake from your end, it's just that the opponent has strategized and read that your jet is going to be coming through when a flash is there from a breach or a KO or even a sky, that jet immediately dashes up. So they have a counter ready for it. Maybe a flash, maybe a fault line to slow you guys down, or maybe a nanoswarm over there from a killjoy. These kind of things need to be read. Which agent are you going to be fighting out? And if they're ready for it, I feel like it's going to be something very interesting. But now we're getting closer to see the grand finals here of Valor versus Reckoning. It's going to be starting off on Ascent. And whenever I see Ascent, right, Tanya, I feel kind of butterflies. You know why? Because this map has been played numerous times, and we like, okay, we know this. This is going to be the strategy. They're going to be trying and holding mid. They're going to be trying and holding off maybe B with the turret of a killjoy, or maybe a trademark with that sentinel to see any kind of a defender push. So these strategies are seen, but still, whenever the teams fight out, they bring in something new, and all of a sudden, the round switches off. Maybe defenders be completely capitalized, or maybe attackers kind of push back the defenders and get multiple rounds. Do you think those surprising plays are going to be happening here again? Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. I mean, I really like when the saying kind of comes through when whenever we're doing the show here, right? Today is Sunday, and I hope they're going to be having a fun day as well for both these teams, because yeah, it's a grand finals. If you're not having fun, you kind of get frustrated and you kind of do the wrong things, right? You kind of over aggress. You want to, maybe your teammates, or maybe he's a very close friend in game as well as out of game, they kind of take that player down, and you're going in for a revenge over there and then get punished. So these are the kind of situations that I don't want anybody to be in. But with Reckoning starting off in defense, I feel that this is going to be a strategy that they're going to be kind of playing passive on rather than going aggressive. Even though Deadly loves to go aggressive and the team set him up for success, but I feel like they don't want to risk the title of the Indian qualifier champions. True. I agree with you. The combo here, and this is always what we see. It's kind of a mirror lineup that every time we head over to Ascent, they'll be picking, and this is worked. Now it's all about that which team kind of functions better in terms of their utility usage and who saves those utilities till the last. And how crucial they make sure that the end positionings or the post plant positionings or the retake is based on the utilities, how brilliantly they use it. So these mirror lineups, it's not about the test of their aim duels, it's just a test of who's going to be losing their utility very early on, who's going to be saving it up till the end phases of the round. So let's hope that both of them are ready for what they're figuring it out. But there's one person I do want to mention here. I wanted to mention a long time, but I just wanted to wait and watch until this man picks the KO. That's going to be Hirsch. And now Hirsch is on the KO. I'm going to be really loving it on how he's going to be trying and clutching it out. Exactly, they're going to be making use of the double initiator setup, but I want to see who's going to be gaining a lot of information, Tanya. There is a chance, even though they have a double initiator, they just throw down utilities. There's a flash coming out from the KO, then immediately a recon, and they get no idea about where the opponents are. Even the 0 point gets nothing, and that's how teams kind of try to strategize. Certain times, yes, if they kind of see the 0 point coming through, the knife coming through, they try to break it down, they try to destroy it. But if it does not happen and if they also don't get any information, it kind of does freak you out, right? Especially I would say for the defenders. If the time is cutting too close and if they're running around the map, it's going to be getting a little bit havocy in their brain. On the other side, it can happen to the side of attackers as well if they've not decided on where they do want to execute. Do you think those kind of perplexed situations are going to be coming here? Because it's the start as well, and these two teams are facing off each other for the first time, and yes, they are also going to be seeing Paradox alongside the Valor lineup for the first time. Hmm.
Here.
Right now battle with the door, which has been closed. Deadly is ready as soon as he breaks up, but look at the dash, it's already come through, and the switch control has been taken up, but Deadly steady, he never gave up the control. His teammate is also close up, and now the attackers are on disadvantage. Rio
Spike
picks up
down,
one, and all
B.
the defenders have come
One
close to the
enemy
side,
remaining.
and look at that, players are just falling apart. It's now the last person
Flawless.
and it's flawless to start off this first map of Ascent for Reckoning, and they're started off in a brilliant fashion. Now look at this. This is what we were talking about. They like to keep Deadly a little bit aggressive, and
Bomb grenade out.
he is being that deadly player for the team. And you can see Badlove on the other end. He's going to be looking
Scanning
forward
ahead.
to information. I mean, he's not being assisted with anybody, but yes, he's also not going super aggressive. He's just looking forward to information, any sound cues. But now the teammates are a little bit split from Valor, but finally they're executing towards trees. The spike is already here. Deadly knows as the trellis has been popped out, but look at that. The smoke comes down, and now they know it's going to be difficult. But Deadly has given the call that there's a jet burst up, and Jane has a chance to pick a player off. Look at that. They're not giving him the score yet.
Shadows. Bullseye. Scanning ahead.
30 seconds left.
It's a 3v3 situation. The spike has been planted. They have had a chance to recover one weapon at least. So it's going to be very difficult right now for Reckoning because they don't have one person as a not too sure if they picked it up, but look at the did pick up a player, but Deadly played it out. 2v2 situation, but
One
again,
enemy
Deadly gets
remaining.
caught out in the open. The last surviving player and a right click and a thrifty being pulled out. 3k for Hoax. This man is too damn dangerous, Tanya.
It is going to be too damn dangerous. It is 1v1, and now imagine Team Valor winning it out. Because with the pistol against the Spectres were not so easy, initiated with the burst, and it was Fox to take down Bad Love, and Bad Love being taken down. Though Rio had a good room of opportunity to give a good spray and get few more frags, but he was stopped somehow, somewhere.
They're not
But
so
if we have a look at the current situation, once again the split is real. It is going to be 2 versus 3, and the smokes are also going to pop in. They don't look committed anyway. This is all about the information play here, and look at the mid area, only populated 3 players in the mid. They're literally not even willing to push into the mid area, except for Bullet going for the shock nuts right in the face of Harsh. Is he going to be saved? Is going to be a question. Thrown in the face, and now the little low in HP worked wonders, and this is going to be a second consecutive round going in the hands of Team Valor, and it was a 4K from Fox. And the smokes, I think, were pretty confusing.
I mean, it was a quick execution, a quick, I would say, end of a round coming through. But yes, as they agree with you, the smokes being deployed, the teams, the players from Reckoning trying to hide in the smoke. I mean, they wanted to kind of surprise them when they pushed up, but even Valor were ready for it. They knew that they're going to be trying and playing some cheeky angles, but right now the Odin has been picked up from Rio. That's the one I was looking forward to. Sova with the Odin on the defensive side of B is what we're going to be seeing, but he's going to be using it very early on. It does not look like that. He's just holding first lane, but as soon as Jane comes up aggressive, he's backed out, but there is still one player that's going to be deadly.
Enemy kill.
He gets another, and this is what we were talking about. He's looking forward to getting that operator as soon as possible. He scored on one.
The gate is shut. He's going to hold on to. Rio is holding on to the both sides. As soon as the players are going to enter, it is going to be Rio with a lot of advantage. Deadly with very low on HP. He might be able to get one, but how many more is going to be a question there. Hopes are still going to hold a mid-market area. Now, will they go for an entire site recommitment? Because they don't know. There's a player here with the Odin. Rio waiting here. He can take down all 3 players with a spray. Is he going to take? It's going to be a question here. He couldn't even take one. He had a good angle. He had a better weaponry. But Paradox is going to put a shutdown, and Hoax is going to take an entire advantage of planting the spike.
Planted.
The entire round kind of started falling apart, but
Last player
picked up
standing.
one, but he had to wait for his teammate. But it looks like there's some issue on the last player. That's going to be Hirsch. There is no movement that we can see. I mean, at least in terms of saving that operator, we could have seen the player. I think there's some technical issue from his end, but nonetheless, this round is far away gone in the favor of Valor, and it was a much crucial full buy. Deadly did start it off, but the momentum just wasn't there, and I think it was just a little bit of the overcommitment that we saw at the mid-market area.
coming back.
And those KO utilities to flash and make sure they find the opening, they get the player out. And yes, I'm pretty sure as they're going in for hunt, they might have a chance to kind of scope out where the last surviving player is. But the spike is going to be going boom, and that's going to be the third for Valor.
third round for Valor, not so easy, and also null command is activated. We can expect here some ultimates being put to shut down, and 0 Point is going to do the utilities work, so he doesn't have to use the null command there. And I like the way about how Fox is into a good momentum, and putting a shutdown against Odin was not so easy. That was easily achieved though. 3 players speaking all together might have confused him about where to exactly spray, and now talking about it, Valor has got a 2 point of lead, and on the map of Ascent, where Team Reckoning is most comfortable.
Yep, it's their, I would say, chance to try and close it out, but Valor are the ones who have picked it, right? So they're trying to justify that they want to make sure they close it here on Ascent and then move ahead and then make sure that the life gets a little bit difficult or maybe even kind of chaotic in the minds of Reckoning when they go into their own map pick. And that's what we are looking forward to, right? The game getting interesting, and that's what Valor are looking forward to do. But these 2 initial rounds, especially also losing the full by Tanya, is a little bit surprising. Even after getting those 2 first early frags from Letty, he did pick up 2, right? But what happened after that? Why did he again overcommit? They did have the numbers up, but they kind of tried to make sure they put a hold to it, and they kind of paid the price for it.
You know, the real X factor for the Team Valor is no one but Fox right now. The way he is playing and the way he is able to frag, Fox and Fox are the X factor right now. And the duo should be working for the entire attacker side. That is how they are going to create the buffer that nobody shall be able to reach. And talking about the weaponaries, for sure, Team Valor are going to go for all AR and full shield. But on the other hand, we are not going to witness the same show. Harsh might go for a Vandal buy, and Harsh is the player with 0 frags. We did talk about Harsh a little while ago. He is the initiator. Maybe he is helpful enough to get the information though, but he also needs to take the initiator's role of getting some first picks.
We just saw the guy, I would say the man behind Reckoning, and making sure everything is on point and they don't lose it out, and that was Shaki that was right in front of your screens. We'll be looking forward to if that is going to be giving them a buff to make sure they make a comeback. 2 rounds is going to be a disadvantage, but we always tell, right, Tanya, that you shouldn't worry about the first at least 5-6 rounds. It does kind of tend to favor a team completely in the start itself, but you can immediately try and bring it back, so you have nothing to be worried about. So the first 6 rounds are going to be okay, but still you have the start of the game. We can see that everybody is looking good from Reckoning, so I think we should be starting and dropping the barriers very soon. But do you think, just like the Thrifty was pulled from Valor, can Reckoning do it?
Can Reckoning do it is one of the biggest question mark, Lucifer, and Reckoning shall be able to do it. This is just a settling period. I believe what you said is correct. First 5 to 6 rounds are the settling period, but imagine all 6 rounds going into the favor of Team Valor is equal to already being created, going into a lead where reaching out should be a cause of concern. Talking about Deadly though, he does have Blade Storm ready. Even if he goes with a classic, he can still manage to pull the double frag out. And talking about the mid, over congested, 3 players there. We have spotted mid being overly populated several times in the case of scenario. Site A has got only 1 player to work out with, and as soon as they say that, Deadly is ready to pop off his Blade Storm. Now this is the time Turret has revealed his location. Do they even know there's a player here? I believe no! Fox was able to pull that. Will he go for the second as well? Did not get the opportunity.
To make it work, but make the wrong move of not having information, and again paying price for it. This is what is happening. The information is lacking from their end. Rio through the spam gets one, and now there's going to be a chance that they can try and pull things back up, but it's not going to be that easy as well. But look at the shot, right? One enemy that was there has been dropped. JN has taken 2 players out. Paradox last survivor player. That's Rio, and 4 done in the favor, getting a 3-round lead. This round, I mean, it was all tending on the back of Deadly over there. As soon as Deadly fell, Valor knew this is gone. There's no chance that they can try and pull it back. And yes, they were still kind of not giving away a fight over there, not going aggressive except for Bullet. But he also, after getting that first pick, I'm pretty sure there was a call coming through to back off. You should not be going aggressive. You do not want to give up weapons. You don't know if one of the players has a weapon, and that's what they did. They backed off, got the round.
And now my eyes are not just over about Blade Storm. Now Deadly with an operator can be proven deadly. 5 stack goes towards 3 bad hunters really going to be coming back. scenario. No casualties spotted. A little bit of damage was delivered though. Nothing immediately activated. They have got an entire site control, and the spike shall be planted. It is not a null command though. It is going to be a
Spike
lockdown,
planted.
and they are going to get an entire site control. And Bad Love is going to go through the spawn area.
There's going to be a counter lockdown as well, but Valor finds the first. They've kind of had the control, but the man here is going to be bullet. There's a lurker as well on the back. Fox, he's going to be the one who's going to be able to find one, but Paradox lines two players up, eliminates them, but still on the hunt, on the backline.
Last player standing.
Make sure he gets the second, and Hope will be putting an end to Deadly. And that's another round written, 6 rounds done, and Valor, they've come prepared for Reckoning.
Valor seems to be very prepared, and now I know why did they choose the map of Ascent. I was like totally believing that Reckoning Esports might bulldoze Team Valor entirely on the map of Ascent, let alone bulldoze. They are already creating such a lead. Team Valor with total of 4 points. Now this map is neither for the attackers nor for the defenders. Can be any buffer created can be achieved, but imagine buffer being too heavy. Now achieving that is going to be a cause of concern to me, Lucifer, and they need to do something out of the blue, and counter lockdown was saved for the future, and I believe that was done for the good. And talking about from the shadows, let's see how that is going to be utilized though.
Look at this. I mean, they were reading it right that there's going to be a player towards mid, but Paradox lining 2 players up. After that, Fox on that flank, late flare coming in from him. It's the reason they won, and look at that immediately. Reckoning, they know they're making mistakes. Rio's called the timeout. The IGL is right now figuring out what's going wrong, because again, they've been pushed to an eco round. Nobody wants this. They again have 2 ultimates. This time they leave. Not useful. There's nowhere there, because as soon as he had popped his ultimate in the previous round, that was the 4th round, he did not have a chance to kind of pull it off, right? And they were immediately put down. And then you saw that he did not even get the kill after getting the operator. It was a 5v5 situation on that retake, and they could not find anything except for finding the
And that frag should have been a game changer, but then it did not work wonders as well. Right now, they are still trying to go for a retake here, Lucifer. They are trying to entirely go for the different rotation. Side team is having 2 players, and as soon as I say that he's able to get 2 frags, and now he's also going for an ultimate op. Now entering through side. Who is he going to fight? There's nobody on side A. They've got an entire side, because it is going to be Bullet trying to battle with a short dart. It was an amazing finisher for Harsh though. Side control given. Spike planted, and now what can be done with 2 players?
I mean, Bad Love, he's feeling really confident with that Sheriff. Jane is also looking forward to contesting him, but look at this, he gets an opportunity. Pick up a rifle, he's taken Jane down. It's going to be a little bit difficult. He has the opportunity of getting that lockdown. Shock Dart this time does not do that much amount of damage, but look at this.
One enemy remaining.
Fox is already looking and waiting for him, welcoming with open arms and putting him down. This should be another round, because now it's 3v1, another 4K coming in for Hoax. I think here, Tanya, we're getting closer to an ace. I mean, Hoax, he's already gotten one yesterday. After that, a lot in terms of the confidence just got boosted for Valor. Even though they did not win that map, that somewhere cascaded into the next 2 maps, and Valor, they did not want to give chance for lethal at all. So, Reckoning, be worried. If Hoax is able to pull off an ace, the entire Valor team will be starting to backpack up and do something brilliant. But one thing here, even though we can again discuss about the previous round, is going to be Hirsch here from Reckoning with 0. He does a lot in terms of clutches, Tanya. But I feel like I'm somewhere missing his place.
Revealing area.
I also believe that there's a lot he is missing, but he is still sticking to the same position.
Deploying.
On scent, shock that scent. Information was also fairly enough. With the drone, he was a little vulnerable for a while, and he's able to get 2, and now he is trying to make himself. Will the risk give reward? Definitely, the risk has given the reward. Site control procured. Spike will be targeted. The battle is between 2 versus 3.
One enemy remaining.
Kill, and he manages to pull that. Now the players are falling like fleas, and Deadly is using the most use of it. Half defuse done. How many more to go? And now this is what he is going to get one more frag. Beautiful one. And I believe Deadly with an operator now finally coming into a front foot up.
look at that, I would say, switch that Deadly did over there. He went for that op shot. He wanted to try for a no scope. He previously did connect it. He tried it this time and did not work. So immediately what did he do? Switch to that classic and the right click just hit that head. It was too damn good. I mean, it's very tough, but whenever these kind of shots do get connected, it's just brilliant to watch. Because of that, the full buy is kept solid on Reckoning's hand. On the other end, look at the economy flourishing on Valor. Even if they lose this round as well, they should be and will be able to buy a complete full one in the next one, because they have a 4-round lead. Until now, they had a 5-round. Hirsch still not finding any momentum. We'll be waiting for him because assists at least is there. So it does tell us that he's been a part of 2 kills where he's tried to help his teammates out. But Tanya, do you think just this one round is enough to give them confidence to get a lot more? Because attacking half is already looking strong on Valor.
Team Valor with 5 ultimates ready. I believe this round is looking entirely stronger for Team Valor. But Deadly is ready with the operator and players are trying to push in through the A side. It is a 5-stack push. Shall be able to get at least one pick without a doubt. Is he going to get a flawless one? Double peak can be a cause of concern here. Paranoia said. Deadly realizing the threat is real, moving away. This is exactly what has to be done. Fight will be coming under control. Everything is as planned. But the moving in the face of the crosshairs of Deadly 10 is the deadliest thing to do. I believe no one should do that. Spike is planted. JN is ready to risk himself and going to an angle where he might be able to grab the frags. I believe these frags are going to be a game changer as well. Drone is going to get enough information. Fox is still holding himself within the smokes, and now the players are totally revealed and defenders Killjoy is doing the dirty deed. The players shall be pushing away from the side.
But look at this, the attacker's lockdown was activated. Bullet is reading the side. 2 players were detained, but still it did not work. Hirsch and Pixels, they're trying to make it work. Player falls down, unfortunately. Bullet, but look at the position at Bullet. He gets flat. Now trigger distance is what is showing. Next on 2 players, and finally Pixel puts an end to him. But the Killjoy is still there. In the hiding at hell.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, but together it's being a stick because Pixels knew there was no time left. It's either a stick or the spike going boom, and that's what Paradox won on. It's going to be, as you said, with the heavy ultimate investment, but they did not use everything over there. They tried to hold it off as much as possible from using all the ultimates and got the round as well.
And they also changed the strategy here, Lucifer. What they did was they were trying to push it through mid or entirely rushing into B. 5-stack A is the very first time they have been trying to do from the start of the map of ASIN. So I believe this was the last thing that was expected, which is all left for Deadly to carry and Deadly to hold. And as soon as they were able to push Deadly away, it was all about them trying to procure the side, plant the spike, and then get control. And I would say the trigger discipline also worked wonders. Taking down 2 strong players at a time was also a crucial play for winning the round and creating a buffer of 5 points once again. But talking about this particular round, Deadly looks pretty ready. This time not holding any side, but through the mid.
Love again this time. He thought that his sheriff would do the magic, but gets punished from Hawk. So now they have an idea about where the players can be, because if they've seen a Killjoy and taken down Killjoy, players will look forward to start shooting. But Hirsch finds us first. Finally, he takes down a player with that sheriff. The push and the read was there. Now A side has been completely taken control of. And again, the Blaze-Storm this time is still activated. Previously, it was the one to go down early, but right now, Deadly, he has no players to play on. He's still looking forward to making his blades work.
Spike planted.
Last enemy remaining. Comes at the wrong time. As soon as he was looking forward to connecting his 3rd or 4th blade, the 0 point hits him. And he loses his blades.
And he loses his blades. Very close to lose this round, and this is not the reckoning that I was anticipating to see on the map of ASIN. I believe the tables are starting to turn out really, and as I say that if it's here with a double, it is 1v2 now. He might be able to pull it. He has taken 2 frags now. Recon sent. The spike is taking. Nah, yeah, the time is the key right now. He's sticking for the full. Shock does do the work, and realizing the threat was real. Rushing into the open, going to go for the savior, and the spike is burst. This is 8-2 scoreline. Lucifer, even in the weirdest dream, did you expect the scoreline happening? Team Valor versus Reckoning, and that too on the map of Ascent?
Not at all. I mean, when we started off the day, we were having our discussions as well that the first map at least, and if we see Ascent, it's going to be somewhere Reckoning doing the magic, but Valor, they come prepared. And this is why I said we have not seen Ascent's play of Valor, and that's what they're showing us here. Look at Fox over there. As you said, he's the star right now. 14 and 7 death. He has a 2 KD right as now. And Valor pushes back. He's still hiding near the switches. Rio finally using it. Hunter's Fury, but in no vein. Does not get a lot. There was a trade for what Baghdad did. Position unfortunate. Gets flashed and now gets taken down. The way they're reading everything, they know that players will be hiding. Players will be trying to take control of positions, and they're able to eliminate all those difficulties.
All the difficulties are done wisely and nicely. Paradox shall be able to get a triple kill, but he was and killed him down. But Fox is always coming as a savior, no matter what, wherever the Fox player is, wherever he is hiding, and he is being very nice for his team, and he is the top fragger now with total 15 frags already and 3 assists. Economy at no cost is the cause of concern on the side of Team Valor. But talking about Team Reckoning here, we are seeing the mix of Guardians, Spectres, and 1 Vandal from Harsh. So now he has also moved above from 0 frags to 3 frags and 4 assists. As you mentioned, he is being assistive, but being assistive is not going to do the work here. Are we going to get a score line of 9-3 or 10-2? Both of them are the cursed lines, we know that.
Yeah, I mean, we have reached the end of the first half so soon. It's just unbelievable. It was just looking like this first half is a Valor show, and look at the null command again coming into picture while they're trying to intercede. This is just positive on, and they're winning. Now, based on the that is down, that is Hirsch. There's no way of denying any of those ultimates, and now they have to go into the back. And look at Amir and he's still good to take that kill. Hunter's Fury also coming in. He saved that Hunter's Fury for 4 rounds. Finally now using it because it's the last one. Look at how much deadly is being done. He was right now coming towards the same lane, and they're pushing back to the attackers. And finally, that's going to be a 10-2, and
Switching
not that
sides.
is what you have to be paying attention to. It was a flawless close of the first half. Flawless.
Absolutely, it was flawless. And there's a quote called "Be like the fox," and now I know why. I would say each and every player has to be like the fox. He is playing everything that has to be done. But in this particular round, talking about JN, he did activate his Blade Storm, and and Hunter's Fury was also so many ultimates. It was last round. Everybody had to make use with everything they had. Now with the switch of sides, we can expect the switch of plays as well. Because talking about the defender side now, which is Team Valor, they are going for the typical stick. 1 player in the mid, 2 on A, 2 on B, unlike what Team Reckoning Esports were doing, 3 players sticking to the mid.
They are making sure here that they have complete mid control. JN his tailwind, and then immediately as soon as he gets the information backs off, but he's stacked up pretty bad. That's going to be hurting. Look at this. He said there's just 2 players inside. Back off the right. They were trying to get control of A main, but as soon as they understood that there's going to be a tree control and a tree push coming through, they've backed off. They're holding off right at generator. But look at the smoke is delaying from the push of tree. A main control, as soon as it's there, they'll be trying and pushing up. Fox needs to hold on players. Hoax has to hold there. And then went for another one from the radiant box, but Hoax is also right now pretty badly tagged.
I got this fight.
Look at the numbers, kind of equalized, but not the health, and that's what they need to be very important. Coming through, but Bad Love is good for 1 for the trade.
One enemy remaining.
In the radiant box, and it's a 2v1 situation. Bullet's position is both in his pants, trying to eliminate him, and he spotted his legs. The spike needs to be recovered. But look at this Bullet. He's right now on a crossfire. It's going to be difficult for him. The spike is going to be diffused. This is the opportunity
Last
if you want
player
to take down
standing.
Rio. But he now knows Rio's position brilliantly. He needs to push up, but a right click is enough. The right click does not connect. Bullet barely surviving right now, Tanya. This is the opportunity. If it goes for a clutch, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm lost it. 11-2. Valor make it happen. And they're running away with this map.
Clutch.
It was a 8
Never
HP
give up.
clutch.
Standing
How
ahead.
in the world he managed to pull it? It was amazing of Bullet to pull this trick. With 11-2, very close. Literally, it was a volcanic eruption. I felt for a while it is a 1v2. Spike has been planted. Bullet shall not be able to do it. And now I am worried how everything is going to play the role, because they are just one step away from match point.
One step away.
Turn out.
I mean, this is just unbelievable of what just happened. Bullet will get that round, clutch it out. There should have been no peak. One right click, Bullet also did not connect. That was surprising. Now look at the player. Now there's just too many players, and yes, he misses the opportunity. But look at that. Hirsch, he's able to take him down. Nothing happens, but he play with that. Oh
Spike
my
down,
God!
B.
Valor! The utility
enemy
setup was
remaining.
just brilliant. It was struck for the entire team of Reckoning. The setup at first lane,
Match
they
point.
could not contest it. There was a turret, there was a nano swarm, and then there was Paradox himself stationing that. This is going to be hurting here, Tanya. 12-2, and they did, I would say, try to force in the previous round, because of which you can see they don't have economy to buy up right now, especially in the match point. They thought they could win the previous round, they've lost it all.
Oh, well, this is what Paradox had to show, and we were talking about some tricks jumping in for the day. This was one of the best tricks. He was holding the exact Rio's location with the Ares though. And now Harsh is a little aggressive and they don't want to lose the match. No matter how hard they try now, it looks pretty difficult. Though they have outnumbered them, Harsh is going with one frag, sending a flash. Paranoia is not going to affect him in no matter what, and now he has to go for 1v3 face-off. He was taken down. 3 versus 3 is the case of scenario. Bad Love is trying to push through the market. Side control is totally theirs, and they are going to stick to side B. But look at Spike, it is still left in the open.
It's going to be very difficult. I mean, this Spike is right now delayed
After
to get
charges,
to B side.
placing
The
alarm
has
bot.
been close, but now if they're able to catch way before the Spike carrier is here, players on side B will be eliminated. But look at that, the recon comes through, because it's going to be difficult. But this,
One enemy remaining.
but Bad Love, he's good for one. It's all the last player right now. The team which could have closed it made one mistake, and especially that dash, it started it all. Jane, it was a wrong move coming in from him. He did use the tailwind to try and run away from that position, but he just hit that brick wall and he kind of got stuck at mid, and that's where they got a chance to completely open it up and then take control off. And yeah, there were players who wanted to again regain control of mid. They came very quickly from Valor, but there were a couple of players holding in the backs, playing a little bit slowly. So Reckoning here, Tanya, out of all the odds, they've withheld at least from closing this match.
Absolutely, they are doing everything they had to. They are putting a show which I least expected to. And when you face the Fox, know his trick is the exact words that are coming in my mind. The way Fox has played this match, I believe he has done everything that he needed. Just look at Paradox now. He is turning mid Fox, going in the mid, getting one pick, and he's still willing to get few more picks. He's going to face off immediately. It is going to be a classic versus a Vandal. Indeed, it is a Ghost versus a Vandal. The dash is going to save Deadly for a while, but how long will he be safe is the question.
Unfortunate over there. I mean, Deadly was not ready for the fight. He was just going in for the check, and that's the reason he had to back off over there. Did not win the duel, but look at this. Both the Killjoys have a lockdown to play with. It's just do or die. They have to commit everything that they have to get multiple. Spike is slowly trying to make its way, but if Hirsch gets taken down and trying to cross over, it's going to be difficult. Fox is there. The flash does kind of deny him any kind of vision of where they're trying to go, but Bullet going in with a lineup.
Spike
The
planted.
damage did not take down the player itself, but the attacker lockdown, it has been popped. They're going to be waiting for it, but look at this. They have a counter set up for the defender lockdown as well. They're reading it right, but they're backing off. They've understood that this is their full buy. They should not make any wrong moves and get detained, and they're trying to hold it off. Yes, one player gets detained, but there are other players who made noise, letting them know that we are not going to give up our team here so soon.
The detained player is not going to caught the tool, but Harsh is going to catch total of 3 players here. But after, as I say, a triple, he was caught as well, and now Bad Love down. Paradox with a triple, 1 versus 1. Is it going to be a clean sweep? And now Deadly is trying to stretch the victory for Team Valor for as long as possible, and you need to do that. You cannot just allow a team to just bulldoze you, and I'm glad to see some level up, some frags, some rounds going into the favor of Team Reckoning Esports and on the map of Ascent. Anyway, the players are looking a little unhappy with the performances here. They do have the choice of map coming up next, which is going to be Heaven. And now talking about the current situation, you know what, Paradox is the top fragger. Paradox has proven, like, any of the statement can be proven right. He has created a statement with that Iris and a perfect setup of utilities with that frag in particular round. I think he has named himself that with that likewise.
Yep, right now, yes, he is the paradox that they're trying to solve, but let's hope they try to kind of get rounds. They're having a couple of rounds here and there with the Hunter's Fury. It finds one, the Shock Dart, it also find one. So the number, it's kind of faltered. When the opportunity was there, the flash was good. It was the same flash. Fortunately, Hirsch does survive.
Planted.
So that's going to be a good one, and they'll be having a laugh after they win this round, but until that, they will be a little bit frustrated. Even if they win the map, push it to overtime, that's going to be a huge surprise. Now, command, look at that. This is what I said. Every round is a do not make any mistakes happen. They have to make sure to pay attention to how they win every round. Bad Love is the one who's playing it.
One enemy remaining.
The advantage is okay. Bad Love takes two players down. Harsh to clean up the last. That's going to be the 5th point finally coming in. Feels like Reckoning are back into the game, but it feels little too late.
It feels a little too late, indeed extremely late. Will they be able to do it? And now JN with an operator, though he's bottom fragging, this shall be one of the rounds where he is going to go ahead with some double or triple frags and get the Team Valor round into their pockets, and they literally ace this map. And no matter, no aces spotted though, but few tricks were spotted. So nice and wise coming in from Fox as well as Paradox. Right now, let's see how everything is going to be. Deadly try to push it in, and there is going to be a fraction that is going to knock him out with that, and Deadly is going to work just about right. And now here comes Bullet with some bullets to work
Spike
out
down,
with,
B.
putting a shutdown, and a site of control is still going to be site of B, and Spike control goes into the hands of Team Valor. This is exactly what they wanted.
Jane, I think as soon as the smoke kind of disappeared, he spotted a player, but Bad Love? I mean, I don't know what happened over there, but Bad Love tried to connect a bullet in Jane. Kind of trying to figure out how Jane connected that. No choice. They had a chance to recover the spike, and the shadows was the reason. He used it immediately, recovered the spike, backed up, planted the spike. Now the ultimates are better.
One enemy remaining.
Down one up. Pixel looking forward to his team survival. Fox was there. He did not expect 3 players to push out to lead, and it does happen. And this is done. Valor is keeping this first map under control and getting that first point in this best of 5. What a match it was. What a start. The first half a 10-2 scoreline, and then to close it out at 13-5. I mean, this last round also felt like there was a chance. Pixels was trying hard, but he did not presume. As I said, 3 players were coming up back to back. But Valor, what a show. I feel, Tanya, I think here Valor played a lot of practices just before they headed over here. Figured a way to kind of get in the range, and maybe sat down in the range for a lot of time, and then now they're here dominating towards Reckoning. I would still say this is domination. Whatever happened in that second half switcheroo was just that immediate switcheroo adaptation that we didn't see from Valor, but on the other end it was just pure domination from Valor to start off in the grand finals.
On the attacker's side, I believe definitely Team Valor put all the tricks those were required, and creating such a scoreline which was massive. And it is not an attacker or friendly map or something as such that they had some extra advantage. And talking about agent choices as well, it was just about perfect. But I have a little bit to criticize about Reckoning's work. It is nothing but the players were stacking in the mid and leaving side with only one player. I believe that was the exact concern, and that did not allow the players to hold on to. Before we talk much more about this map, let's also relive the moments about how Team Valor were able to take down Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, how quickly this map kind of succeeded in Valor's favor. We need to quickly take a look at it. I mean, it did kind of started off a little bit better in the pistol round as we saw, but then it kind of did not work out. Maybe I think it was something to do with how the play was done from Valor continuously, round after round, and especially losing these Odin battles. Twice the Odin was not let to pop off, right? And I think somewhere the confidence started falling down for Rio, and especially an Odin getting denied. And also even in an eco round, where it was a good round, the commitment was there, the Bladestorm was utilized in a good strategy, but not checking nook and corner. And as you said, it was just the plays being done here from Valor. They were doing those surprises where nobody expected. Even Paradox, that jump towards first lane when there was a fragment already, nobody expected somebody to be so quick and immediately jump to first lane. Paradox does that. And I think these are the reasons that we did not see Reckoning even having a chance. There was somebody to make outplays. Hawks gaining so much space. Who would have even thought that to do a defender's side, somebody would have crossed from trees?
And Rio holding this angle for way too long. Like, we did spot him with the Odin and the same positioning in both area twice, but the way Paradox pulled it through with just an Ares and multiple utilities split everywhere around the corner, I believe that was worth and treat to the eyes, worth the watch and treat to the eyes. And this triggered discipline from Fox. Like, I have mentioned it, if you know Fox, know about his tricks, and every single time Fox is bringing in some or the new tricks. And Paradox was also very close to losing this round, but somehow, somewhere, he was able to pull the string right on time and made the puppet show all his.
Exactly, there were the tricksters, if you want to call them, from Valor who were ready in various rounds, and even this round, which could have been lost as they were trying to make it work. Rio, the opportunity was found, but then they are red again. Whatever, somebody is going to be trying to stay back off side, trying to play it slow, and they immediately make sure they use utility and dump it towards backside, and then they gain control of it. It happened, and look at this again. The reads was just brilliant. They knew whatever Reckoning were doing, it was not working. So they're going to be making some risky moves, trying to make it function, and they did it. They tried for a backstab, got punished for it. They went for I would say, a huge rotation, got punished for it. Everything was being read, but this round from Bullet, what was that? How was it even allowed? And then this play coming in from Paradox, you saw, right? Nobody even had a chance to jump to side. There was a jump, but that damage from the nanoswarm and the turret was just enough for them to take them down. That was the brilliant utility setup coming in from Paradox. That was the trick we are talking about that was played.
And also the Ares spray, there was nowhere they could go, neither in the valley, either the valley or the well was the situation for the players with all the nanoswarms and the Ares. If they would have been able to jump the site as well, the players still would have been taken down. Harsh here did try to turn the table, getting some extra frags, but then Fox again picking up the pace, taking all the action by himself. Few rounds were earned here without a doubt. Deadly was trying to pull everything together which was falling apart, and he had to do something or the other which was correct for his team. But then Team Valor again picking up the pace, and Hawks was with the null command was taken down, but Fox did not allow that also to work. He revived him again, and let's talk about the scoreboard, Lucifer.
The scoreboard tells you that the Sentinels are the ones who are doing the heavy lifting from both the ends. That's surprising. What's happening here in the Skyesports Champions Series, we are rarely getting the sight of the duelist coming here as becoming the MVP. Badlove, as we said, he's going to be rightly playing in those either the chamber or maybe a duelist coming on the race, but he did kind of surprise us, went for the mirror lineup against Valor with that Killjoy. He has played that, but we saw him as he loved chamber. I didn't think that he'll be picking that, but Paradox, look at this. This is the 2 KD I was talking about. Even Fox, he's close to a 2 KD. Look at the combat score, 330, as to compare to where Badlove is. Even though he's the MVP, there's a clear 130 difference that we are seeing where Paradox is standing and Badlove is standing. Yes, there might be just a 5 kill difference, but his KD talks more and tells you that he was just doing better as that Killjoy on both the attack as well as the defense. It was not only that he was better on defense, he was better on attack as well. You saw in one round that Paradox was hiding, where it was a 2v1 situation. The advantage was on the side of Reckoning. Paradox was just hiding, waiting for the opportunity. As soon as he heard the spike being defused, he peeked and he saw a player from Heaven. He eliminated him, and the other player who was sticking, that was Pixel, eliminated him as well. And Pixels knew there was nothing he could have done. He had to stick in for the defuse. Now it's time for Haven, and now I'm a little bit worried. Where we started off worrying for Valor of what Reckoning could have done, now Haven is what we are going to be seeing, where the same thing that we thought maybe Valor will have a difficulty yesterday, they got a brilliant finish of a 13-6 against Lethal, where the first two maps were overtime. So now with already winning a map, Tanya, I feel like Valor are just too damn prepared, too damn confident, and it's going to be very difficult to snatch this victory.
They've got a very good study about how to reciprocate with any of the moves hopping in from the side of Reckoning Esports, and this is exact study that is required. And on the map of Heaven, there was a show of domination from side of Valor, and once again, though Reckoning Esports picking the map, and then Team Valor is going to be on the attacker's side. We just saw what they did on the map of Ascent with the attacker's side, and if again they are able to get that score line 10-2, I believe that the score line which we're talking about, the map of Mind, is going to be a decider's map about how everything is going to function for Team Valor. Now the situation is vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly the tables have turned, right, Tanya? That's how teams are getting prepared. This is what we were talking about. We were trying to figure this out, that teams will start doing this in phase 2 and phase 3. But if teams are able to show adaptation so quickly and prepare for each other, this tells you, right, the next stages, Tanya, it's going to be an exponential increase in terms of how the fights are going to be panning out to be.
Absolutely. And now once again, if you have a look at the map of Heaven, I believe double sentinel setup should work, because we have been spotting several times where the initiators are getting the MVP cards in their name, but now the new meta, sentinels are taking away the MVP cards, so why not go for the double sentinel setup? I believe Team Valor is also sticking to Paradox shall not switch his role no matter what. He shall continue with what he started, because now he has created a storyline for us to watch out for. The way he is being a perfect KJ, I believe everything lined up in that particular round. The air spray, the angle, the utilities, he did not allow any single player to survive the moment they start walking in.
I was just mesmerized with that play, and that is something that you always see. That is a killjoy setup that most of the killjoys love to do. They put up nano swarms on the first lane. They do have a turret as well placed to make sure that if somebody is trying to push through the nano swarm, the turret also does the damage, and alongside it they're holding the weapon. That's a very OG strategy as well. So now when it comes to play, and it did catch them off surprise, and that's the reason Reckoning went. In the previous round you saw, never was Paradox doing that. Paradox was trying to maybe even try and play in mid, or he was putting one nano swarm at the B main entrance and then playing somewhere towards market. These were the kind of plays that he was making, and but nobody thought in that point of the time that he'll be putting down
Yeah.
nano swarms and a turret as well on the radiant boxes on top at B side, and then with the Ares. That is the highlight. That is going to be the highlight that we are going to be looking forward to. And as you rightly said, I don't think he's going to be switching for the duelist, because JN is also feeling himself. The only time JN kind of slows his game down if he's not having a good start. He slows down, gets to the stage, figures out what's going on, and immediately gets back to the duelist where Valor start popping off. Now JN has also started off, meaning that Reckoning, you need to buck up right now if you want to win Haven.
Absolutely, but JN is not going to switch the roles no matter what. Double sentinel setup or a double initiator setup, JN is going to stick to, because it is map of Heaven. You need to have the control over the longs. Maybe A along with the operator. We know how deadly JN is. Yesterday itself, we did see about how JN was able to perform with the double triple frags with the operator on site C long as well. So I believe JN is still going to stick to the same. What about Deadly though? Deadly should also not be switching his roles and walking in the garden. No more, my man. Deadly, the days are gone where you used to walk in the garden and nobody was catching you off guard. I believe the caster's curse has just caught you a little bit, and now you're caught off guard every single time. You were just trying to do that, and particularly Fox holding an angle while Deadly activating his Blade Storm. He was immediately put to shut down, and that was the only place where they could have turned the economy in plus. If at all his Blade Storm would have worked wonders.
I mean, there were so many highlights coming in from Valor, but not from Reckoning, right? As you mentioned, the Bladestorm round should have been the one that they should have popped off. It did not happen. On the other hand, we saw that Bullets clutch. I'm still mesmerized by it.
Yeah.
But the way He got 8 HP clutch. He had no right of getting that round under control. He takes two players down. Before that, I will say the third player as well. He takes a fight towards trees, takes the player down, but the number advantage was there, so they stick in for that plant, and then the other player is at A main. But I said, right, this is the opportunity for him to try and isolate the fight. But I don't know what happened over there. The player at long, that was Rio, I mean, sorry, towards A main, Rio, and the other player who was on side Pixels, he was the one who was putting down the spike. He should have not been the one taking the fight. It should have been Rio taking the fight and then Pixels going in for a peek and taking the player down. It happens in the scenario where Pixels is the one peeking, Bullet immediately puts him down, and then you saw what happened to Rio. But that right click, he tried twice, Tanya, and both those right clicks failed. They did not even tag him once. Before that, while he was entering from trees, those right clicks tagged. So I don't know what happened when the range kind of got closed. I think it's just the bullets passed through his shoulders and nothing hit him, not in the face, not on the body, nowhere. And even though it's 8 HP, I would say it felt like he was standing tall as a knight with 100 HP.
Well, I believe the toggle play he was going for, the switch on the left and right movement that dodged the bullets, they were very near, and for a second that round still feels very unreal to me. 8 HP and a dream trying to fulfill and winning the round where there was not much of a force. They could have gone, they already had so much of lead that one round couldn't have cost them too much to lose, but they didn't allow that as well. So that was very indicative about what Team Valor has to prove and what Paradox had to say during the very first interview in the beginning. So I believe they are still sticking to the plan, still abiding by their words, and on the map of Ascent, if they are able to bulldoze team like Reckoning, I really want to see on the attacker side, on the map of Haven, what power do they possess, and once again, what are the tricks that Fox is going to show us.
Fox, I mean, I agree with you. I'm looking forward to him being the actual Fox, right?
Yeah.
No one has he is able to get those late movements around the map, and nobody is able to figure out from where he's coming. Previously, he did a market move, and the next round itself, he went for a defender spawn push, and nobody even had the idea about him coming through there. They kind of this time thought maybe again he might be a late market lure coming through from him. No, he's switching it up, and if they're not ready for it here on Evan, especially that the Valor team is going to be starting an attack, Fox is going to be doing a lot more lurks, and they're going to be having a tough time reading that. Paradox also can do that lurk, Tanya, but Paradox is mainly concentrating on getting multiple rounds and pulling tricks. So both of these Fox as well as Paradox from Valor itself have some brilliant tricks. Both of them tricks are kind of different. Paradox on the other end is passive, whereas Fox is on the cheeky bit of it where he goes, I mean, I don't have to justify and right now give a meaning to what Fox as a name stands, right? He's done the job for himself, so I'm pretty sure we're already knowing. But what's happening here? I thought, and even when the match started as well, I said that the KO on Hirsch, he just is too damn good on that KO. But here we did not see Hirsch doing anything. The first 6 rounds he was sitting at 0 kills, and that surprised me. That's where it kind of hit me that Reckoning, they're not having a great start.
And what also surprised me was when even when they were able to get a control over the entire site, the spike was still lying far away, where the player again had to make a move towards the spike, gather the spike, and enter the site, where the room of opportunity was like negligible to entirely perform this scenario. They were not very sure, they were not very committed. Something or the other did not exactly went as planned though. But anyway, whatever gone has long gone. Now next map is going to be the map of Haven. We both indeed believe that this map is going to change the perspective some way or the other.
Yep, it's going to be Heaven. There's going to be 3 different sides for the attackers to play on, but 3 different difficult positions for the defenders to defend, and it's going to be Reckoning. Unfortunate that they're going to be having here a tough time to deal with, but let's hope they're ready for. Otherwise, if they aren't, I'm going to be a little bit worried here. But yes, the beautiful cinematic shots of Haven that you can explore, especially Ceylon, is a deadly area. If the attackers get the spike down, it does get difficult, but I would say for Valor, it doesn't. On the other end, Reckoning, I don't know what to say here, but quickly, the agent selection is right in front of the screens, and you can see they're sticking to a similar lineup. Reckoning, okay, they're bringing in the same set of agents, same set of players. I mean, players are going to be same, but the same set of agents. That's something surprising. On the other end, Valor are not giving that up. They're going to be bringing in the new set of agents as well. They're going to be changing a little bit. Fox is not now playing on the Omen. He gives it up to Bullet, and Bullet is going to be now giving his initiator role, not as a Sova, but as that breach, and Hoax is now going on that. So this switch up here coming through, it's so surprising of what's happening here all of a sudden, Tanya.
Absolutely, that does look a little extremely surprising, and the lineups are just about right. The lineups are just about perfect. This is me, Tanya, signing off. But here we have Nick Rose joining in with you for the second map, and this map is going to be Heaven with Team Valor on lead of point of 1-0. So, Nick Rose, how are you doing for the day?
Well, it has been a tremendous day, Tanya. Thanks for welcoming, and I would love to say co-casting with Sam with the second match of this finals. I believe that Team Valor, with that 1-0 lead, what they have secured in this best of 5, I believe they will have that motivation boost for now. And recollecting the previous day's match, Sam, I would love to see that Valor with that same potential lineup, what they have used in the previous day against Lethal Esports, they're using it completely the same. So the results can also be that same if Reckoning fails to defend or defend the side in the very first half.
Let's see what's going to be happening here, as we are going to be heading over right into the match itself. But before that, the players cam. I mean, the way we started off the day, where both Valor and Reckoning all smiles across their face, it's not that right now. They are kind of a little bit worried. They're not happy with the performance on Ascent. Now, on the other end, Valor, as we did even see Paradox in the interview itself, they said they're going to be giving it their all. They're not going to be letting anybody walk up. And now with his addition as well, it is showing up. It is getting very fruitful for Valor. We had a little bit of questions of how it's going to be kind of summing up with the addition. It does take time, right? And they're taking the time during the matches itself here, Necros.
Of course, and looking to this one, we are down to the first pistol round as well, which will be very essential because particularly as we see Valor has got the attacking side. They need to step up, and in the previous day they had got a brilliant first half in the attacking side. So I really expect the team Valor to step up at this scenario and get those beautiful leads in the first pistol round as well. But let's see what happens. But meanwhile, we get to see JN and the Sova that is going to be trying to enter
Bomb grenade out.
the position. Bad Love has got those nano shots up, and already JN still sticking that.
Right now, yes, defensive half is going to be right now on the Reckoning's end, but you can see, as you were saying, right, the damage is being done, but the aggressive position that Deadly has, they're reading it right, but Deadly immediately tucks himself in the corner around Sewers, so they kind of are going to be a little bit surprised if they don't check Sewers, and if they on the other Rio is ready to deny any kind of push coming through, but he tries to contest the fault line, gets punished for it, and Jane on the other end gets a player out towards Garage who is already low, and that's Bad Luck down. And look at them, they're immediately rotating while players are thinking that there can be a B hit or
30 seconds left
to slow things down. They're already going in for a C. They've taken control of C. The spike has made its way, and the spike is going to be planted. The last three surviving players, one is coming from the back side, that's going to be Deadly. The others is being right from defender spawn, and the last player is going to be at Garage. Let's see what's going to be happening.
Spike planted.
Tag here a little bit. Misses, and Pixels also gets pointed himself. And now all of a sudden, let's get back to the 3v3, and it's doable right now for Reckoning.
Needs but meanwhile Pixels also gets taken down, and now down to two players. It's a 2v2.
Last player standing.
Valor is down to a single, and eventually they will be taking down Deadly, secures the round, and this first pistol round will be going in the favor of Reckoning Esports. A good start indeed, I must say.
Is that important?
Heaven, and eventually they need this map, particularly at this position, because now as we come down to the second match, they are losing the 1-0 score line in the BO5, so they need to settle up, they need to level up this first player. They need that 1-1 score line. Though I believe that Valor got those openings, they got the plant eventually, but yes, it did not mark up the end for them. And what those two shots came from the side of Deadly, who was so much effective against Team Valor that they could not get those shoots possible. But eventually, this is going to be the second round, might be another round going in the favor of Reckoning as well.
This is very crucial, so they have to make this work. Whatever happens, if they lose the window of opportunity of getting this map under control, it's going to be a 2-1.
One down.
Then they again with the Sheriff shots. He's just looking too damn good. Connects that and immediately is now backing off. He does not want to give away his position and life. And if that happens, it's going to be difficult, right? So we're going to be looking forward to how they're going to be pushing from here, making their way ahead. But now the recon is down, but they're still ready for the fight. Now, alongside that, there's going to be Valor. They will be getting questioned. They are also right now.
One enemy remaining.
It's done. Even
Spike down, C.
Flawless. The lone survivor. Flawless in this anti-eco round.
Say that yes, brilliant round without a single casualty for the side of Reckoning Esports. Not a single player was taken down in this particular round, but definitely Valor. They had got to, they have to come up with some heavy buy in this particular, the third round of this game, Map of Heaven. Otherwise, it is going to be very difficult because I really suppose that Reckoning will have a full buy at this particular round. They do have it, but definitely. They've got the Spectres, but one only. Deadly has got the operator for himself, which can be an X-Factor towards the side of Reckoning. But meanwhile, as we move to the side of Valor, we see those Vandals and Phantoms popping up from their side. Deadly with that beautiful operator. Shadows traveling. Just waiting in the paradox as well. Now it's a 4-5 contest.
Spike planted.
Want to take the hold of the side.
But they have to get this round. It's their full buy. On the other hand, Deadly has an operator. He's still looking forward to any late lurks coming through, and it is coming. He just needs to wait a little bit longer, and then maybe he'll be spotting it out. But the patience is not there. Out.
Suppressing.
We also get to see that yes, the timer is ticking. The spike has been planted.
Oops. One enemy remaining.
Down 38. The spike will be diffused. No room for Fox to just peek out because he's very low HP. Won't be a good decision, but what the round it turned out to be for the side of Reckoning. Now they're just wrecking things apart with a 3-0 scoreline on the Map of Heaven, which will eventually boost up their entire confidence. After losing the Map of Ascent, I believe Reckoning wants to make the comeback with this Map of Heaven.
Exactly, Reckoning want to do it here, Necros. They don't want to give up. But what is Deadly playing? The confidence on him is just sky high right now. He's roaring and taking operator shots and again ready for the fight. And this time I think he's going to be getting the first blood again. Peak is going to be there, but they're ready for a contest. The white peak, Deadly did not connect. Two players right now. To the fight again, but this time Deadly gets tagged up. His shot did not connect on the other end, so he's just dropped down to 50. He needs to be careful right now because if there's a pistol or even a weapon he can take for a Spectre, he can do damage. And look at them with the wall bang itself. They're predicting it right, and they take down Deadly. The AWP is down from the hands, and this can be a thrifty being pulled out to this cage.
I know. The eyes are
right in the cage was bad love as soon as it was put down. The was used, but it all went in vain.
Will actually Cypher had to be live in this particular round as we eventually get down the plant will be done eventually.
Last player standing.
That after planning for the Reckoning Harsh is coming with this match point eventually.
Try harder.
That Jane will be shutting him down and will be securing the first round for the side of Valor, and eventually will be boosting the confidence for the players because they're needing this kind of rounds, but they do need 2 more rounds to level up the scores.
I know. The eyes are
Need. But yep, they're going to be a little bit, I would say, disheartened on the side of Reckoning. This is not a great buy round coming here for Valor, but they still managed to pull it off. They tried for those trades, they pushed up at the right time, they had a distraction towards B. I think that's where
Let's blind their scouts.
It should be an A execution. No, it should be a B. Might be they were quarreling among themselves. Is at least taken from Valor. This is an attack oriented map, an attack favored map. Reckoning have all got in the first 3 rounds. So here Valor, they need to make the rest rounds work in their favor. If they don't, it's going to be very difficult. The turret does get spotted, so they know there's a, I would say, guard dog at garage. They can immediately try and delete it and eliminate and then push forward, but look at that. The camera from Paradox, it's giving them the info. But Deadly, he does not care about it. He has the Blade Storm activated, but he knows this is happening as well. He sees a pixel of a player. Unable to get a shot, but he's still
Blocking sight.
test. This time he gets spammed and is let alone with just one blade to play with.
Right
if
here.
he connects that one,
Right
he
here.
can get and replenish his blades, but it's going to be difficult.
Actually, it will be difficult, but as we see Team Valor, they're making the rotation. Maybe they will get those one way done for themselves. The smoke has been planted. Green has got his position completely opened up. Spike is eventually planted, but the paranoia will be helping the side of
I can't use that.
I can't.
Multiple of that one. Might just be a bit helpful and meanwhile shots bullet.
They're suppressed.
But Reckon harsh. Won't get a chance to go for that, but
One enemy remaining.
by Rio and Reckoning secures their fourth for themselves in the map of heaven.
You can see here what Reckoning are doing is not repeating the mistakes that they made on Ascent. They understood that they were kind of holding off a couple of utilities, going in for those aim duels very early on, and were getting punished, and that's the reason they lost Ascent. And now they're not doing that. They're making use of the utilities, and then on top of the utilities is what they're trying to push up. JN was good, and I think JN should not have made that move of dropping down. As soon as he dropped down, he did not look towards C-Link. He wanted to think about maybe A-Link or maybe towards the opening of B itself. Got punished and sent bullets right on his back. They lose it.
No more chances
Bladestorm
left.
gets popped out. It's a weaker by this time for Valor. But the Bladestorm also kind of gets suppressed.
I can't use that.
Unfortunate, but finally it's going to be coming back. But the aggressive positions that are being held, it's going to be difficult for Reckoning, Valor to contest and gain control of site.
By the players of Team Valor as well as the players of Team now. This is a good chance for Reckoning to make the comeback or might just get the second round in the fever because it's a 4 versus 2 the test.
Spike down.
The charges.
We also get to see that Roaring Thunder will be coming up and still Fox is still waiting out there. The first line comes up.
One enemy remaining.
He does. Second yes, he does with a 3k Fox secures the round for Valor itself and the scoreline sells up and down to the 4-2 scoreline. And meanwhile, how we are actually seeing of the round going in the favor of both sides. As you mentioned, they're not making any kind of mistake what they did in the map of Ascent, but eventually Valor, they have to get that momentum up for themselves to win consecutive rounds, then only it will be much more effective for them.
They have to win consecutive rounds. Let's wait and watch. This time they've put Reckoning on a disadvantage. They are on an eco buy right now. From the shadows this time, previously they did try with the deadly blaze. But look at this chain is going aggressive. Some gets stopped, but he gets denied. And Valor again is good for one. Good again, yes, is good for it. The banner is finally affecting him, but his teammates, they've come in and helped them out. And right now, here, Fox pushes up, and they're reading right here, they're hiding here, the raid in that box, and they punish 3 players for the 2 players that they took down.
Well, eventually we get to see it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Again, the man advantage stays in the favor of Valor. The shock darts will be eventually used. Both the shock darts have been used. Drones coming up will eventually reveal the position now. But yes, he down and
One enemy remaining.
like you get to see Deadly coming from the long side. And eventually the scoreline comes down to a 4-3 ratio right now, because for now Valor, they are almost catching up to Reckoning for what they had a good start, but they do have these ultimates coming up from their side. As I get to see, you get to see them from the shadows side of Reckoning, as well as a lockdown is all up for them as well.
Right now, yes, there are going to be ultimates and especially a full buy as well. So, Reckoning, they need to keep this lead going. The first 4 rounds, I mean, they have gotten under control, and a 4-round, I would say, split is good for them in the first round. But if they're going to be getting a lot more, it's just going to be adding up in their attacking now. Right now, no information gained from either of the sides. With that recon as well as, I would say, The 0 point coming through. They've kind of understood that the KO and Sova might be playing close, but the KO was playing around B A-Link, and that's where it was sent from. Sova on the other end was just looking over idea about where the players are coming in, because he's hearing the footsteps. Spam did 2 chip damage to him, but the players have backed off and they're planning for an B execute. It's just Paradox looking straight down, gunning towards B main, but he's not spotted anybody, so that's the reason they're still worried about it. The camera is looking for the enemy information corners. The Nanosome gets taken down, but already Paradox has cleared the corner, so they'll be getting the flank down and then they'll be looking for quite up, and that's what is happening. Damage, but they've had a chance to back off, so it's 5. Then he sees the pixels, but does not get any connection.
Nowhere to run!
Defenders. It's going to be buying them time, but it's Imperial Hunter's Fury to shut them down.
Off your feet!
Taking down eventually the spike. Who is getting like falls one, but still Fox in the
Last enemy remaining.
down Hershey, down Pixel, down with that. So smoothly done it is. Like as you see this one, we are getting the selfies done for this, but never mind. With that 4-4 scoreline, we get to say Valor have already catched up to the side of Reckoning. And what a start they had. At first we thought this map of heaven would actually turn in the favor of Reckoning very silent, like on a single one-sided way, like by the way they started. But Valor, they did prove me wrong, particularly I would say, and they have made a good catch up. In the previous day also they made some brilliant comeback, so we do might expect that this map of heaven can bring up some nostalgic moments for them as well.
Yes, so it can. Haven already proved, as you said in the previous day yesterday. But right now, it's about the grand finals, crowning themselves as champion. And again, Paradox
No more
immediately
charges
will
left.
his scam, and he's going to be giving the information that Rio is up close. Rio immediately backing off, but look at that. He's still here. He's checking. Can be punished. Finally, he starts backing off.
It's a great decision, as you see. Like, you have to back off. Beautiful shots of Sheriff, but Hawks finally down. Meanwhile, you get to see that now.
One enemy remaining.
Gene will be shutting Harsh as well. So a single solo player is surviving, and he is still holding on the heaven side. And Soba will lead into those shots, brilliant shots. They're trying to make those connections. They're trying to spot him down, because if one player also remains, the economy might just be a bit stable, and it can be a 5-4. And I do believe it is a chance of a 5-4 at this point in time, because there's a complete 5-stack. That's a 5-4 scoreline for the side of Valor, and Reckoning have lost the lead what they were having so far.
The lead was there, got equalized, and then right now they've already pushed through. A timeout immediately coming in from Reckoning again. It did happen on Ascent as well, where they called the timeout, trying to figure things out, but it did not work out. Bullet on the other end for his team has been working really well. I hope the same day tactical pause works in the favor of Reckoning. They did try, as I said in the previous map, but right now what's going wrong is again the same thing. We talked about it, right? The utility is being used. Valor are making use of utilities, trying to dump and push back the players, and Reckoning are falling for it. They're getting pushed back. Rather, they can do this as well. They can use their utilities and try to delay the plan coming through, buy themselves some time, and then regroup. I think that's what was missing, and that's what is, I would say, them having the advantage. And also very quickly after getting confident, you can see Reckoning going in for those backstabs and all, where Valor, they're already prepared here, Necros.
Well, of course, Valor are prepared for everything right now. Like they are quite like good in attacking side as well. They have catched up to Valor and Reckoning as well as. But Valor would definitely want to go for some good leads in this first attacking half. They want to settle this up. It's already 5-4, so we might just expect a 7-5 or maybe something we can see, or a 8-4 we also can see if Valor can make it happen.
They have to. 8-4, if they get it, they'll be having a huge buffer here for Reckoning. On the other hand, if that 8-4 happens here, it's going to be kind of a little bit difficult. But yes, 8-5 happening, 8-4 happening here for Reckoning will be difficult, because Valor have already crossed the 5th point.
Shadows
7-5 is on the scoreline, but look at this. Pixels, he's already used both his smokes for a one-way at C and holding an aggressive angle, and there's nobody to help him out. And look at that, that's much. There should have been a cover for him, or otherwise he should have not held that aggressive angle. He used the utility
I know
for
exactly
his own
where
benefit
you are.
and gets punished for it.
that one way did would have helped.
Sleep, brother.
It was a 3-3, but eventually that Hunter's really got inside with that operator, but eventually he gets his bullet taking that side. Might just go for the Deadly a bit much. The restart will
Last player remaining.
position. Fox gets cut from the side of Valor.
This again, look at that, they were ready for it, and this is what we are talking about. They'll be immediately trying to switch things up, and they're going to be trying to go in for a different angle approach as well after the post plant, and that's what Valor did over there. There was an opportunity, especially after Rio's Hunter Fury. I thought, okay, this can be a comeback immediately, they can try and push up, but they did not use or have utility to put down, especially their controller going down. They had no smokes to play with. I'm not too sure about Deadly, but yes, he had an operator on hand. He was concentrating on taking the recon. Your duelist should not be doing that. They should be trying to pick players out. Then when they do that, look at this again. Even though positions are being given up, they're not worried about it because they are able to counter it, because those weapons and those utilities are which are being used, they're kind of going out in vain. They're just giving them half a chance.
Oh, that was bad move. Paradox, he's like he completely seeing down Rio, but showing your back, that's not a great move. He wanted to take the ball back, but eventually costed his life instead of in this round. But particularly as you see that the goal down, he gets him taken down, but Kenny survives in 55 HP. Holds a game.
Spike planted.
But eventually as we get to see the HP of Bad Luck, it's not that high. Vex 24 HP won't actually help him a lot, but it's a 4 versus 2 situation indeed, and his position has been completely compromised.
It's going to be
Standing ahead.
now. It's getting pinged.
One
over
enemy
there.
remaining.
Look at that, Paradox immediately eliminates him. It's the last surviving player who's running because he has one last weapon to save. That's what his intention is. Let's try and save. So they're going to do that. Fox puts a bullet, and he's going to be making sure that the weapon does not get saved. And we are
Last
heading
round
over to
before the
8-4 switch that's happening in favor of Valor. But again, as this entire day has been panned out as Caster's Curse, I hope it does not. With this start, I do want to talk about it. Whenever JN is in the forefront, they tried and figure it out. Okay, this is the side they want to execute. Where did the information for JN get revealed? It was to Garage, and everybody thought, okay, wait, it should be some that they should try for a B or a C execution. And you saw Deadly, who was sitting aggressive, started backing off, and that immediate switcheroo where Rio was just watching his back, kind of gave them the wrong information, and then two players pushed up, for which Rio was not ready. He tried to back off, but still did get punished. And now 7-4, the last round here at the first half.
Well, Jingen is up with that operator.
Revealing
Trying to
area.
connect the shots. Jingen comes up.
Get out of my way.
Down as well. The Fox with that counter.
Take white.
Get a good position that is
Right here.
Rio is still holding up. The other side will move.
Cover going out.
Try to make something more specifically done, but post goal, and it might just turn up in the favor of Reckoning as well. You might see a 7-5 or a 8-4 that depends upon the
Bomb grenade out.
Pixels gets a good side, but he will be taken down eventually. It's a 3 versus 2 contest.
I know exactly where
Trying to grab this round as well.
The way Valor are playing, Reckoning are completely split. This is nowhere between a team game, but look at this. The null command was activated, but in vain, the player gets put down. It's the last player who gets pushed up.
Give me those back. Last player standing.
Still a 2v1. Bullet does eliminate Hirsch completely, but the defuse is being stuck. Hey, with the help of the cloud burst immediately.
Last player standing.
But look at this, the last one. Bullet was ready to fight with the 3k. It's an 8-4 scoreline. They did not want to get
Switching
that
sides.
7-5 scoreline and have just a 2-round buffer. Now they're going to be having a 3-round buffer for Valor to play with. This pistol round is going to be deciding if Valor is going to be closing it or not. But I'm so confused where the rounds can be kind of stretched, Necros. They're getting finished off so early on. I'm still thinking that we are at the first map, but all of a sudden the second map has started, and the second map first half is also done, and Valor are the ones leading the charge.
Well, the way that
One
it is
enemy
playing,
remaining.
Lucifer, it's so delightful
One
to watch
enemy
how well
remaining.
he keeps
Last
this
player
momentum
standing.
coming up. Yeah, like they're just playing in a fast speed as if they want to catch a flight right now. They have a flight at around a 9 o'clock in today's night, and they have to fly to somewhere, and they want to finish the game off like before
Here.
that. So they're going all out, whatever they're having right now. But for now, it's just 8-4. We have to keep
Tripwire
that in
destroyed.
mind that the attack side
Down.
meanwhile, Paradox is taken down by their defense. Has been damaged.
And is done. I mean, the cover was there. This time you saw they played the team game, but there's a lurker
Right
as
here.
well from Reckonings, and that's going to be bad luck. He's slowly moving in. He had a nano
Boss
swap
coming
to
back.
delay things, but look at that. The players have now entered the site for a retake, but they're also worried about anybody going in for this late floods. Lately, right now, checking Garage.
Night, night.
And Hirsch gets one player down. That's going to be a fragment.
One enemy remaining.
Be a 2v4 situation. Hawks tries to bring it down, try to calm things down, but his health is not good as he's the last player surviving. Now, Hawks is again taking a player down, so Hawks is getting close. But I think if this was bullet of what he did in an 8 HP clutch, it could have happened here again. But now losing the first round, meaning that the next round can be given away, and they are going to be losing their hopes of getting double digits here in the second half start itself.
The double digits might just come up. You never know. Like it's 8-5, right? You see, you like reckon it's 5 rounds to get to that 10 mark and get to the double digits. So eventually, Valor is there in 8. They just need to secure 2 rounds. But yes, of course, Reckoning have started a good one, so they will eventually get a 8-6 if I'm not wrong. This round might just come up as another one to just get another one, because eventually we get to see the Spectre buy has been done instead of Reckoning City. So we want to go through those rounds. Eventually the damages have been registered towards Cypher, and he's in a very critical condition.
It's going to be difficult, but yes, they're going to be looking to try and getting a couple of ultops, maybe even trying and dropping a couple of weapons, doing a little bit in terms of the economy damage. Not run and gun with the Spectre, but does the damage brilliantly, drops the player to 20 in terms of his health, so at least the hope of one Spectre being dropped is there on the cards for Valor.
Well, meanwhile, you also get to see Fox is coming around from the B side, and eventually the spike is also coming out. The fault line is ready. Done it. Might try to get down as well.
One enemy remaining.
Rio is doing with everything he thought. There's a single player that is going to Cypher.
Flawless.
Eventually, this comes about 8-6 scoreline. Equalizing the scores with an 8-8 very soon.
This is why you need an 8-4 or a 7-5 half, because that time you will have the confidence that you can push back, and especially immediately that you get your pistols under control, you get the scoreline that to where you can pull off something good. Now the scoreline, you can see it's not a huge difference. There's just a 2-round lead, and they can immediately make it short. If that would have not been a 2-round lead, it would have been difficult for them. 8-6 scoreline, but the full buy is here. Valor one lane coming through, Jane going in for the peek. He's shipping it for one. He is not ready for the fight, and he is not ready for the positioning where the peek would have been. And Jane backs off, throws down a third burst, protects himself. Hawks was there to control and try to figure out a trade, but why to risk everything? Aldron will give away Hawks' position. Deadly will cross over, and the commitment is still looking towards A. They should start calling in the reinforcements. Nobody is moved from the B side or the Z
Take flight.
from Valor, so it's getting a little bit worried.
Enemy.
Grounded.
You get to see that 8-6 is the score, and the paranoia will be coming up with Jane and the
Spike down A.
Now Valor needs to step up. He's there.
One enemy remaining.
Second, but no, it's not Paradox, and the KO has got those like fragments coming up as well. So eventually, you get to see those shots are really in need. There's 1v2 situation coming up. The smokes have to
Cover going out.
With those smokes, eventually the position will be compromised. TP has been set up, so they might just want that
30
there's a
seconds
single
left.
player holding on the heaven side. Though the smokes are up, but still they need to go up. Though the spike is not yet planted, he's rotating towards the B side. May just go and plant up in the C. We never know what's gonna happen, but I believe he's going from the garage to B or garage to C. What's happened?
He does not have time to go.
10 seconds left.
He's going to be losing everything, and he immediately goes to review. Good
Spike
rotation call
planted.
coming through.
Last enemy remaining.
He's able to win the duel. Now it's a one-shot situation. He was ready with his crosshair, but Paradox crouches over there and wins the duel out of the hands of Hirsch. That's going to be finally winning on the full buy. It was much necessary over there, Nexus. If they would have lost that full buy, then you know what would have been what would have happened. Seventh point would have come to their favor, and then it would have been eco round and an equalizer. Valor, they're making it work. They understand that they cannot risk having already the first point on their series and now looking forward to the second. But this is what I'm saying about they're tagging and playing as a buddy system game here, and they're able to make it work. And now see, when JN fell apart, there was Fox who came in and helped folks over there. So folks confidently could go in for a peek and take a duel. On the other end as well, you saw Paradox as well as Bullet playing together was one of the reasons they could do it, where it was not an expectation coming through of making them play better. Right now the round has started. It's going to be a nice line. Let's see how they're going to be making it out. Can it be a 10 digit here for Valor? Now look at that. Ultimate being used and players are getting pushed back in this. Afterwards it's going to be a 5v5. I want to see how this 5v5 retake is going to be working.
Placing swarm grenade.
Bullets. He's super low right now.
Well, he's super low, and that is the main fact that comes down, because if he's done, it will be eventually the opening for the side of Reckoning to enter the side very nicely. And yes, Jet is going to be initial, like a good that is for the side of Valor, but one by one the players are going to take
One enemy remaining.
round, but it's the same 9 for the side, and Reckoning seizes this with a flawless one without even having a single man loss, and that's going to be great for their entire economy. They will have the guns, they eventually will have those boosts what they needed, but after that they need at least 2 to 3 more rounds to come back and make the scores level. And if they does that, just anyhow Reckoning takes the first double-digit score for themselves in the map of heaven, it will be a pressurizing moment for the side of Valor to make the comeback. Though they're capable enough to make these things possible, but it will eventually create some bit of pressure.
It will, but next was here's what Valor need to worry about. That was the full buy coming through from Reckoning. They had to make it work. They were trying to make work on their bonus, but now look at this. They need to start taking them down, or the economy will start flourishing. But they've lost the initial battle itself. A double man push coming through. The 30 is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Not too sure now if he can, and he does. And on the other end, it's going to be Bad Love also picking up one out, and now immediately it's the last surviving player from Valor. Unfortunate. The scoreline is getting closer, and this is where we said, right, when you get the attacking side half advantage, you can try to make things work. Deadly with a 3k closing on the round, and that's going to be one round away for Reckoning to get an equalizer. But this was not a good buy round for the side of Valor, and that's the reason Valor kind of tried to make something weird happen. It did not work, but right now they have a full buy to work with.
Well, this full buy eventually want to make the things differently possible, because if this round goes in the favor of Reckoning, Valor will eventually lose the lead what they have made so far, and it will be an equalizer for the side of Reckoning. And if it goes like this, eventually the economy of Valor will be taken down brutally, and they have to go for an eco round again, because this is a hard buy, and if they lose this one, they will be in a serious trouble. They need to win it at any cost. For now, the drones and all the abilities will be down, but there is only one player that is going to be forward. Only for the side Reckoning gets the plant really easily done.
You should run.
They're making the mistakes that Reckoning were doing on their defensive half. Right now they're able to isolate a couple of players. And look at them. There were 2 players at Garage. Why did they push together? But finally they start pushing in, but the lockdown is getting completely finished, and they would have gotten detained, and that's the reason they had to go in for the push. They had to make that haphazard play.
Last
Look at
player
this, Deadly and Jane right next to each other, and Deadly, he's getting deadlier and deadlier. Round after round, a 3k coming in for him. The score's getting equalized. No buys coming here, and it can be the double digit we were talking about, but it is now looking favorable for Reckoning.
Well, of course, they're looking favorable, but right now, reckoning the way they are comebacking on the attackers' half, what they are getting right now, we might see a 1-1 scoreline level up in that BO5 factor as well. On the line, as we see, Valor have taken the lead, but if the way Reckoning is playing right now, if it gets continued, I eventually think that Valor will lose the lead in the BO5 line as well. And if it goes like that, Lucifer, I'm really afraid what's going to happen next, because if the 1-1 happens, is it going to go and continue to the fifth match? Because if it does, it is going to be one hell of a showdown in the Indian region finals.
I mean, we were asking for it, we were looking forward to it, because in the recent trends it's been a 3-0 series that's happening for a long time now, so I hope it does. But yes, it's going to be a long day, but look at this Deadly, this is what we were talking about. He just needs a little bit in terms of momentum to be gained, and now he's gaining it here on Heaven. And finally, with the first player being dropped and eliminated, right now they've gotten the spike plant as well. So this should be an easy peasy round. There's nothing to worry about. Yes, there are two ultimates that the defenders can try and make it work with. One of it, three ultimates. One of it was already popped. That's going to be the Blade Storm. And yes, they're pushing alongside it, but there's a player aggressive. Jen is good for one, but Deadly, he's there for the trade. But unfortunately, now that he's out, oh no, Jen, he just needed to find his teammate as an advantage. He should have looked forward to the information, rather just pushes up C-Long. Too many players over there in front of his screen. Gets punished and eliminated, and the 10th rolls in for Reckoning.
The double digit comes up for the side of Reckoning. Eventually, 2 more rounds to go for the match point for their side. Will Valor be able to defend their side properly? Because if this match of Heaven goes out of their hands, they might face some backlashes in the next upcoming maps they will have against the side of Reckoning. We are quite aware, because this is the final, so eventually the both top two teams in the entire Indian region qualifiers phase is fighting against each other, so we actually expect this kind of BO5 to be more and more exciting, where we get to see that two or a 3-2 score line. We really opt to see that, but eventually we get to say Paradox will be shutting Deadly down with those Vandal shots precisely. But meanwhile, the first opening, which was needed this particular round, has been taken up by the side of Valor. But yes, there you go, the fault, like this flashing point will be used inside, and meanwhile Reckoning has also got an entry in VC.
But there's a number disadvantage, and there's a rolling thunder to play with. Hunter's Fury can be used in a post-plan scenario, but look at this, the Owl Drone was there. Jen with the operator. This is what I was waiting for. Deadly had the operator on his defensive half. Somewhere where the matches were getting too intense, we forgot that the Jet is there on JN. He could have gotten the operator, and finally gets that operator. Gives his team the advantage and the round as well. But immediately look at this. Defenders calling in for a timeout, because that was not an easy round. It was a little bit of a messy, so they have to right now figure out what was going wrong in their cards and try to pull it out. But yes, now going aggressive as the team worked here for Valor, and they made it really well. And there were buddy system again, that they were tagging with each other to make this, that it works in their team's favor. And yes, Reckoning will also be thinking, because if there is a chance that Valor push to overtime, they'll be looking forward to closing it very soon. But now that this game is so damn close, I feel like it can swing either ways, Necros.
It can sink either ways, and the way both the teams are like putting the efforts, they're getting the rounds, there is a possibility, I believe, Lucifer, that we might move on to the overtime. Maybe one half, maybe the two half, maybe three. We never know. But still, the way both the teams are playing, you need, after getting one good round, you need another. Like 2 good rounds can eventually get you the position. Both the teams need 2 rounds to get to the match point. But eventually, which team will does it? That is going to be the question. If any team goes for that match point and the other team equalizes, we are definitely moving to the overtime, that's for sure. But now we get to see the entire team of Reckoning stacking up on the A side, where 3 people are already holding. Breach is coming up with that fault line for himself, while I believe Sova might just have some like alarms set up that yes, they are inside the side, while we get to see it from the shadows. Fox is there, but Pixels have already inside, might just get some good space for his entire team gets to, but eventually he's surviving with only 7 HP.
Spike planted.
We have to wait and watch. It's a 3v5 situation. It is going to be difficult right now. Let's hope that they find a chance. The spike has been planted. The ultimate, which was there, the Hunter's Fury, which could have been used, did not work because the player was taken down. So it's going to be getting difficult, but Rio reads it right, spams the wall at Haven, takes the player down. Paradox's position gets known, his presence has been detected. It's going to be difficult for him. Right now, it looks like this should be a clean 11th round coming through. Might be a couple of weapons drops, but Paradox weapon also looks to be dropped. They're trying to go in for the hunt as they're looking forward to saving 2 rifles. Paradox reads it right, spams and eliminates the player who is low. There was a hunt for JN's operator as well, but JN removes that difficulty, removes that opportunity. And right now, it's going to be Paradox losing his weapon, losing the battle over there. He did not think that somebody sneakily will push up, but JN's repositioning, he'll be safely recovering the operator and pushing it to the next round.
Eventually, we also get to see this is the 11-10 score line. Reckoning need one more round to secure the match point for themselves. But back-to-back 2-round wins for Reckoning, and they're good to go with the map of Heaven and will secure that 1-1 score line. Will level up the score line eventually and might just get some more chances to continue in the entire BO5. But for now, this round is going to be very crucial, whether that they are going to go for a 11 or 10 or an 11-11, or they are going to go for a 12-10. That is the main fact that comes down at this point in time. The Wreck and Dart will be eventually taken down. The Paranoia comes down eventually. The Hunter's Fury is up for the side of Rio. Might just get faced some casualties. He gets one down, but Harsh gets with the second one. It's a 3 versus 3 contest coming to the side of Valor as well. And there you go. Reckoning comes up with 2. Jane gets taken down. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. Valor is still there. The spike has not been planted yet, so they are still searching for some openings. Eventually, the last player will be taken down, and Team Valor makes up a casualty, and with that I believe Reckoning have made it to the match point. It's a 12-10 score line, and if this round goes in the favor of Reckoning, they are winning this particular match of Heaven. But eventually, when we move on to the next side, that is going to be the side of Team Valor. They need to go for still back-to-back 2 rounds to maintain this match, or to continue this match at any cost, because otherwise it's going all in the favor of Reckoning. But at the point of time, as we see that 12-10 is the score line, this is going to be one of the most important round in the entire match of having this part. The flash points are being used, the fragment will be down, the knife has been deployed, and the entire squad of Reckoning have made the entry possible in the side of C in the map of Heaven. But eventually, as we see, the picks have been taken down. Paradox gets Rio as well, but the first pick of this particular round is being taken by the side of Valor. They need more consecutive picks like this to maintain and to get this round in their favor. Otherwise, it's going to be really, really tough.
Backstab is also here. This is going to be crucial. Bullet gets one, make it at the second, but JN gets taken down as Bad Love and Pixels are holding things down strong, making sure they win it out. And look at that, their lockdown is here. Now it's going to be too damn difficult. They have to either push Pixels as well as Bad Love's lockdown, and they're trying to do it. And finally eliminating Pixels, they get a chance to take down the lockdown, and they're not going to be giving it up. And this is why I said in the start as well, Valor are a team who are known to never give up. They're going to be making sure they push each and every round, even if the opponent is looking at a scoreline of a 12-0. I feel like Valor are one of those teams who can make those comebacks happen. Now with this, we have hopes that another round is under the cards, maybe an overtime as well, but let's see how things play out.
Well, eventually the way Reckoning played, I just thought that there might be a chance that Valor might not make it up in the map of Heaven, but still now there is a hope. There is going to be another round, which is going to be this one. This round will eventually decide that which team will make it up to the next overtime or in the next map. So we have to see it. But meanwhile, the smokes are down. The Blade Storm comes from the side of Deadly. They don't want to mess it up with Deadly. Eventually those alarm bots and the things have been set out, so they don't want to make any casualty. Team Valor wants the picks, while Reckoning wants the side. They want the round at any cost, by hook or by crook. They want to get the picks, otherwise go for the plant and just play after plant for a long and buy the time for your entire team. But as we see, they have been split up with the 3-2 split. As we see 3 players in the side of A and 2 players going in the side of C. There is a fake in the C side, but eventually some of the players are still like having the hold. The spike will be transferred to the side of Killjoy, and they might just go for the side of C or maybe B.
Let's wait and watch. It's going to be a slow run from both the ends, but this has given the opportunity for the Valor side to push up. Oh, the utility was just recalled. So this is the gap. This is the opening. Right now, if they push up from window, they can spot a couple of players, but it's just the noise. And Deadly's played it. It's gone down in vain. Hoax finds his first. He needs to try and recover and push back. Try to help himself out, but there was bad love and too many forces of Reckoning coming through. But look at this. There are trades across the board, but the better trades and the positive ones happen here at Hirsch. As well as Bad Love gets the 3K. He reaches towards push, and it's the last surviving player. And Bad Love closes it with the 4K. And look at him. He got frustrated over there. He got persuaded multiple times. And finally, they can have a sigh of relief that they won it. You can see Badla over there. That was just a chaotic round for him. He needed a break. He needs right now to calm himself down. That 4K that he pulled off, if we get a chance right now again to see the replay, which we'll be seeing surely in the highlights, Necros, Bad Love is all over the map. His crossover was towards defender spawn, towards the A main opening, towards sewer. He was just switching all the way. 360 was how he was turning around. Damn, if Bad Love wasn't alive, that round would have been done. He started off with the player taking him down, and then we saw him then switching to getting this victory. Oh, I mean, as chaotic as his screen was right now, I'm really happy that that second map didn't get closed off in the favor of Valor. If that did happen, then we would have seen a frustration and a pressure situation on the other end, and they would have had a tough time to think and figure out what could have been done, because it would have been the series point fighting out on Bindwards. Now it's going to be even Stevens on both the ends here, Necros.
Of course, the equalizer comes in from the side of Reckoning, and they have leveled the score up in the entire series of BO5. They have got that 1-1 scoreline settled up on the board, and they have shown the side of Valor that if you underestimate us on the basis of one map, you are really mistaking that. And yes, you have beaten us in the map of Ascent. We are getting that reversal done on the map of Heaven, and which you are very strong at. Eventually, this time they have got the third map coming up next, which is going to be the deciding factor that which team, with like Reckoning, or is it going to be the side of Valor who will take the lead of 2-1. And that 2-1 eventually, Lucifer, I believe, is going to make a bit more confidence among those players. But yes, you need to win at least 2 back-to-back maps to secure yourself the victory of this entire grand finals. But meanwhile, as we talk about those attacking half from the side of both the teams, they made it possible. They made it like look so smooth that it was so mesmerizing to watch out the rounds for the side of Reckoning as well as for the side of Valor, because the picks they did was so amazing.
I think if Reckoning wouldn't have gotten to match point early on, maybe Valor could have had a chance to close it. But yes, the mistake and the timing that they did. When they heard that the turret was recalled from Bad Love, they should have tried and pushed up. Rather, they wasted the time. And the players on site, they should have also tried and backed off. It should have been again a clean 5v5 retake. They make the mistake of not backing off, trying to fight it out. And they did that, I would say, commitment to making a fight was the pick that Hoax did towards Sewers. That Deadly was taken down. Unfortunate that did happen, but then you saw a couple of rounds were messy. Isolated fights were being taken down, and then Valor paid the price for it. And this move, it's not always about the number games, it's also about the utilities. Just because there was a point that the lockdown from the Killjoy was used, and they knew they did not have time to fight with the lockdown, they had to go out of the side. Bad Love had the advantage of winning it, and you saw Reckoning after that. One or the other way were trying to figure things out, but there were also counter pushes coming through Valor, who also find a way to equalize the score, where overcommitments were done from Reckoning to win it, but this round from Pixels, everybody knew, everybody heard Necros, but still, Pixels won that war.
Of course, Pixels won that war for sure, but eventually what we got to see at this point of time, the 10-10 score line after that, to Paradox wanted to go with those beautiful shots, and especially Jane with those operator shots. He did some brilliant picks what his entire team needed, and after that this Hunter Fury, he got one down, eventually got with those beautiful picks. But yes, that 11-10, then back-to-back 3-round losses for the side of Team Valor. That was quite unexpected, but eventually they managed to get those rounds in their favor, and they got a clean sheet victory for themselves in this map of Heaven. Though it was a close one, both the teams were in the double digits, but eventually the victory went in the favor of the side of Reckoning in this particular map. The lockdown was set up, and he got completely taken down. Eventually Hawks this one by one pick, the ADS was completely pinned up at that position, though Bad Love, he was the one to create all of it in the last round, particularly.
I mean, look at him. I mean, he just finished a fight. That whiff. Okay, I thought he took down two players on a stretch, but finally, I mean, me and Tanya here on the desk were just talking about it. It's become a rare sight here of seeing duelists being the MVP. Finally, it has happened here. Deadly in the first half on the defensive half was not that brilliant. The first four rounds, yes, did work in the Reckoning's favor, but then Valor did pull off 8 rounds in their cards under their belly and did look forward to having a strong second half, but it was defense, right? And Heaven is not a defense favored map, and that's the advantage that Reckoning got from their pistol itself. If the pistol round was not from lost from Valor, bet could have been better, but the kills do justify from Deadly that he pulled off a brilliant show on the second half. 24 kills for him, 215 in average combat score, 1.5 KD, whereas on JN 0.9, 222 and 18. And this is when it's time for JN to kind of slow things down. I'll talk about it more when we head over to the map veto as well. Rio on the other end also helped his teammate here with 1.36 KD, 217 pixels. He had some brilliant plays, and one round where it was a 10-10 equalizer, he was the reason they won the round and got the advantage from their push to match point and then closed the round completely itself. Hirsch, who we were feeling a little bad and low about, he's done the job here. He did not miss that opportunity, but here you can see finally there has been a little bit of a complication, whereas Paradox, where we saw him being one of the top fraggers previously, right now he's now with a negative KD alongside Hoax as well. These two were the top fraggers in the previous map, and now them taking a toll is causing the entire team Valor to kind of lose this map as well. They did get closer, but getting close is never enough, right? You need to win.
Of course, you are here to win, and the winner will going to advance in the phase 2 for sure. That's confirmed. But eventually, if you want to win it, you have to come up with this kind of strategies. You have to like. Learn from the mistakes that you did in the past matches, and especially the map of Heaven. I would say that Reckoning also did some mistakes in the side of defending in the very first half. Then it came down to the side of Valor, where I believe JN, like he got those picks what was needed, but eventually could not make it up to that final stage where he could have clutched it. But yes, like last but the least, what a performance by both the teams, I would love to see. But with that, we also see that this BO5 is getting much more interesting by one by one round as we come down to the series as well. It's a 1-1 scoreline happening in the series, but entirely the particular map we are seeing, it's so exciting.
One more thing that I'm excited is finally we are going to be heading into the fourth map. Whatever happens here on the third, we are heading to the fourth, and what happens on the fourth, that's still going to be a question as we see Icebox itself, but now it's going to be bind. As I said, I'm going to be holding my cards, but right now I'm going to be telling about it. It's that on bind there is a switcheroo. Paradox comes on the raise, and Paradox is brilliant as a duelist as well, and GN kind of slows his game down, recollects of what kind of did not work out as a duelist, and he'll be trying to pack things and make it work power packed. And I would say, right, when we condense something that is like overpowered with energy, and when it exceeds that limit, right, it just bursts open, and that's what happened to JN yesterday. When it was all, I would say, pushed down as he was playing the Sage, he was slowed down, his aggression was still there, he could not completely pop off on the map bind, but then immediately what did he do? Heaven came up, he just was playing brilliantly. But again, here he picked up an operator, right, Necros? That operator did do justice, did do the damage, but after that immediate next round, he had to do it again. Rather, the operator was gone, and then he was playing with the Vandal. I don't know what happened over there. I think that's where things kind of fell apart for Valor. Otherwise, if the operator was still there on JN's hand, this round could have gone to overtime, and we would have seen Valor maybe even packing their bags, making sure they close it on bind.
Of course, and right now the next map, which is going to be the map of Bind, I believe we might see some good agent picks from both the sides. The Raze, the Omen, the Brimstone. Same goes for the KJ. We might see a Chamber as well, but yes, that depends upon the players. Yesterday time, we have seen some Chamber picks. We have seen Breach, we have seen Omen, we have seen Brimstone, as well as Raze is very common in the map of Bind as we get to see. But on the other hand, when we come down to the next agents, it can be a Yoru as well. You can use those teleports to enter the side randomly and get those picks done eventually when you spot sub, and you can also have a great position so that if you can get some shots, if you get shots from different directions, you can make a fallback and you can entirely spawn up to a different location.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Yoru coming here on Bind. I mean, people have done it, but it's not that easy, right? Your team also needs to have a synchronous with that Yoru pick coming through. If that mess gets you end up flashing your own teammate, you give the wrong info, you try to use gate crash but the opponent is there, dimensional drift, you again try to do something brilliant, maybe get out a shot to try and fight out with, but it all goes down in vain and you become one of the first bloods. So they need to watch it even if the Euro pick comes through. But there's one more pick. I know it has not been seen here at all in the Indian scenario. That's the Neon pick. Do you think that's going to be happening, especially on Bind? It did happen on Fracture, also on Haven, but do you think Bind is up for Neon?
Well, I believe Neon can be used, but yes, that Neon user have to be particularly very much prominent. He has to get the frags, he has to go for that overdrive as well. And when he goes for that overdrive, he needs to make sure before going down, he is getting to like pick 2 to 3 players eventually. If he goes for a 2 to 3 pick with that overdrive, I believe that is going to be very essential for the entire of his team. And if it goes like that, we might see there's a big possibility. Like if Reckoning, there might be a chance that they can go for an Neon, but I don't know what the side of Valor will do, because they have got a beautiful gun power. So I believe in the map of Bind, they do have a chance of taking the Neon. And right now, the map of Bind is going to be a defensive one, so the defense side favors a lot. But yes, this myth, this particular sentence can be retold, can be rewritten by the players itself, and they can change the entire Bind map as for a defensive to attacking side. Whether they can do it or not, we have to just see in the action.
We have to wait and watch, irrespective whether we think about a Euro, we think about a Neon coming through. I mean, again, going into the odds of that never happening, I think I should just not give heed to it. But, okay, I'll do it because just for the fun of it, people in the chat will also have fun. Phoenix coming through. It's not going to be happening, but there are high hopes for a lot of those Phoenix lovers out there. But everything kept apart from these duelists, I'm going to be thinking that it's duelists. That's going to be race. There's no second thoughts about it. Paradox, we've seen him yesterday itself. Deadly also, I'm most probably leaning towards that race coming in. He's going to be giving up that jet because there's verticality play that we keep talking about that jet brings into the game, but Rails gives you that opportunity as well as damage dealing utilities as we yesterday spoke about. So I think Rails should be coming in from both the ends. But I'm figuring out what Hoax and Fox are trying to do, because Hoax and Fox changed roles and that kind of affected as well. Bullet also somewhere tried to sync with it and it did not work out, and especially I would say the start in their attacking half was a little bit bad, because of which the 8-4 scoreline came in. If there was a 10-2, I think the buffer would have been better here for Valor, just like the first map, and they could have closed it a little bit easier. But it gets interesting when we reach these kind of score lines. 13-11, meaning that Reckoning have regained confidence here, and I'm looking forward to what they're going to be doing. Pixels was looking good. Hirsch is back in form after the second map, and that's is what exciting me. What is Hirsch going to be playing here? Now he had been playing an initiator, but Necros, I feel like he's going to be switching up and coming to that Sage. Are you thinking the same?
The Sage can be a good like pick. I would love to suggest back, because a Chamber and a Sage combination, when you get in the map of Bind, they can go for the walls, they can go for the barriers there, they can also go for some trademark traps which will be set by the side of Chamber, as well as you get those headhunters, you get that 2d4s as well to enter. And if you are holding the B side particularly, Chamber has got those teleports to they have got some lineups as well to rotate from side A to side B or side B to side A. So eventually if you connect even one shot, you have a chance to fall back to the next side and you can just save yourself, just can get the healings. And Sage is going to be one of a crucial agent in my opinion for this particular map of Bind.
Let's wait and watch. We're going to be getting to know in just a couple of moments. I think as we head over to Bind, it's a heavily defense favored map, right? So right now the graph is like this, and then again this. So once we see a defense favored map, then we go to a complete attack favored map, and then again we are jumping into a defense favored map where there's no mid at all. But again, this is a map, I would say more confusion is being dealt, even though this is just a two-sided map and with no mid. It gets opponents, whether it's defenders or attackers, a little bit frustrated because there's a process right in their mind going through it. We have this agent, let's go to a B, and then all of a sudden what happens, that the players, the defenders are still going to be there, and then they take you down. So it's all about creating the distraction and the fake being sold. Let's see who's going to be selling it very well. Valor is going to be starting off an attack. Their attack here was, I would say, not brilliant, but they have a chance of making it work here.
Well, they do have, and now after that we get to see a bind, then an icebox, which is my personal favorite. That is going to be the icebox map. Then again, we move on to the last decider. If it goes up to that, we might just see a split as well in the end of this BO5. There's a 13-5 and 13-11 scoreline coming from the side of Ascent and Heaven, which were the main two maps of this entire scenario. They have been taken down and they have been completed. We have got 1-1 winner each in both the matches, and right now when the bind comes up, we have discussed the pre-plannings, what we might expect in the map of bind, but what will be if, just imagine that Valor gets the win or Reckoning gets a win, what will be the counter plans against them in the map of Icebox?
Right now, let's see what is going to be. But before any other discussion, it's about time for the agent selection itself. In front of a screen, we can see Deadly, as I said, he is going to be packing the Rays as well as Paradox. Hook switching up with the Chamber finally. I'm seeing Chamber coming into play as well as on Bad Love. This is what I'm going to be loving in. Harsh switching up. I would say the initiator role, but the agent that he's going to be is switching into a breach, and right now Pixels, he's going to be playing on what we will be looking forward to as a Brimstone. And this again could have been a mirror lineup if it was not a double initiator setup coming through. So it's a Sky and a breach to contest just a Sova on the side of Valor.
Absolutely. If we have
Well,
a look,
we have to see the picks have been very precise. I'm really glad to see that yes, breach is being used, but that too from the side of Reckoning. So it might be difficult for the side of Valor to get the entry possible, though. We get to see a raise. The double satchel might just bring them the entry, but there is no Sage in the side of Reckoning. In spite, they have got a Sky for them to heal as well as with the guiding light, so they can get those flashes as well and get those healings as well. And particularly Sky's healing is, I believe, is a bit better than Sage, but Sage is having some multiple moves for himself as well. All the agents have got their individual abilities on their peak level, but for now, Chambers is common on both the side. Brimstone, and I believe the Brimstone is common on both sides as well. And yes, that's it, because I in this like a pick of Sova. Yes, that is a good pick indeed, but I would love to see a breach on both the sides as well.
I mean, it's not going to be there here, Necros. I agree with you, because breach is so overpowering, and all the sides that we are seeing here, A or B, either you take up. The breach is ultimate. The rolling thunder is damn enough to kind of finish things off, and not finish things off, but push back the enemies in case of defense or for taking the side control. But right now, taking control alongside with me on the desk, it's going to be Star Tanya joining us here. And Tanya, I want to ask your opinion. There's a double initiator setup without a Sova against a single initiator setup of a Sova and a double sentinel setup. What do you think, which is going to be favoring better here on Bind?
I believe Team Valor is trying to repeat what they did yesterday so finely, so nicely, that they were able to win the slot for the grand final. So they are again continuing with the same process. Hooks as a chamber is also going to be very interesting. So I'm really waiting to see about how is going to be Hooks' performance. On the map of Mind, Team Valor is going to initiate as a attacker. So let's see if they are able to gather so many rounds in the process. Because if we just compare map number 1, Team Valor won it in a dominant fashion. But if we just compare the second map of Haven, where the competition was of the equals, now jumping into the map of Mind, let's see if there's going to be the map of equals or is it going to be a domination. Either ways, we are going to move into map 4. That is what interests me the most.
Let's wait and watch. As you said, we are going to be heading to map 4 of whatever happens, but look at this. Hook starts things off, eliminates his counterpart and the doppelganger. It's going to be Bad Love who's out. The flash is going to be good, giving him information, but there's just too many people. Paradox on the other end has taken Hookah control, so it's going to be difficult, but still, Elbow is where he safely positions himself. So Rio is going to be okay in the position, but still, the number disadvantage here is going to be a little bit bad, but on the other end, they've already taken control here. Valor will be having the advantage off the start as well as trying to get the spike down, but Rio, he bursts the wall, eliminates a player. That's going to be Paradox, and look at that immediate rotation coming through, and they will be having a chance here to get to A side because it's completely empty and it should be an easy plan, but the rotation is also coming through. But there might be a confusion in our viewers' mind as well. Don't worry about the cards on top. It might be confusing on who is playing. It is going to be corrected from the back end. Right now it's going to be attackers, Valor, and defenders. It's going to be Reckoning. Spike has been planted, so it's a 4v4 retake.
It is a 4v4 retake. How quickly the rotation came in with the teleporter and how quickly the spike has been planted. This a fault line is going to concuss Bullet, and the flashes are also coming to the action. Burst both the ways. Who's going to get bursted out first? And right now, as soon as I say that, last player is standing for Team Valor, and he is also going to sleep for now in the pistol round. Will immediately go to Reckoning. Will immediately go to Team Valor here. So that was pretty quick round, quick decisions, and decisions executed quickly. So yeah, it is going to be a tongue twister here, but these players of Team Valor are making me do it.
Yeah. Hey, that's how it's going to be. I mean, you have to make sure that Tanya in the next upcoming maps as well, it's going to be just back and forth. So many confusions happening, but there's one thing that I do want to ask you. We remember Hoax's ace yesterday, right? The way he managed to get that, you think he's again looking forward to it because he's already start off. He was the one to get the first frag here on Bind, but look at this Bad Love. He's aggressive. The damage has been done on him, but he's still not giving up, and Bad Love is the one who picks up in this second round. But yes, back to the question. Oh wait, I think we can't get back to the question until this round ends because Paradox is just super happy. He's taken 3 players down, but the weapon, it gets recovered. So somewhere this round can work out if they lose another weapon.
And if are they going to lose another weapon or no? They get the side control. They are looking forward to plant the spike, and the spike is being planted. Is it a default plant though? That is going to be one of the questions. Paradox is looking forward to a CT rotation coming in, and no, it is not a default plant. That is what the question was about, and they are planting it for the CT spawn. And now here JN with some slow orb allowing his position to be compromised. That's fine. All he has to do is play time, and I believe he is playing it just about perfectly on the course. Paradox gets an ace. Not Hoax today, but it is the X factor. Paradox, Fox and Hoax. Now either ways they have X in the name, and Paradox made it look easy, but it wasn't, Lucifer. It wasn't.
I like this. I'm going to be calling them the X Gang. Let's see how that's going to be working out. But yeah, Paradox. What a play coming in from him. The 3K, which we already saw, we had to kind of slow ourselves down, stop ourselves to see what Paradox was doing, and then look at the confidence coming on him. Yes, it's an anti-eco round. The buy was not that great, but ace is an ace.
The very second round on the map of Bind. Team Valor are doing everything that they have to. Qualifying is going to push the players away, but Deadly is not going to stop either ways. He's going to send a bomb buddy here, and the player shall be revealed. But as soon as the player will be revealed, one player is holding on to play the hide and seek game on the course. It is going to be Paradox again going in, and the gripping shell is going to push away Rio. Rio is also not going to stop in, sending some other flash, and look at the quick rotations. 5-stack push against Rio. It is going to be pretty tough, and as soon as I say that, Pixels is also joining in on site B.
Let's see how they're going to be making this work. Yes, they've gotten themselves a full buy round. Valor, they need to figure out a way to close this. If they give up these weapons, it's going to be a free upgrade, and nobody wants to give an opponent a free upgrade. And also on Bind, giving the attackers the advantage of gaining confidence, meaning that just what we witnessed on Ascent can be repeated here on Bind. That was also an attacking half being pulled very well from Valor. Now, there is no rotations being bought because they did not even try to push up to B. They were all stopped with the smokes, but right now they're rushing in towards A. But Deadly misses his opportunity, but the fault line is going to be good, but it does not matter. He does not get concussed out in the open. Bullet eliminates Deadly, but Bad Love is ready. Bad Love is looking for the second, but the molly comes through, but Bad Love spray, it just misses up, and it's Fox capitalizing, picking up the weapon. But look at this, Pixels, he misses his opportunity, and Fox again capitalizing, and all of a sudden the weapons have faltered. The players have started falling apart. Hirsch, he's tried to regain control, but still the numbers 3v2.
Numbers are still high, and as soon as we say that, it has reduced to 1 versus 3. Now it is all up to Rio. He did mess up once, but let's see what is going to happen. Well, Bullet puts a shutdown in no time, and the score line is going to be 3-0. I admit to the point where Bind is a little favoring map for Team Valor. Yesterday as well, they were able to put a full stop against the opposite team. Today, they are not allowing a line to start, let alone full stop. So Reckoning think Esports, I don't know when are they going to move out of the pistol rounds, because as and when where they messed up their full buy round. So this is going to be once again jumping back to the pistol round, and this round already looks pretty dominative on the side of Team Valor.
Yeah, the attacking half is looking brilliant. They got the bonus, they got the upgrade, but Paradox, he's walking into jeopardy, but okay, saves himself, deadly misses that opportunity. But the Boombot, it's going to be pushing people back. But Paradox, he's not getting pushed. You put up a utility on front of him, he's ready for the battle, but there's a player tucked right at the corner. Paradox needs to check it, but he's just jumping, and he's already crossed into sight, and on the way, he did eliminate, sorry, Fox was the one who eliminated, but Fox is reading it right. That's the three players. Sorry, the first player was on side, the back two players were on the backstab. He eliminates and gets a 3k, so it's a flawless being pulled here for Valor. And as we said, and as you said as well, this is a dominating attacking half that they're pulling, but still 6 rounds are not done, so that's not a conclusion that we'll be coming into.
The conclusion is going to take a little longer, just like Fox here was trying to go away from his teammates. He wanted to shut the round as quick as possible, and I believe that Team Valor wants to push in as aggressively as possible, gain as many rounds as possible on the attacker's side, because talking about the previous map, they did mess up a little. They tried to regain the control, but then the difference was very low, and as soon as I say that Hawks has been revealed, and he wants to, indeed, Hawks was getting an information from his friend with the reveal, but that information did not work wonders. 2 chambers fought, bad luck took down Hawks. Now is it going to be a doable act after the loss of Hawks or no?
What? Paradox gets a player out with his paint shield, but his ultimate messes up. Pixel capitalizes immediately, punishes him for that, but at least Shower's control has been regained. But they have to watch out. The player is already back at truck, and they fight it. Which needs to eliminate Rio, but Bad Love is still there. Jane eliminates him. Jane is looking for his third, and he gets one. He can be good for a 4k, but the orbital strike is on the last player. Pixel, but Bullet from the Showers area, as soon as he gets the idea about where the last player is, eliminates, and that's the 5th. Another full buy put down here. Reckoning unable to find anything again here on Bind. I mean, the maps which are defensive favored, Valor are so goddamn good on their attacking half. On the other end, Reckoning on the attacking favored map, it was not them completely being brilliant, but at least figuring out and putting an end to Valor's journey of getting victories. But Valor, if they keep getting multiple rounds, you've already gotten 5, Tanya, and that is already a good scoreline to be. So 7-5 scoreline is a good to be ending it on, but after yesterday's performance and winning this map in overtime, Valor look high on confidence.
Valor is definitely looking high on confidence with the scoreline of 0-5, and again they have pushed Reckoning Esports to force themselves with only pistols, and this time we're going to spot total of 4 sheriffs. On the contrary, what they have to face off, all 5 ARs with full shield, so it's going to be even more difficult, and let's see how everything is going to work out here. And talking about ultimates though, JN has got a resurrection ready, Hunter's Fury is also ready here. On the contrary, we have Orbital Strike ready. Tour de Force has already been activated, and talking about Seekers, so I believe 3 ultimates and only pistols is still not a doable round against 2 ultimates and 5 ARs.
I don't know. I mean, these situations when they come up, certain times it ends up being funny as well. We kind of put a highlight saying, no, this round is done. It should be Valor winning it. But then Reckoning or any team per se who are on an eco round go in for a thrifty with those sheriff shots being connected, popping those heads off. So the possibility is still there, because look at this. Bad Love has already popped off his tour de force, so he's going to be playing with that. On top of that, if there's a couple of picks coming through, there is a Seekers available. They can use the Seekers, and Seekers giving the position, or maybe during the spike plant, the Seekers alongside tagging with that orbital strike coming through, Reckoning can pull back the round, but they have to strategize it well here, Tanya. But you have hit a stall here before starting off the 6th round. But Hawks also right now figuring out a way to get his ult top. Look at him, he's not even looking forward to investing a full sheet, but I think there is some issue on the that end. But Paradox, just like how Deadly was unstoppable on Haven, he's looking that unstoppable menace that he's causing here on Bind.
Absolutely, he is literally causing chaos, menace, everything that is in his hands and into his potential. And there's not going to be any comma at least. And let's see how everything is going to work in. Because being tour de force activated, one or two frags shall be doable, and if at all they get those free weaponaries, reckoning esports might be able to win one round. So if one round one is equal to a little bit of confidence booster earned, so what do you have to say? Do you think the tour de force will be a game changer? Because at a point where we did talk about it, the blade storm shall be the game changer coming in from deadly, but then that did not happen exactly. But bad love as a chamber, and we very well know how he plays tour de force.
I agree, and I do second it would and could be a game changer. He's stationing at the right position. There is Deadly to assist him if anything goes wrong, and it does. Deadly was the one who was assisting, but he's the one who goes down, not Bad Love.
And now it is going to be a full 4-stack push towards the side. And bomb, let's see, Spike has been dropped here and Molly has been used. So for a while there's going to be a delay, except for Hawks is going to be a little sneaky. And I believe the slow entry is working wonders for them. They have already outnumbered Reckoning Esports. Even after Tour de Force being activated, we haven't seen a single casualty. And talking about casualties, Paradox is on fire with a 4K.
Paradox, we are talking about you itself, that you're a menace right now, and he is just proving that point multiple times to Reckoning. They're unable to do anything to him. You saw, right? There was a contention. The quick replay that we can see from that end would have told you that there was a fight between Paradox, Bad Love, as well as Deadly. But it was Paradox coming on top of everybody. Bad Love's fight was delayed, but still it was Paradox putting an end to him, and then a 4K to finish that round. 6-0 coming here, but okay, it was an eco round. Now they have ultimates to play with. Tour de Force is gone out. It's okay, but they still have two other major ultimates. One, I will say, a side-taking Rolling Thunder, and another one also a Orbital Strike, but they have to make sure they survive. Pixels could have used the Orbital Strike in the previous fight itself, but that Molly drop, time was bought, but then he fell apart. Now there's an operator on Bad Love. He is stationed himself at A shot, but Tanya, there's no contention at A shot. Everybody is looking forward to making their way and getting control of B side.
B side is overly populated and hookah control is already there. Paradox has managed to enter the hookah side. Pixels with the smoke is going to pause Paradox for a while, but for how long shall be the question. Pixel once again smoking it in, but Hunter's Fury is activated. Nobody is getting any damage, but Pixel will get the kill, and will not get a single frag, let alone frag, not even a bit of damage delivered. And Molly is going to allow a delayed entry. Jane has got a resurrection ready. Now that looks a thing for me, and he might go ahead towards Hookah and resurrect Paradox.
I mean, he will do that. He had that ultimate for a long time. They want it, but look at this. The Orbital Strike comes through. Paradox is down again, but the player just has a chance to back off. They've used two major ultimates. They've gotten the idea about where the players are, but they're still not, I say, have a benefit. But look at this wall. That's a brilliant one to isolate themselves from Hookah's position, but Pixels, the position is just too damn good. And yes, he was looking forward to a fight, but what happened over there? The health is pretty goddamn low for Fox here. Oh, the last pack was ever trying to delay things, but the spike has been planted. It's a 3v3 situation. Where is the breach? Where is the Rolling Thunder? Why is it still getting delayed? It is because they don't have the complete information of where the players are. Nobody's here at side, but Badlow takes Fox down. He was super damn low. Deadly covers Hookah and takes a player out. But look at this. There's a player in hiding. That's Bullet gets to, but that's a third player, Hirsch, and this is what we are talking about. Hirsch is the main man to clutch for Reckoning. And now, finally, this was a full by Tanya. They had to get the clutch, and they do it.
Finally, they get the first round into their favors after so many ultimates being used, and also they managed to save Rolling Thunder. They allowed the spike to get planted, and then it was all about exchange of frags, and I believe getting multiple frags by different players. Bullet still tried to save the day, but it was Harsh finally knocking the final nail in the coffin. With that, the very first round procured. Now they have a showstopper and a Rolling Thunder. On the other side, all ultimates have been being used. It is all up to Tour de Force. Let's see what is Hawks up to. Pixels realizing Paradox is still pushing through hookah. He's going to put a smoke right into the hookah entry, and Paradox taking Pixel down through the smoke, and Showstopper is also going to work wonders for Paradox here. Paint Shell being sent for 2 players. Damage will be dealt, sure, and the damage is dealt, but bad luck with the operator. Now this was also a pretty predictive scene. When he has an operator, he's going to make most use of it.
What is this gameplay called from Paradox, Tanya? WQ is one thing, but I think this is even further than WQ. But right now there's I would say, ultimate being used to clear side, but there was nobody on side, so nobody from Valor's end have been concussed, but deadly through a wall bag. Eliminates Jen, who was not even on side, but look at this immediate wrap up with the number of players that was there. Fox, as a Fox, he was sneaking his way through, coming out of defend respawn, but his teammates were better and they finished it off before putting it into a difficult situation. But look at this, Paradox opening side up like crazy, and yes, he had the opportunity, he could have fought it, but Bad Love was stationed. He knew that there's somebody's pushing up, and the operator opened up from his end. Reckoning, they wanted that around again, they wanted 2 rounds back to back, but Valor successfully denying things.
Successfully denying things, and the way Paradox is playing with the blast packs, with the double satchel entry and a showstopper, I believe if they have to win, Reckoning Esports wants to win the round, they have to put, wow, as soon as I say that, Badler puts a shutdown to Hawks. They have to make Paradox a big full stop. If they are not able to stop Paradox, there's nothing that is stopping them. Wall will be placed and Showstopper has been activated as well. A lot of utilities here, there, everywhere, and it is going to be a 4 versus 4 scenario. They are going for a retake. Spike has already been taken towards the move, and Pixel with the shorty, and that was a cheeky angle to hold on to without a doubt.
He was at market, but look at this Paradox. Somebody stop this madman. Okay, Rio puts an into him. That was the sheriff shot. I mean, he'll not be happy about it, and Fox was also not happy because his friend was taken down. 2 goddamn complete domination here coming in from Valor, and there's nobody trying to figure a way to put an end to it. Reckoning, they're unable to find at least 1 player down. Bad Love opened things up so good. The first initial push up, you were saying, right, they need to put a stop. They put a stop with that headhunter coming in from Bad Love, but after that Paradox said, wait a minute, you can't do that, and especially on an eco round, we're going to be looking forward to taking you down. But yes, this is worth a replay. Look at that reflex coming in. He went, picked the weapon, and immediately used his rendezvous. But Fox as well as Paradox, even though his teammates took a TP, they held down to A side and cleared it from A itself before it went out of A to B. But Pixels, that was a cheeky angle. A shorty kill is good to watch, but there were players who were covering each other, and the spike was recovered towards market.
The spike was recovered, the round saved. Even after the first blood was drawn by Reckoning Esports, how quick the tables turned, and the angle that was held by Reckoning Esports player, he managed to get 1 frag, but with Shorty, how many more could have he drawn? There were 3 stack moves going in. So I think Reckoning Esports is trying to retaliate in all possible manners, but Paradox, Fox, these 2 players are not ready to put a stop. But Hawks has definitely lost momentum. He is not the basic Hawks that he plays as a sentinel chamber. I believe he might be able to do it better on the defender side, on the attacker side. He's not able to do much, but the round is initiated with the flash. It shall begin, and it shall begin with a frag as well.
I mean, the flash was just too brilliant, but look at this Paradox again. The confidence right now on him, there's nobody putting an end to it, and yes, he's feeling really, really good. I'm looking forward to how far JN is, but unfortunately the push coming in from Rio, he gets 2. He's looking forward to the 3rd, but Bullet saves the day, and now Paradox is also there, but look at Bad Love's operator. It's just stationed, waiting for some over-aggression coming through. If a slight more peek is there, and yes, Paradox gets spotted, taken down. Now it's the last player. Bullet does have a chance of regaining the spike, but I guess Pixel spotted the crossover, and that's the reason Pixels is trying to spam smoke right now, giving him the wrong idea. But still, Pixel, look at it, he is having complete information. He's already brought Bad Love up close, but look at the position Deadly has gained. Look at the position where they are holding on site as well. They know they don't want to give up this as easy that it's looking. Hirsch is going to be stationed at A. B is where the contention is going to be. Bad Love is ready with his operator, and 3k to close it. And finally, Tanya, finally a second being spotted and also gained for Reckoning.
and also big guns will be spotted now. That is exactly what these big boys want, and big boys have got a good weaponaries to work out with. They shall be able to get the third into their favor as well, ending the score line with a 3-9 or maybe a 4-8 as well. You really never know, except now Hawks has activated his tour de force. Now that looks a little more than deadly to me. I'll be honest, he's very brutal with that weapon, and we can expect some early frags as well as some finisher moves happening.
But this flash, it's getting a little bit into the minds of Valor, because every time the flash comes in, there's a push coming through. But look at this, the orbital strike gets used, but Rio is a little bit further away, because of which he gets a chance to run away. But the Seekers are again online. The flash is going to be good. They're pushed up, but there's going to be trades. Pixel is still surviving at Octagon, and JN puts an end to him. And finally, the control, which was about to be lost, they regain it. But look at that, there's still one player on side, and they need to eliminate that player. Hirsch, he takes down the spike carrier. Now everybody's worried, but Paradox, he's not. He just finished a player outside Hookah, and now immediately enters Hookah and eliminates them as well. Paradox, what is he made of? What has he had? Where was he hiding in the previous map? I'm so rattled right now.
The way team Valor is playing, I believe everybody must be rattled here, and you have to, I believe moreover team Valor is already have already shooken themselves up so brightly and loudly that they are battling for the first position, and they need to win it anyhow, and they are doing it very good. Now this flash is being a little more than frustrating. The players have realized this is about to happen, but on the course on site A, the casualties are being taken, and it is an exact trade happening, except for JN is going to revive Paradox. Hunters be reactivated. Will Bullet be able to take down any one of the players? Damage is delivered, sure. And here we go with orbital strike. Showstopper was also activated for a while, but no casualties spotted there. What is spotted here? The players are falling like fleas on either of the sides.
Spike down A.
It's still a 3v2, but look at this. Fox has an opportunity. There's the player next to him that's going to be Pixels. He just needs the opportunity when the smoke disappears, but before that could have happened, he has understood he needs to recover the spike, and that's what he's done. He's recovered it, and right now he's jumping right into the rotation alongside Paradox, but both of them are super low. One is surviving with 50, another one with just 40. So even though get the spike down, they need to watch out every angle, and that's the reason Paradox is pushing up. Now the spike sound has come through that it is getting planted at B, and they will be getting together to make sure that they have a chance in this retake. But still, Paradox is going to be the difficulty. First they have to tread on and eliminate.
They have to make sure that they try to reduce. Once again, the same flash pattern worked. It is working every single time. Are you noticing, Lucifer? May it be long, may it be through the CT, everything is just working about right, and there's nothing that can be done here except for Fox trying to go ahead, getting some exit frags, and the score line will go for the cursed line. 3-9. Now this is interesting.
The 9-3 scoreline is something that, I mean, we do not want to see, but when it happens, it does kind of excite us. But look at this 2010 Paradox having so much in terms of kills, a 2 KD ratio on the first half. This is not the second half. On the first half itself is pulled up a 20 bomber. Now he has a defensive advantage, which is going to be a paint shell throw, a boombot being dropped, and once he gets the position, especially if it's outside hookah and he's playing towards A shot, the teleporter usage of both the paint shell as well as the boombot, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he can find a lot more, but here it's a worrisome situation. 5-5-5 on Hirsch, Deadly and Rio. They're not feeling great in this game here, Tanya.
They are definitely not looking very great here, but talking about Rio in particular, I'm not going to count how many frags he has taken. What I'm going to count is how many flashes has he used about on time and delivering those, and those frags are delivered by his teammates. And as soon as I say that, the flash was done sufficiently enough to flash the opponents, but the push was pretty strong here. Last man standing, I believe he's not going to stand any longer. The scoreline goes for the double digit from Team Valor, 10-3 in no time.
Valor have decided what happened on Haven, where they gave advantage to Reckoning to come forth to try and get into sight, and then they themselves started getting punished. This time they decided, no, we are not going to be letting Reckoning do any kind of plays. We are going to be the ones who are going to be pushing up. Whether it's going to be working out or not, we are going to be gaining control. And they got it. Not only did they gain control, they got players out, eliminated them, got the 10th on the board. There are two shorties right as now. They're thinking that there can be a push up towards A shot, and that's where players are looking forward to holding that shorty off. But it's going to be a Spectres galore. Only two players not having Spectres. They're going to be still sticking to their course. Let's see what they're going to be making this work. But JN times the wall really well, and it gets hardened, and now they've used so much time, and on top of it there's a slow op coming through, so it's getting so difficult to push up. Look at that Trailblazer itself, it's trying to crawl. I mean, we know how deadly that Trailblazer is. It tries to jump, concusses you and gives you the opportunity, but in the meantime Hoax and Fox helping out. JN spraying through the smoke. This round is done. The last player is also outside Hookah, and it's a clean sweep and a 3K and a flawless to the 11th.
This was a predicted round. They had the upper hand on the weaponaries, and I like the way how Pixels stick to the same usage of Shorty. But now this is going to be the fight of the not so equals again, because Team Reckoning Esports is going ahead with the big guns now. They are all going for the Vandals and Phantoms, except for Bad Love is with half shield, and on the other side, Bullet going with a Stinger now. That is questionable for me. I really want to see him fragging with that Bullet because he has chosen for it. But if he doesn't, I want to know why not only a Ghost or a Frenzy, and why go for Bullet. And as soon as I say that, I'm happy to see he switched it to Martian.
I mean, Stinger is a weapon which has a mind of its own. That's what I would say. But Paradox, he's the one who has a brain of right now just going for kills. His teammate was also pushed up to help him out, but Rio is there to put an end to him. Fox has found the trade, but the health is not that good, and Deadly puts an end to that. Push coming through from here shot, but look at that, there's a push at A showers also, but Deadly reads all of this right, and this full buy is working in the favor. But wait, Hoax is still here. Found a shot with his headhunter, tried to bring it back, and yeah, now if you look at the health, the chance is here, Tanya. The health is not that great in the last two surviving players. That's going to be Deadly, as well as not two last, but last three. Two of them will not be great, Deadly and Bad Luck. So if there is a single bullet first connected on them, they're going to be going out.
They're going to be out, and the HP as well is already explaining a lot about it. Pixels going for some smoke to get the better cover, to not get an easy visibility. But does anyone know Pixel is hiding under this Radianite boxes? And he's still going to hold in. He doesn't want to change his position no matter what. And now Recon has revealed it, and now this is going to be a good spray coming in. But there are still, I don't know what for. Hooks stop going for the wall bangs. But now anyway, it is going to be Bad Love taking down Bullet, and I believe this is going to be the 4th round going into the favor of Team Reckoning Esports. On the attacker side, this is going to be a good round earned, and Big Gun will be occupied now.
I mean, this is going to be a save hope coming in from Hoax. The time is just long gone. There's no way that he's going to be having a chance to clutch it. But yes, it was a crucial one for Reckoning. It was their full buy. But the play, look at all the 3 players who were surviving. They were super low. The spam, as you said, he shouldn't have stopped. If there was another single bullet that would have connected through the Radianite boxes, Pixels would have fallen down. But Deadly, he read it very well. That there's push coming in from 2 directions at once. But yes, if Jane timed it perfectly, there could have been an opportunity that Deadly could have been eliminated and they could have been back in the game. But nonetheless, it was their bonus here, Tanya. Nothing to worry about. So the full buy is back on the cards for Valor. Only one half shield, but I would say, think a lot about it. I'm going to be trading lightly on that light shield.
They are going to get easier trades on light shield. Paradox going for the strange spell and getting a frag, pushing the player out. It was the fight of the Razor's orbital strike did hit in, but it's not going to affect anyone except for Paradox is very low on HP. They still do have a healer, so should be able to again heal up. And Bad Love of the course has made a move. Bullet is just trying to dodge here and there, and Bad Love doesn't have information about it, but Bullet certainly has, going for some shock darts and exchange of ammos here. Slow orbs will also be sent, and on the course they are also trying to stop the players pushing in through the hookah.
Yep, There is going to be a little bit of time taken out at Hookah. They're going to be cautiously watching every corner, but the smoke, inside the smoke is where Jain is playing. He's pinged the position already. Another player coming through. He picked up a utility that he wanted to use, and now it's the last player surviving who's running around the smokes, and flawless it's going to be. But Paradox is the one in between again with the 3k. Somebody stop Paradox. What is he doing? 24 kills. He's running away with it. On top of it is Brimstone as well. 19. Badler is the topmost fragger. 12 kills is what he has, and that is equalizing to the third top fragger on Valor's end.
So
This is going to be hurting.
the way you explained it is like the 3 times the score line. 4 threes are 12. This is the score line exactly. The frags are also equalizing the numbers, the score line on the screen. So I believe the players needed to switch to some sort of different approach on the defender's side, because if at all they would have been able to achieve few extra rounds there, the scenario wouldn't have been dragged to this case at least. But now this is it. Timeout is active by Shaki, and I believe that this timeout is going to lend them few extra rounds. Maybe this map of mine might end up to somewhere around 6-13 or maybe a 7-13, but going towards an overtime from here is like a dream come true.
I agree with you. If that dream even happens, it comes into reality, I'm going to be, maybe breaking something at the end of this map. I hope it does not, and then I have to pay for it myself after buying things that I love, and then I end up breaking it. Guys, please don't make that happen. But okay, let's head over to the round itself. It's 12-4. Valor still have the advantage. They did lose it, but still, they're going to be having, I'm sorry, they have already pushed themselves to match point, and they're not giving any space here for reckoning. The timeout was called. Deadly now breaking the wall. Jen! Oh no! He messes up the spray!
Oh, no, something does look broken to me here. Definitely, something does look a little broken. Deadly managing to take 2 frags, let alone 1. Now it is going to be flash. Now this flash is a little annoying for the opponents. I am totally into this Rio's flash. I don't want to watch his frags coming in. I want to see his perfect flashes. And as soon as I say that, Fox is coming into the same vicinity and he's going to take down 1 frag. Hoax is also going to join in the lead, and now it is going to be 1 versus 3, and I believe it is all done and dusted, and Team Valor made it through. The score line is going to be 2-1.
What a map, Valor. Bow down to you guys of what you just pulled off. I mean, you already did it on Ascent, and now doing again the same scoreline here on Bind. Wow. Bow down to you guys. This is, I mean, comments to how you are able to switch up the agents and still able to frag out. I mean, when JN lost it over there, everything, I would say, glitched for a second. And we lost our minds as well over there. We were like, wait, what? He sprayed, he did so much damage, and Deadly was able to reposition his crosshair and connect a head. He just sent that bullet right between his eyes, and Jen just fell up, and we were kind of like, okay, this round looks like it's going to be a lost round for maybe Valor, but still, then there was a chance, the fighting that Team Valor, the other teammates who were surviving, Bullet was there, then you saw Hoax was also there. They were the ones who were picking up those momentum. Fox and these 3 players made it happen, got that round back again under control, defused the spike, and they're going to be pushing us to Icebox, where now Valor, which could have been a series point here on Bind itself, are going to be fighting on a series point and do or die situation here for Reckoning. Did you even expect of this happening, coming to Bind and this being so dominating from Valor?
Well, I do believe that today the day was not going to be of a nil coming in from either of the sides.
Yeah.
But the way team is winning the map, Team Valor, they are winning in entirely dominant fashion. They are winning it into a score line of 13-5, 13-7, whereas on the contrary, Reckoning Esports has won it to 11-13 score line. So
Exactly.
it is very close call, and the Reckoning and Valor are very competing against each other, and Valor are the bigger names now, at least for the day. They are proving their worth the way they played yesterday, and with new team being being created. I believe where was this team lost? This should have been created long, long ago. Many titles would have already been into their name. So, Paradox, you took a little longer to decide to join Team Valor, and I believe this was the change. And this change is going to give them a lot of name and fame.
There's a saying, right? Good things take time, and finally it
Yeah.
is happening here. But yeah, I mean, irrespective that you saw Paradox running around the whole map as it was his playground, there were others also that you need to give justice to. Fox playing out there, and then you even saw Bullet, who is playing really, really well. And another one to be mentioned as well. Yes, Jane was not completely brilliant, but he did do his job as a sage, right? He was slowing them down. He gave them the opportunity, and you saw him playing around the slow as well as the wall, and then the smoke which was put down at hookah. He just gave the information. So it's not always that you need to frag out, but also you need to give information to your teammates, and that information was being well relayed from the entire team. It would never look like there was a miscommunication or half information being relayed in the entire squad of Valor. They had the right information that they needed, their right rotations were working through, and they were very fast on their executions.
They were very quick. They made their mind to change the site of planting the spike. They immediately did it, maybe via teleporter, maybe through the spawn, and maybe through the split. Everything they did it was pretty quick, and execution is always the key. Now, with that, let's head for the scorecard of the day about how the scoreline stands. And finally, I'm happy to see the duelists are stepping up. Again, we are going to see Deadly 10 as a MVP for Reckoning Esports with only 10 kills in his name. On the other side, Paradox as a duelist, same role, and he's having total of 24 kills, 2 KD and 370 points of combat score. Now that is massive again.
It is massive, but I'm unable to have, or I would say, how would you put it, Tanya, that a comparison. There is nothing right now where Deadly is sitting and Paradox are sitting. 10 kills and 24. There's a 14 kill difference that we are able to see. I mean, I'm surprised, but still, that was just the map where Valor had made the choice of playing on bind, and I think that confidence came of playing on bind is because of how they played yesterday in the overtime, and that's why we say that as you play maps with various different teams, you learn all the mistakes that you were having and immediately have a chance to adapt, and that's the adaptation that we saw here.
Absolutely. And the map of mind, if I'm not mistaken, was chosen by Reckoning Esports.
No, it was from Valor itself.
It was from Valor itself. So
Yes.
yeah, the perfect choice has already been made. But the next map is going to be the choice of Reckoning Esports. So do you think now here either we are going to head for an overtime, or it is going to be an equalizer, or it is going to be an end? Winning is already going to be decided, because map of Icebox is like an unpredictable map until and unless you are very clear with your lineups. I'm spotting few Vipers here without a doubt on either of the
Yes.
sides. But let's see if it is going to be a 3-1 score line, or again we are going to go for a 2-2, or and for the fifth map, which I and you, Lucifer, both of us did wanted to see, not only here but also during the dry run phase where we discussed that today's
Yeah.
day shall be of best of 5.
I think we are heading over there. I kind of somewhere feel that here Reckoning are going to be again pushing everything that they've got, just like we saw on the second map, right? Even the scoreline was close. It was close. It can be close on Icebox as well. As you rightly said, it can go either way. It's all about you figuring it out either in your post plant or in your defensive half itself. If you give away your picks very early on, then one of the sides, or the attackers or the defense, are going to have a really good time of closing it out. Maybe even on a 3-1, or I think surely a 3-2 for today.
3-2 for today. And who's going to be on the attacker side for the map of Icebox? Because if at all,
Valor.
Team Valor, oh my god, now that
Reckoning. They have
Re-
gotten the choice.
I'm glad that Reckoning is starting
Yeah.
here, because if at all Valor was starting it, it would have been totally destructive once again, because once they are on the attacker side, they create such a humongous buffer, they create such a humongous lead. To catch up to them requires a consistent speed, and I believe Reckoning was missing that consistency. They were able to gain the rounds. It was not about they were not able to win the rounds, but then they were lacking something, which was quick execution. Just like Valor was taking a decision, we did spot several times for the rotations, for the retakes. They were all ready, they were all set, and I and Lucifer are also set for taking a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, you also go get yourself freshened up, get yourself a bag of popcorn, and a drink of your choice, because we are going to be back in no time. So see you on the other side.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, presented by AMD, powered by Router. We stopped at an interesting situation after 3 maps where we are finally seeing the fourth one play out. I'm super excited. Along with me, it's Necros back on the desk to witness this map of Icebox. The action is going to be intense. It's going to be icy, windy, and cold as well from both these two teams. They're going to be staring down each other. But Necros, what's your feeling? Do you think it's going to be concluding here, or we are going to be heading to the fifth as well?
I do believe it might just turn out to be the fifth one, though Icebox is my personal favorite map. I would love to say that. Though Icebox is my personal favorite map. But individually talking about, yes, I would say Valor made the start with a 1-0, then came the side of Reckoning. They dominated the map of Heaven, then they settled up the scores, then came the map of Bind, and there Valor outperformed completely the side of Reckoning. They made it a 2-1, but yes, the question stays, will it going to be a 3-1 or we can see a 2-2, an equalizer coming up from the side of Reckoning. But as we have seen, the 13-5, 13-11 and 13-4, like whenever even Valor dominated Lucifer, we have seen they have like suppressed the opponent to a single digit number and they have won that particular map.
I mean, whenever Valor have been able to successfully have a very dominating attacking half, there was no second thoughts about them losing the map. So I think right now, them not starting off an attack, me and Tanya were discussing the same thing, that Valor might be a little bit slower in terms of grabbing the rounds, and that happened on Haven, because of which Reckoning, even though it is a close cut scoreline, Reckoning did win it. So right now here on Icebox and Reckoning's pick, one more surprising thing here, Necros, is which generally is seen, right? Whenever a team makes a choice of a map, it's most number of the times, I would give it a percentage of 80 at least, where the opponent generally wins it out. But here you can see in the best of 5 series, any team that is picking their map is the one who's also winning that map out. So right now Reckoning have the highest probability of winning for at least today here on Icebox.
Of course, like there is a bit of chance that Reckoning might just win and settle up the scores for their side. But eventually, when we move on to the next part, if it goes with the equalizer, we will be heading on to the fifth one, and that will be the decider, as we are quite assured and quite aware of that. So that decider can be the X factor for which I believe things might turn up in a different way. But still, Reckoning, they have to put up their minds on a very like in a cold way, like it's all done. It's let's chill it out and let's just play this map
Yes.
in a very chill mind, and that will be the most important decision, and that will be the most important thing that Reckoning needs at this point of time.
I agree with you, and it's going to be all, I would say, leaning towards how Sharky is going to be telling the boys to try and change things around. Try to change their mindset, right? As you were saying, they have to kind of get to a calm mood where they can think something new. They can try and persuade the opponent and try to take them down here on Icebox. But Valor, after having two dominating maps of their own, they'll be looking forward to taking down their opponent. Previously, they just cut close to taking down or pushing it to overtime on Haven. So this time, I feel somewhere Valor are not going to be giving up that easily. And also, we did mention already, right, Necros? Valor are known for never giving up. I mean, Lethal were also one of those teams, but Valor were just that bit better. And when it came to the decider map yesterday in the semifinals, Valor were the one closing out. And Paradox here, damn, that was a race play. I was waiting to witness, and I did get really have goosebumps, as well as I'm really happy of what Paradox was able to do. So that is kind of riling me up again here on Icebox, where certain times Jet and Race combo gameplay people generally like to show, because somewhere when you have a secondary duelist, right, Necros, it helps you in terms of having that thought in your mind that okay, if I don't play, if I don't get a good round, there's another secondary duelist who's going to be trying and helping out the team. So if that happens here, a double duelist setup, I might not be surprised, but I'll be happy for Valor. On the same cards, Deadly here playing as the single duelist, I'm looking forward to Bad Love also making the move to that duelist area.
Of course, like Bad Love can go for the duelist as well, but I really want to see some Omen action coming up in this map from the both of the
Oh.
sides, because personally, as I always say, I'm an Omen main player and I love to play Omen specifically in my favorite map as well. Icebox has always been one of my favorites, and Omen in the map of Icebox can be the X factor that might help the side of like any of the side who takes it and plays it well. Eventually, you might just see some jet action, you might see a KO as well as an initiator role. You can also get a Sova, but still I would say that KO can be a good choice for the map of Icebox. Like you get to see those entry, and as always, Sage can also be the next factor, Lucifer, because in the previous semis and the quarters we have seen in the Icebox, the Sage has played a very essential role towards the team who have picked it with the barriers, with the healings, and with the slow orbs as well. But as we speak, Valor, they have taken their agents, and we get to see the Chambers pick taken by Hawks. Paradox will be going up with the Viper. Fox is coming up with the Sage, and JN going with that Jet, while Bullet will be staying with the Sova.
This pick is very promising from both the ends. I mean, it is a complete mirror lineup that we are seeing. There's no changes at all. A single initiator setup, a double sentinel setup, one controller as well as a single duelist from both the ends. So this mirror lineup will be very interesting on how it pans out. Again, this is the exact mirror lineup that we saw on the first map as well. So it was Valor who were better on the first map on a mirror lineup, and right now we are again maybe having a series point here on a mirror lineup on Icebox. I'm looking forward to it. Who's going to be better? One mirror lineup, as I said, Valor have won. Reckoning it's their time to win this, and also their map choice. But as we were talking about who's playing what, Paradox, I'm just loving this, the way he's able to switch, right? He's played a Sentinel, he's played a duelist right before this map, and right now he's playing a controller as well. This is letting us know that Paradox is that very versatile player for that entire team of Valor, and is able to bring in big numbers in terms of picks as well. But yes, there was a little bit of action missing. Maybe Deadly did not cooperate with that Raze, or the Raze agent did not cooperate with Deadly. I'm looking forward to him popping off, having the attacking half under control. I hope Reckoning get a lot in terms of the rounds.
It might just happen, but like this is the interesting part we were like hoping for, Lucifer, because we have got the mirror picks from both the sides, and the one who will be utilizing those abilities of their individual agents will eventually come on the top as for the picks as well. So it will be a complete test that we can say yes, the question papers are same, but the two persons will have their own answers written on the sheets, and that will eventually decide. But before the war, before the round, before the match gets started, we can see the player cams where we get to see Paradox, Ox, and the entire squad of the team
Valor.
as Valor as well as Reckoning lined up to get the match started.
Let's see what is going to be happening. I hope Sharky and the boys have created something better here on Icebox. And yes, it's, as I said, it's going to be a cool map. But who is it going to be, I would say, kind of giving that chill at the end? Is it going to be it towards Valor, or is it going to be towards Reckoning is going to be the question. Now, 3 Ghost pickup coming here from Valor, the defensive setup, but 2 Ghosts being picked. It's going to be on Pixels as well as Deadlies. And 14 seconds on the clock, we're going to be dropping the barrier. But the start here looking towards heavily mid. They want to go for a mid, I think, under tube execution.
Well, the tube part will be eventually very much like essential, I believe, because you get to see a Sova with that wrecking bolt. The smokes are down, the barriers are there. They want to go from a mid to B rotation, and they're doing it very precisely. Hawks will be there, might just go with the headhunter, but Harsh shuts him down, and that will eventually get the first pick of the game. JN shuts another one. Valor is opening up their leaves at this point of time, but the entire B side control is being taken up by the players of Reckoning. Deadly is waiting. He might just get to JN, but he gets taken down eventually, and right now we get to see that Reckoning are now down to 3.
I mean, it's again back to a 3v3 situation, but the defenders, they've pushed up from a backstab and gained control. The defuse is being stuck, and finally JN was the one who was defusing. He gets off the spike, but look at the health on Paradox. He was super low, but he is fighting out and takes down Badlaw, and the first round has been taken under control for Valor. Ooh, this is not going to be a good start for Reckoning. They wanted to start off with a great pistol round, but that backstab, a three-man push coming in from Valor was completely unanticipated. Even though they were able to clear out the side, get kitchen control as well, that three-man backstab, Valor have been prepared for Icebox as well.
Just say to the new players, those who are actually like coming into the esports scenario of the Valorant, that actually sets a prime example. Like Paradox, what he did, he kept his mind chill, cool. He waited for that perfect moment to hop into that particular area and get that kill point for himself. But eventually, as we get to see Jane going up and bit aggressive, the head and the shots might but Fox gets taken down. Eventually, JN will be taken down as well. But Paradox gets in retaliation and shuts down Harsh at that point of time. The barrier is very nicely done, but eventually now we get to see that Reckoning might have some good advantage because it's coming down to a 4 versus 3 contest.
Exactly, they've already picked up a weapon as well here, Necros, but look at this, they're still trying to contest deadly. Unfortunate, the first two picks did not work in the favor, and also a player falling down, that did hurt them a lot. But right now, look at this, the Spike still not making a decision whether it wants to hit A or wants to be mid or B. Whatever it is, they're just slowing down the game. They're kind of thinking that maybe there might be an aggressive push, but look at this, the kitchen area, it can get connected. Yes, Bad Love, he breaks the trademark and gives the idea to Paradox, and no! I thought he might have run away without getting that pick, but look at this, Bullet making a mistake and gets punished for it. He spots the first player, but the second player also comes in the line of spray. And yes, the damage has been received, but not the kill. But look at this Pixel, he can be eliminated, but the two players need to tag up together and then play as a tag team. If they do, they can do. But look at this, at the default position, there's a tag team already. One stationed up on the Radiant box, one right below it, and it's going to be the first pick. And now a 1v3 situation for Hoax. Hoax needs to try and pull things off, but he does not even have his rendezvous in terms of placing them, and fortunately it is going to be Reckoning who's going to be picking up those weapons and winning this round from the hands of Valor. One wrong move here, Necros. It was one wrong move. The early push coming in with Jen as well as teammate Fox, they made the wrong move. They did not connect their weapons, and both of them collided with each other, which kind of slowed their movement down, and they were unable to figure out what to do.
I would say that they should have maintained a bit more patience within themselves so that it was an easy round. They had got those specters up for themselves. They got a good buy. And while we get to see that Reckoning, they only had those ghosts and those sheriffs upon their side, so it was an easy round for the side of Team Valor, but eventually that overcommitment led to this 1-1 scoreline, the equalizer which had came up. Eventually those barriers will be up as well, the Viper like Snakebite coming up in that direction particularly. It's an equal round for the side of Team Valor as we get to see those classics up, the Marshals are up, but eventually will it be that much sufficient to get the 2-1 lead for the side of Team Valor, because I believe Reckoning will definitely try to get this lead done for their side, but they have already made the rotation, might make some good connection as well, but whoa, it is vulnerable. The Paradox trying to get those pigs down, very struggling with 10 HP, they will be eventually taken down.
What is happening? Why were they using utilities rather than going in for a fight? Paradox? I mean, he used the utility at the right moment, but he himself went for an aggressive move, and right now players are just falling apart. Last player surviving is going to be Hoax, who's also going to be wrapped and sent in this round. So it's going to be a 2-1 scoreline, a flawless rolling in for Reckoning. They'll be more than happy because this is what they wanted. They wanted a good start. They did lose the pistol round. They felt a little bad about it, but then immediately made a comeback in the anti-eco round. And finally a buy up here for Valor. But look at this, Bullet, Hoax and Fox. These are three crucial players, and these were the three crucial players who ended Bind, who got that victory of the 13 point. And now they have not even found the first kill, Necros.
They have to do something to just get back on the track, or we might see another equalizer in the series coming up from the side of Reckoning. Though it's not like it's just the start. People will say it's just the start. How can you say that the equalizer might come up? But eventually, the way Reckoning is playing, I'm really thinking that yes, the equalizer is on the way.
Exactly as you said, right? They have to calm themselves down and then figure out what to do. But look at this Paradox. He's going to be creating mindset which they are unable to go to be trying to calm themselves down because of that Viper split. So A under complete hold for Paradox, but slowly they're pushing up. Two players are going to be at LO, so it's going to be hard to contest. But look at that. If they go for rotation, Fox is already pushed up at mid, so it's going to be very difficult. He's already split them apart. Hawk's position is on. No operator versus two de force. Operator does see the pixel but does not connect the shot. Padlov on the other end wanted to connect his shot, could not have an opportunity. Recon gives away the position of Badlaw, but still look at this. They are slowly thinking of backing off, but this is what I said. Fox, he has mid control. Let's see if he can do some magic.
Well, they are entering. We get to see Rio going from that side. Fox is completely waiting onto that position.
30 seconds
Not
left.
to be mentioned, the Viper's pet is exactly activated. And he's holding. He gets him taking down. Paradox immediately coming up with that snake bite on that particular direction. Might just get some vulnerable points as well. But yes, you get to see the players of Reckoning entering the side. The snake bite is there, and now the DQ is going home. Harsh comes up in the backstab. Will get one down. Eventually enters the side, particularly. Might just have a good chance. Paradox shuts him down with that another snake bite, but now the Viper is down. So some shots will be needed eventually, but with that the defender takes the victory and the equalizer coming up from the side of Valor's.
How sneakily Paradox played here was just brilliant. He took that first pick. They started spamming the same position, but the I would say noise kind of was the reason that they thought maybe Paradox backed off. But no, Paradox is still stationed up on 410, and he did hold his position off. But Hurge, it was a brilliant play coming in from him. Until and unless if he would have not picked up a kill, his position would have not been known, and he could have done a lot in terms of the damage. He picked up a kill and then went in for a plant. A bad move for him. Nonetheless, a equalizer here, which Valor much needed it. But right now, look at this. The weaponry are still going to be on the hands of Reckoning. But Paradox, okay. I mean, there are some times that you're so damn good, and there are some times you just try to fight with a recon dart and you fail.
That was something to be watched out for, but now it's turning up. It's not turning up for good for Paradox, but eventually he will be taking down Deadly at that point of time, and here you go, the resurrection comes up. Deadly gets taken up again. The Viper spell, like the snake bite, will eventually try to make up. The lineups are on, and now we get to see Paradox barely surviving in a very low HP, waiting for the stage to heal, but now Valor, they don't have the Sage, so that's a difficult point of time. As you see 5 HP, he's surviving, he will get Sage. The Viper spread is on, won't get a chance to risk, but Paradox will be eventually taken down. It's a 2v2 contest, no room of mistakes, and eventually Reckoning might just come up with some good rounds.
Player standing.
Oh yes, but look at this, a bad move coming through, and Bad Love falls and hooks, and right now it's going to be last player surviving. Jen Pixels is in a very tough spot, and he spots a player out, he takes him down, but look at the positioning on 410. Hawks eliminates him, and now that's another round written in the hands of Valor. We're gonna be super happy. That round should have been pulled easily for Reckoning, especially with the Viper's pit put down, but I don't know why Pixels, after getting the pick, did want to again keep himself outside of his own ultimate. That ultimate is so goddamn good that you kind of get position of your opponent, and you also DK them, you affect them inside that Viper's pit, so it's an easy shot for you to be taking. But Bad Love again, look at this, making some wrong moves was the reason they're going to be paying for this round.
Well, indeed it was for them, but it's 3-2 scoreline. Like Valor are taking the lead eventually, but of course at this point of time an equalizer might come from the side of Reckoning Esports, but definitely Valor doesn't want to lose this momentum. They have got the Reckoning Bolt activated. Deadly's position has been compromised. Made the Blade Storm has been activated, but Bullet, he have dealt a good amount of damage, and for now those Phantoms are ready. Bullet has to be ready and prepared, but he won't get any shot. Harsh shuts him down. Eventually that entry from the side of Tubes is successful for the side of Reckoning, and Fox shuts one down. Rio is there, might just go for the backstab, but eventually they won't be successful.
3v4 situation right now. There's a Blade Storm as well as a Resurrection ultimates to play with, but Rio, he's backing off. He knows it's going to be difficult for him, but Hawks, unfortunate, his position gets known. Deadly takes him out, but two ultimates are still there, so they have to play cheekily. The nozzle has been seen, and Jen finds a pick. Fox right now slowly, sneakily making a move, but Rio had moved further away and found an opportunity to again sneak back and take a peek. He spots the player and takes down Fox over there. Now it's all up to Jane, has a Blade Storm, has 5 blades if he pops it up, and he can try and take players one after another. But right now he's hearing all the sounds coming through. If he enters kitchen, it's going to be difficult. He spots 2 players. He needs to get the shot. Oh no. That got him hurt.
He needed a Vandal or a Phantom at that point of time. Oh my god. This is gonna hurt badly. That was an ouch moment coming up for the side of Valor. Oh. That I really wish that he would have gone a Phantom or a Vandal. He could have taken 2 players easily. Like, they were even not looking to that direction. It was quite exposed, and whenever, like, at a moment he just picked up 1 player taken down, then the Sage turned around to get him down, and like what we get to see was something that is a memorable moment in this entire BO5.
Yeah, but look at this immediately, that they've gotten a round lead in, equalizer. They've gotten a chance to try and capitalize. They're pushing up, but look at Bullet. He's precise. He connects that shot, takes down Deadly. Hawks on the other end. He's at Boilers. It's going to be difficult for him, but there are a couple of players who might again fall down because of the weaker buy. But look at this Jane's position. Rio has read it. Bladestorm is going to be there. Now if he goes up, it's going to be difficult. He sees this pixel, and immediately Rio starts backing off. But the call has been given that Fox, you have a chance to eliminate a player. Hawks also has pushed up at mid. He has a chance, but look at this. Jane has come up. He needs to connect these bullets, but there's another trap set at another end, and yes, they're able to kind of trade it out. But still, the numbers is what they have to pay attention. The weapon advantage, and it all starts falling apart. The last 2 players, they take down. Reckoning had to pay keen attention to those numbers. They did not get punished for it.
Eventually, when we see Valor secures their 4th for this Icebox, eventually takes a 1-round lead. But we are seeing the vice versa happening every single time. Whenever Valor is taking the lead, Reckoning is leveling up the scores. And when Reckoning is taking up the lead, Valor is settling the scores for themselves. And if this gets continued, we might move on to our overtime. Though it's just the attacking phase for the side of Reckoning. And yes, Icebox, in my opinion, is such a map that if you keep your patience, if you keep your the trigger control within yourself, and you can just hold in the defense, you can get the rounds very easily. Though the Sheriff shots will be making good connection from the side of Harsh, but Paradox will be coming with the snake bites, eventually trying to make it possible for them, not possible for them to enter the site in that particular case.
See, the weaponry is better, so they should easily win, but Bad Love's position is good. His headhunter works, he gets 1, looks for the second, and unfortunately it does not work. Rio on the other hand gets a shock dart kill, but it's not enough because the numbers are not there. But look at the position where the Pixels has pushed up. He's right now taking pitch and control. He's looking for to pushing downstairs. If he does, he's heard the noise being made from Bullet, and he connects the head. And now it's back to a 2v. 2B set is under control. The weapon can be picked, but Pixel does not go for the weapon because he knows it can be difficult. On the other end, Fox had the resurrection, gets the resurrection, bringing it back to a 3v2 situation. But they need to make sure that the Sova doesn't go for a post-plant positioning, and Sova does. He has the Hunter's Fury.
Well, this Hunter's Fury will be very crucial, but eventually when we move up, the Viper and dodge those, the Sheriff shots won't be making any connection. I believe it was an eco round for the side of Reckoning, but yes it is. It was a Sheriff round coming from their side. The defusal will be done eventually. Might just make some exit frags, won't make a good connection. The position has been compromised, want to make some connection, but eventually will be taken down. Reckoning was clean swiped by the side of Team Valor, and now they're taking a 5-3 lead. Eventually, the next round when Reckoning will be coming up against them, they will be having the full buy for themselves.
But this round was so close, but the plant, it was from the Sova itself. He was looking forward to trying to make it work, but what was the mistake that he did over there, Rio, was the plant positioning. And you saw, right, there's a steel box over there which denies vision. And he did not have a chance to go kind of see the defuse was being stuck, and he had to give away his life. But look at this, Paradox was stationed up on the Radiant box. He immediately gets a pick, but there was a counter resurrection as well, just like previously we saw, to get Jane back online. It comes back online on Deadly. Look at this, Paradox uses his ultimate, but Bad Love is already pushed up, but Paradox is ready, and this is what we are talking about. The advantage that you get in your own Viper's pit. Bullet immediately uses his Hunter's Fury, takes down Rio. The Sova is down. and now the numbers have fallen apart. But Pixel, he has a chance, but look at this generator positioning from Deadly. The way Cheekily Reckoning have had a chance to have control or try to get inside A has been successful. The spike is not yet down because they are troubling them with the utility shock darts even as well as slow, but yes, finally the finally the spike has been planted, and after that they've used this Viper Spit. This time I hope Pixels plays inside this Viper Spit.
At the same point of time, it's a 3 versus 3 contest. Shane gets taken down. Eventually, Fox will be getting his 2k for himself. But what we get to see that yes, Fox has got one player, but it's a 1v2. The Sage, can it be a battle Sage? No, it is. No, and there you go. It might be a 6-3 score line, and it is like the defuse is being done by the Sova. That is going to be Bullet, and will be securing a 6-3 score line. And slowly and gradually, we can see that Team Valor is taking the lead. Even like see a cheeky smile on the face of Paradox. He's quite aware of what his entire team is doing, and he's quite reliable. Like he's thinking, yes, my teammates are doing well, and now we just have to focus on this streak to continue for a very for next 2 to 3 rounds. Eventually we can get a good lead before the second half.
Yeah, if they keep doing this, they're going to be getting a good lead. And when they move to the second half, they have a great position to be starting on. They did have a great position previously as well on Haven.
Want to
which was a
play?
Reckoning
Let's
Esports
play.
pick. But let's hope this time it plays out better. 2 ultimates being invested in this round. One is going to be the Blaze Storm, another one is going to be the 2 Deforce. And on top of the old round, he's getting pushed. But look at this, the shot gets missed from JN. He gets tagged up pretty bad. He needs to back off. But Pixels also on the other end gets stacked up, because of which the heal needs to be used for self. And now look at this, the positionings. They're coming up aggressive, picking up weapons, and now they've taken the advantage under control. Deadly also has a chance, and this is a brilliant split. Your ultimates used and causing distraction on various different positions, and Valor were not ready for it. They did not think that it was a split play coming through. Players fell apart everywhere. Any position that you talked about, B side there was a player who fell apart, A side there was a player who was fallen, mid also there was a player who just fell apart, and it was a flawless. What a play coming through here from Reckoning to pull around back.
They want to make, they don't want to let Valor win in this way. They want to put up a fight. They want to try their level best, because from now on, from this Icebox map, it's a do or die. That's for sure. Because if anyhow we get to see Team Valor winning this Icebox, it's all done for the side of Reckoning, and that's they will be continuing in the phase 2, but eventually they won't be getting that winner tag of the phase 1 of Indian region finals. But eventually shuts one down. It's a one-man loss for the side of Team Valor. Reckoning trying to make up the entry in the side of A, or maybe faking it up in the A and rotating towards the B side, where Chamber is the only one who has got the hold in that position. That's not looking great for the side of Valor, but eventually when the entire team is rotating, it has to be at least 2 to 3 players holding on the particular side.
Let's hope that the hold is going to be getting better, but it does not look like, as you said. Yes, the position will be known. Now Chamber, who's going to be Hawks, he needs to try to run away. His position is compromised. His rendezvous gets destroyed. He's only good for one. Deadly takes him and eliminates him. Now it's a 4v3 situation. They're trying to spam and preventing any players from aggressing, and now they have a chance of going for a post-plant positioning. Shock darts come, but they are delayed, and they'll be not getting nothing, not even a chip damage.
Eventually we get to see it's a 4 versus 3 situation coming up. No room of mistakes. The wrecking dart will be there. Bad luck might just make some good connection. They tried to go for a false repeat. Oh, he gets one down. He gets one down. Bad luck. He needs to pick in. He might just come up. He gets one down, and there you go, another round going in the hands of Reckoning. They are putting up some good fight against Team Valor, and now that's some strats coming up from this side. But now I believe there is a possibility that we might see Valor going up with the eco round, or maybe going for a hard buy.
I mean, they're going to be buying it up. This is the last round of the first half, so they're going to be going in for a buy up. But look at this, the distraction, the back and forth. It looked like Valor can bring it back, as they brought it to a 2v2 situation, but the crossfire was there. It was, I'm not too sure if it was a prepared crossfire, but yes, Bad Love had to connect his first shot when it was a 2v3 situation, and then they brought it to a 2v2, and that was enough. But look at this, again Paradox punishing Deadly, reading that position so goddamn good. But in the meantime, Hawks also gets tagged up. This That's the reason he had to back off. But look at this. Paradox reads it right, and Hawks takes down Rio. What a play this is. What a hold of A side coming in from Paradox and Hawks together. There's nobody who's even trying to get close. Sneakily, yes, there is a player that's going to be Harsh, because of which they have kind of gotten access to A side, but the numbers are still not there. The Bladestorm have been popped from JN, and JN is looking forward to a backstab.
No room of mistakes can be actually costly at this point of time. They need to play up for the picks. Foxes, there no room of mistakes means no room. If you go for like a little cheeky pick, if you get taken down by Harsh, eventually your team will be down to 2. You have got the man advantage, so you have to utilize it. But eventually Harsh is being taken down. Bad Love has got the complete ADS, but oh, wait a minute. This game is coming up in the next level with the Judge Bullet coming right above the head. Wants to shut him down, and eventually the round will be secured by the players of Valor. That was instant. A good pick. The Judge eventually helped Valor securing this round, but particularly that shot. That was a damn good shot coming from the side of Chamber. Shuts JN down, and that was almost a verge. I was thinking that Team Valor might just lose.
Yeah, I agree with you. That quick scope coming in from Badla was just too damn good. Unfortunate that it was a operator, a scoped weapon he had in his hands. It's not enough for you to get close range battles. Certain times, yes, you might be able to take that fight, but I'm going to be commending Fox here for this round, because if he had given up his skill over there, then there would have been zero information probably being relayed. What did Fox do as soon as he spotted the opponent? That was Harsh over there. He told his teammates, let's regroup, let's play together, and they played together and they started taking fights. And who I would say it was Fox was ready over there. Fox took up a fight over there, and when Harsh failed in his prey, there's immediate transfer. Now it's the second half, it's already started, so let's get into the action. Team Valor, they're quickly executing towards B side, but there is a little bit of a delay. I think inside the Poison Cloud there should be a snake bite as well, and that's the reason they're waiting for it. But look at this, JN is pushing up, gets tagged up, unfortunate, and also goes down.
Those headhunter shots, they are causing so much problems. The Chamber is coming up. Deadly will be taken down eventually. The Reckon Dart is in that position. The position has been completely compromised. No room of mistakes. Will be getting one down. He gets the 3k, but eventually it is the defenders who will be winning it. Won't get a chance, and eventually will be taken down. But that 3k did help them to get the economy back. But still, I believe that was the first round. 7-6 is the score line. Another round will be going in the favor of Reckon, because I don't doubt it anyway. They're going to seize this one because they have got that first pistol round. They will be going with the Spectres, and eventually a 7-7 scoreline can be seen after this round.
Necros here, it's kind of having a heavens replay. I mean, scoreline might not be similar of the first half and how we are going in the second half, but this is what happened. Reckoning won their, I would say, pistol round when they switched over to attack, and that's what is happening here again. But there is a couple of buys that we can see, which is the anti-eco round buy coming in from Reckoning. Deadly is still looking spectacular with his Sheriff, and he's already popped up one head. Badlove also looking forward to his own. There were a couple of shots sent across to him, but it just whooshed past around him, and none of the connections. But look at this, Deadly again being ready, but this time Fox connects the shot, and they're looking forward to eliminating him. And yes, Deadly is down, but Hirsch is ready at side. He's going to be taking a player down. Paradox went a little bit aggressive, but there were no teammates to help him, and immediately backs off. That's a good call, but still 3v3, it's still a disadvantage.
Still a disadvantage, and right now it's coming down. It can be anybody's game if you talk about even Reckoning, or maybe it can be of Valor. They need to go for the picks. The team who gets the most number of picks will eventually get that opening for themselves. The defense is quite steady, but what they need to do is just to get the entry point done for themselves. Though yes, the positions are being completely compromised. There is a bit of chance. We'll be checking the corners. We'll be taking one down. We'll be taking two. Eventually getting the 3k for them, and now it's a 1v2. JN is in complete disadvantage. He will be having the Spectre for himself. The Viper, like snake bite coming from the side of the Viper, won't make that connection. JN is keeping the patience. Might just get one. He shuts Rio down. Will be coming back. He's just barely surviving with 3 HP. It's a better decision just to make the plant possible. He plants it out. He dashed it out. Won't make a connection. The 3 crucial HP, anything can be done. Pixels has got the advantage. One single tap, even it is enough to switch off the positions, but no, Chen won't make it. It's a 7-6.
That was too close. Oof. We're going to be seeing a 7-7 here, an equalizer happening, but that was a costly round for Reckoning. Jen, I mean, we had a chance where our heartbeat also skipped. Paradox, JN, they were just too good in this round. And what was this play coming in from JN? Look at the confidence that he had. I mean, he missed his first bullet. If it did not miss, I think JN could have already won that round. But look at this again, Paradox. Somebody stop him. Somebody here. My cry at least. 19 kills. He's a controller. He's switched up from the duelist. And he's still the top fragger. But right now it's a full buy. But Deadly has his operator. Can that operator justify the role of Deadly? Or is it going to be a counter? Because Deadly has not had a great run as of now.
Well, Deadly, like I would say, he haven't just opened himself up in the attacking side, but eventually, like in the defensive side so far now. But now we also get to see the 7-7 scoreline. Might be just taking down. The shots are coming. JN is very interested in taking the picks. The B side, the Viper coming up from the mids. It is a great chance if you just go on from the tubes. You can get a B side entry. And you can get an easy plan for yourself. Pixels is there. He's going and heading towards. I don't know whether there is a mind diversion or not, but I guess he's reading my moves.
I mean, right now, if he gets a chance to reach it, right, checks orange, he's going to be getting a pick, and yes, he checks. Paradox is good for one. Paradox has had control of the defender's side. He spots the operator, and he wants to back off his pick. This Paradox, he is red and steady, but Rio, the mid push coming through. Paradox gets a 3k. The spike will be recovered and will be getting planted. Nothing to worry about that. He also has the Viper split to play with, but look at this. Paradox again goes in for the kitchen play. This time gets punished. A 3v2 situation. That Viper split could have been used on site for the plant, but nonetheless the numbers are still there. They have the weapons. They need to make this round work. They have to get it under advantage. They need to get the lead as well. 8-7. Fox is already pushed up mid, so orange control he has, and that's what he does. From orange he sprays, eliminates Rio. Now it's a 1v3 situation. Make it Bullet putting down Hirsch, and that's the lead taken back.
Well, this is 8-7 equalizer. Might just hop in any time, but Valor, this is the same thing going on and on. Whether even a Valor took those 2 rounds lead itself, but then again, like Reckoning came up with those equalizers back to back. These things are just coming up. One time Reckoning, one time Valor. The equalizers coming up from both of the sides, but eventually what they need to do, I believe, at this point of time, it's difficult, but it might just hop into that overtime area at any moment. At my prediction, it's going up for an overtime. There is no doubt in that. But for now, the timeout is taken by the side of Reckoning. They want to take the time. They want to get some like plannings up for themselves so that they cannot lose this one. If they lose this icebox, they are going to get the second position in the phase 1 of this Indian region qualifiers, but eventually the winners, it will be crowned to the side of Team Valor.
I agree with you. They do not want to give it up. There is going to be a tactical discussion coming through. Let's hope they come back stronger, pull back that equalizer, and then push forth to the lead. But I don't think Valor want to give this map away. They've already had 2 dominating map victories, a 1 close map loss, and this time it's again happening the same time. Reckoning, as this is their map, they're looking strong, but they are not under control yet. And look at their economy. Because they lost their full buys, now they're going to play on an eco. There is a Sheriff, but on Pixels as well as Deadly. Let's hope it again pops off. Both Pixels and Deadly trying to make the same thing happen, but you can see Deadly is not feeling that great. And Fox and Jen, first 2 players are out, and A side not completely opened because it was a heavy stack, a 4 stack at A side, so there are players still here. There's only 1 player towards B, and that also gets taken down and cleared out from Paradox. Fox finds Rio. Deadly. Sheriff, can you do anything? What do you think, Necros?
Well, we never know, but yes, another round, and what a round it turned out to be for the side of Valor. Not a single loss, complete flawless round, and 23 kills comes up for the side of Paradox. Dude, you're playing a controller, you're playing a Viper, and you got 23 picks itself. Like, it should have been, in my opinion, yes, it's your gameplay, but we are used to see this from the side of Duelist and Paradox. Like, give him any agent, give him any gun, he can just get you the picks right when you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the confidence that got built up on Bind. the race gameplay, he got accustomed to it and he just flew through. And when he saw Deadly was unable to do it, he was more than happy. But look at this trades, better happening. Pixel takes 2 players out. 2v4 from Bad Luck, finds it finally. The first bullet was missed nonetheless. 2v4 situation being created. It's going to be difficult, but look at this. The crossover was there from JN. Gets spotted. Now JN, if he tries to back up, there's a Bad Love waiting. There's another crossover player waiting, and Bad Love was the one who connected. The shock dart also sent. And I think this round is done. It's all up to Paradox. I don't think he's going to be going in for a 1v4 so easily.
I don't think it's gonna make any mark, but eventually Paradox takes the spike, tries to rotate. It's a 1v4, we never know. But yes, it is difficult, but it's
Yeah.
not impossible. It's not impossible. And if Paradox thinks that yes, I am possible, then you never know. Like it can be his side as well.
Yeah, he can make the word play as well as his utility play because he has the Viper Spit. He had 2 snake bites as well to play with, so he can still pull up this round. He is not too sure about the toxic screen. I cannot see anywhere on the map, so he is also held on to his toxic screen, so he can make the play, get the spike down, and try to make
30
something
seconds
new
left.
happen here. Poison Cloud, yes, it's been lost. It is towards, I guess, mid, yes, and you can see there, but right now Paradox, he sneaked his way in, and right now he's not only pushing even further up, but in that direction there are players watching. Finally, the Viper Spit gets activated and the plant is coming through. So this is a good Viper Spit. Nobody will have the clue of where Paradox will be playing around with, but he's hearing the sounds. Paradox is good for 1, but now the snowman's position is revealed. It's going to be very difficult for him to hold off. Too many players pushing up, but look at that, there's one player very up close, and Hirsch, he fails to do it, but look at that, there's a push coming through, a run and gun from Bad Love, a 3k to close it. It was so close. As you said, Paradox, if he decides to clutch that round, he could have done it. Nonetheless, it was a good try.
It has to be an NT for the side of Paradox. It was a well try. He tried his level best, but he just needed a single one more player in his side. Either a diversion, either a support. He could have clutched this round very easily. The way he just approached this fight, he got 2 players down. He needed one more player to just give him support. Like if he could have gone one more player, he would have got with the crossfires, maybe some diversion shots which might divert those players to just focus on them, and that moment Paradox could have utilized for that snake bite or going with those picks for himself. But now it's coming down to a 9-8. It is a very, like I would say, important round for both of the teams. Either Reckoning makes it an equalizer or Valor goes up to the second double-digit score.
Yeah. Either an equalizer or a double digit, but there is a resurrection right now as well as a blade storm. This is a quick technical pause that we have hit. Let's hope this technical pause either helps Reckoning or Valor. I'm going to be leaning both the ends. I'm enjoying the matchup that I'm seeing here on the grand finals of the Indian qualifiers. I'm pretty sure our viewers also, some of them will be wanting for Valor to win, some of them will be rooting for Reckoning to win here, trying to push to the 5th map. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure all the viewers right now are enjoying what's happening here. I am too, I'm excited. I'm like, let's push right now to the last map as well. Irrespective of who wins, I'm just excited because I'm seeing almost all the 5 maps play out. But for that to happen, Reckoning have to win here. But immediately look at this. This is what I was talking about. The ultimates being used, I guess, on both the sides, but a quick mid execution. Viper Spit was about to be committed, but they don't hear any sound, and that's the reason the Viper Spit commitment is not seen. But look at this, Hirsch is there to stop with the wall, but Bullet is already pushed up, taken kitchen control. GN is already going in for plant. Hirsch, there's a good read. Pixel takes down Bullet, and now look at this Deadly with his Blade Storm. He's taken 2 players down, and Paradox, he's left all alone. This time he does not have anything to play with. He just has 2 snake bites. Unfortunate for him, and a 3k to close it out. That's going to be an equalizer.
You talk about equalizer, you talk about the twist, and Reckoning won't disappoint you anymore. And now they're coming up with some more bangs. I believe they can settle it up in a bit, like, prettier way. More like you have got Deadly and the company. There's so much like in a grooving way. They want these rounds to go up in their possible way. But though I believe Reckoning, they don't have that number of kill points for themselves, but still they're getting the rounds what they need, and that's what it means at this point of time. It's a 9-9 score line, and the one who wins it will be moving on to the double-digit score.
Let's just wait and watch. Pixel's finally using his Viper Spit. This game could have been slowed down, and that's what Pixel intends to do. His position this time is not in 410 as Paradox was playing. He's going to be playing on pipes, but he hears a couple of sounds. So he decides to back off, but it's just JN who's just trying to play around the nest right now. But as soon as he's given the noise, he's looking forward to backing up. He's trying to figure out is there any kind of a push, but here is what Reckoning is figuring out to do. They know that they have the advantage. They can try to make this work, so they don't want to go aggressive. A very passive approach and a very slow one, just holding angles and looking forward to information is Reckoning's mind.
At this point of time, yes, they have to go up. It's a complete 5 versus 5 contest. There's no room, like they have got some man disadvantage or something, but now Valor have entered the side. The Wrecking Dart is exactly waiting. They've got those operators ready. They don't want to peek, but now Jane, it was your mistake. It was completely a bit aggressive move that I believe they should have taken it, but now they're getting taken one by one. Paradox will be shutting down Deadly Hearts, will be getting Paradox in a trade eventually, but now the Hunter's Fury might just be what happened to him. Now we get to see Chamber. He won't be in a play, but there goes that one round lead going in the favor of Reckoning, and now they will be having a good lead, and eventually I believe Team Valor, what will be your plans now?
They just decided here, Reckoning, to hold angles, and yes, there was a small mistake that was done. Deadly, they'd get punished for it, but there was a trade, and that's the reason you need to keep your teammates close rather than your enemies here. I mean, the saying might be for the sake of other things, but here if you keep your enemies closer, enemies are going to be having an easier chance of getting those positive trades. Reckoning finally getting control of Icebox, not completely, but only for a round. So Valor here, depending on their economy, they'll be deciding what has to be done further. But yes, they had the ultimates, they did not use it, and now finally, when I was talking about it for such a long time, for 3 rounds, they use it in the 3rd round. 2d4 has also come into play. Let's hope Hoax has had some kind of opportunities, because we all remember Hoax's ace. I've been talking about it from when we started off the day, but it's going to be bad luck to start off as a chamber.
At this point of time, Hoax, he needs to step up. At this point of time, he's playing a very crucial role in this particular map, and right now when it comes down, it's a very equal part. But there you go, the Hunter's Fury coming up. Will it make some good connections? There is no connections at all. They won't be getting any picks at this point of time, but at this moment, this is a 10-9 scoreline coming up, and Reckoning, they are still 5 stack, and there is a loss of Paradox in this particular round so far. They need to go come up with those picks, and there you go, the 2d4 is ready. If you get the picks done, they're quite aware. The Viper's crane is up already. Now they're advancing while this Brainstorm eventually will get them down, but no, one by one, all the players getting stacked up at this position. The Shock Dart won't be that much helpful. The 2 players are still surviving. Where are they going? Fox gets taken down, won't get the position for themselves, and 1 round away. Reckoning going with the match point.
What was this play from Valor? They invested 3 huge ultimates. Even the resurrection, there was no need, I felt like, for the resurrection. All it was like Hoax as well as Jane to hold positions, but there was a very fast push coming through from Reckoning, so that couldn't have been countered easily. But now they have a full buy, but as you said, there's just 1 round away from reaching match point. This is again seeming to be the repetition of what happened on Haven, and Reckoning trying to prove why they've chosen Icebox as a map that they can work on. And yes, this is the chance of the best of 5, and Deadly, he starts off. Rio on the other end, OJ, and he's pushed up the opportunity, does not miss. He gets one on Harsh, but he wanted to take down on Deadly, but look at this, 2 players pushing Deadly. Deadly is good with the Sheriff. Finally, Bullet putting an end to him, but not Survivor here. Too many players to work around with, and it's a match point rolling. And what was that play, Deadly? First, he took up a shot while players were coming up close to Nest, then immediately goes in for a peek again at 410. He misses the shot, picks up his Sheriff, the secondary, and takes 2 players down while they were spraying him and trying to take him down. I was going down to Paradox, now it's Deadly's time.
It's Deadly, like you were talking about a few rounds earlier, that Deadly haven't opened up his game right now, but still, when it comes down to this point, oh my god, holy moly, he comes back in the form and he gets what he wants. Now, Deadly being the real Z in the business so far, and one round away for the victory and for the equalizer in the entire BO5 series. Reckoning, can they manage to settle up, or we might see a great comeback from the side of Valor?
Yeah, it's not a great buy here. Looking forward to Valor's end. They have a Bulldog, they have a Spectre, and the Bulldog player also has a half shield. So it's looking very iffy. And especially whenever Reckoning has reached match point, they've always tended to close it. They've never delayed it. Yes, previously we saw a delay of a round, but that's just one. Right now they have a buffer of 3 rounds before pushing it to overtime, whereas Reckoning just need one. And Deadly, finally he has a chance to open up and do a lot of things. But here, this is what was missing. We already talked about it very early on. Bullet, Hoax, as well as Fox. These three players needed to show up. Fox started to do better, but Bullet and Hoax, they're still lying around the bottom in the scorecard, and I think that's where it has affected the entire momentum of Valor. And also, not getting an advantage to play on attack. Valor just love to play on attack. I don't know what that is with them on and attack. They just enjoy playing on attack and they dominate it.
At this point of time, I would say that yes, they are going up for the attacking approach, but this, I believe it's all over for Valor in this particular map of Ice. But we might just get 1 or 2 rounds, but will it be sufficient? Because Reckoning, they're making the counter attack so brilliantly. At this point of time, the shock darts are coming. Valor have got the entry, they've got another one taken down. The updraft might be used. Sova is exactly waiting for that particular moment to just get those fixed up. The Viper's wall is up, and now the Viper's pit as well. They want to get this round by hook or by crook. They have got the man advantage. Sova's HP is really low at this point of time. They want to make the entry possible. The well has been breached, and right now, as we hate to say, bad luck taking the entry at this point of time. They want to just have a different position right now. Oh, what? Eventually, one shot coming off. JN will be taken down, but now they just want to hold up in the Viper's pit.
It's a 1v2 situation. They cannot lose this anymore. Bad Love, I think he needs to just pick up his operator and move back. But look at this. The player is in nest. He's on the side. And Bad Love was thinking of hunting down Paradox, and that's the round being won. They delayed at least for 1 round, and as you said, 1 or 2 rounds can be taken, but they have to take 3 rounds in total, back to back, without even the slightest mistake. And right now, there are possibilities of mistakes being done because there are 3 ultimates on Reckoning's end.
Reckoning. What are you trying to do at this point of time? Dude, just tell us, because at this point of time, we are completely
I'll tell you. It's Bad Love and Pure Force. That's what is going to be happening here. If they come right in front of Bad Love, they're going to be being eliminated. But okay, they're going to be not at all facing off Bad Love. They're going towards B. It's a heavy B stack here, but they have to be a little bit quicker. They're letting Reckoning read this, that there is nothing at A. There might be something at B.
Oh my god, this is going to be something we are seeking. Is it going to be 12-11 or might be the 13-10 we are seeing at this point of time? And now we are coming down to the last 1 minute. Maybe it might be the last 1 minute, but eventually the positions are completely compromised. JN, now what's your plan? Valors, are they going up with a bit aggressive stance? They need to plant up the spike. Eventually don't have the entry for now. The entire Reckoning squad is there in the B side. And the A side, we might see Sage rotating up in that particular area. The smokes are down. The wall will be breached. Eventually the flight is, we get to see the spike is planted. But 1 man lost for the side of Valor.
I mean, they had a chance to delay and also get the spike down. That's the good part. But look at this Bad Love. He's getting caught. And that was a huge ultimate as he was talking about it. But Hirsch, he gets the resurrection, gets the number back to a 4v4 situation. But look at this. Pixel is up close. And Pixel finds the opportunity. JN messes it up. Paradox finds the trade. And look at this again. We are looking like we are making a comeback. But the push is there. Bullet is good for 1. But Fox helps him out. The push was red. Oh my god, it got too damn close. Valor could have lost everything here. But this is why we say your post plant is very important. Even though there was a push, there was another thing that you had to pay attention to. The snake bite coming through from Paradox. He made sure that nobody sits on the spike. Go for a ninja defuse, whether with the poison cloud, whether with the cloud burst, with anything. They should not stick that defuse.
And with that, I am just really watching and enjoying this entire match. It's 12-11. I'm gonna see an equalizer for the side of Valorant. Can it be moving on to the overtime? Well, let's just wait. Let's just see. Paradox gets their opening. Reckoning still inside the fight. They want to make it happen. But what is Pixels up to? He deals a good amount of damage. 81 HP. He has to make the fallback. Deadly is holding onto the grounds. He is really like he's waiting inside the nest. They have to check it out. Bullet comes up with a drone. The nest needs to be checked. Yes, it is. It is completely checked. But there you go. The Hunter's Fury comes up for the side of Ryo. Won't get any pick, but eventually damages a bit for the side of Soma.
But they're immediately rotated. Look at that fast rotation. They've given no time. The Hunter's Fury is also going to be there on Valor. They need to get the spike down. And this seems like a possibility because there is no ultimates right now for Reckoning to try and fight this out. They might get closer, but Rio just, I feel like, used the ultimate a little bit too early on. They're committing for the spike. Paradox takes down Harsh, but look at the backstab on Deadly. He can be the one who can change the entire game. He's listening to all the sounds and the noise being made. It's all about his trigger discipline. He's good for one. He's got another one. He's going in for a third with that spray. But Bullet puts it into him finally. He was behind him. Paradox gets the 3K. Last surviving player. Hunter's Fury is being used on him to hunt Trio. Hunter versus Hunter, but there is also Paradox. Of course, it throws it out. What is this? Valor not giving up. Overtime it is. And look at him. Paradox is singing. I mean, I want to listen to what tunes he's listening for being a top fragger. And there's one more thing that I do want to mention. He'll be close to 32 kills now, Necros, but is also having 11 assists. That meaning that he's a part of 43 kills. Can you even believe that?
I just said you a bit earlier, Lucifer. This is the match I'm gonna enjoy. My favorite map, Icebox, turning out to be the OT. And the first OT maybe in this entire BO5 so far. And it is going to be the decider. Valor, are you taking this home? Or is it going to be Reckoning? Reckoning be like, no, I'm not going to let you just take this match anyhow while I am still there. So now, Valor is making a comeback. They have done the equalizer for their side. Jin with the operator with the perfect aim. The sneak bite will be eventually used. But the picks are needed at this point.
Ooh, Deadly messes up his tailwind as both those jets from both the ends have been dropped. But Paradox also gets a player that's going to be the healer, so it's going to be now difficult if they're thinking of doing something better. Bullet's repositioning is better. He gets a 3K, make it a 4, and that's Valor with the match point here in the first overtime itself. The attacking half has been good for them, right? There was a 7-5 lead that Valor had, which was snatched away from Reckoning. They did get that early match point, but they pushed it 3 rounds back to back. Valor made it happen, and now they have had the chance to get to match point first.
Who is going to go? It's a 13-12. Can actually Valor's make it up to a 14? Or is it going to be another equalizer coming up from the side of Reckoning, and we move on to the second overtime of this match?
Scanning ahead.
The match point it is. Reckoning are already ready with the defense. While Valor, are you ready? Are you ready for the portion? Reckoning will be like, we get to see Deadly looking on that small space. He wants to get the pick done. The drone is coming up. And I'm just really pumped up what's gonna come up at this point.
Exactly. I mean, the way this game is slowed down is going to be very good, but Deadly, the opportunity, the timing was a little bit off, and Jane does connect the damage, but the healing was there, and that's the reason you need Harsh, you need your healer to be there. But look at this, Pixels is reading it right. People are rightly walking down at mid. The wall is there. They're going to be coming up right on his face. Pixel sees one, but he's holding on to his trigger. He's seeing the second, he's seeing the third. He gets the first two, he gets the three. Jane is the one who's going to be taking him down finally, but the number disadvantage is already here. Rio backing him up, and now it's a 1v4. So it is now highly possible that we are heading over to the second overtime. What a way to get to the grand finals decider series map here for Valor to either win or Reckoning to push it to the last map of Split. But Hoax, he's creeped in. He's seen the cape of Soa. He's looking forward to another one. He's seen Stage as well. He takes 2 players down, brings it to a 1v2. But look at this. He needs to be worried already on side bad now. He did mess up his spray a little bit, but finally when it needed to connect, he connects. And another overtime is what we are heading to.
Switching sides. Overtime.
We are running to another second overtime, and this, well, we have to see it around. Reckoning again coming up, and as I said, it was just going with the flow. One round for Valor, one round for Reckoning, and now it's coming up in the second overtime. But look at the kills. Like Paradox have 33 kills for himself. Dude, are you kidding me? But now it's coming up with a second overtime. Let's see how much kill points we get to see from their second team. Oh,
Spike
that's a
down. B.
good move coming from the side. Almost gets the 2. He might just get the 3. Bad luck gets taken down. The shock darts coming in that particular direction. They want to come outside of the smoke pixels. Just waiting. Paradox exactly got the aim where it should be. But he's got the entry. Paradox is not quite aware. He's not having the spice. Eventually Paradox will be taken down, and they have got the entry. Pixels can be the game changer for the side of Reckoning.
He can be, but the spike is dropped under tube. That's the major thing right now. And yes, he's changing the game, brings it back to a 3v2 situation. He's got on defender control, but look at this. JN had pushed up. He has attacker side control. And Theo is down, and again it looks like match point is going to be coming for Valor's favor. But Fox is looking in the wrong direction. The spike finally... Ooh, but Pixels, he gets it, and look at this, the spray is there. Fox, he just needed to wait over there. The spray, he less finished off his bullet. It can be an ace clutch, but make it a 3K for Hook. The man who started this is the man who's going to be ending it. But
Switching
what is
sides.
happening here? When we started it off, somewhere Hawks, Bullet as well as Fox, these three players were a little bit low and were not feeling that good as we started the map off. But as soon as they came into, I would say, adjusting to the playstyle and their teammates, Bullet was the reason we are seeing this overtime, and Bullet is the one who's again still pushing through and making that the match point is also coming through. Hawks now coming and taking the responsibility in this previous round to get them to match point again here on the overtime. The second overtime, will it close or is it going to be a third?
We might see something more interesting stuffs coming up, but eventually when it is coming up, it's 14-13 the scoreline. We get to see one more round. Valor might secure, and Reckoning, are you up to another equalizer? If it goes like that, as Lucifer said, it might head on to the next overtime, and it's nothing quite like we're not familiar with, and not like Valor is not familiar with, because they have played
Too many.
back, like 2 overtimes in the semis as well, and that was also 3 overtime. Oh, tell me what a no scope shot cover from the side gets him taken down.
It was a scope shot, but it was very quick here. But the wall gets propped up. The spike should be planted. Deadly's vision is completely denied, but they're breaking the wall open. Deadly can have a chance here, but they're immediately backing off. Can they spot anybody? Deadly has no chance of spotting anybody, but Paradox is still alive. Viper's Pit gets committed. Where was the Viper's Pit? Wait, okay, it's just a glitch. My bad, but Bullet, look at this. This is what I said. They are finding the chance. Oh my god! Yo, what was the spike? And I think that's where the entire Valor team got frustrated, that the defuse was just about less than an inch to just get concluded. The victory would have gone to Reckoning, and everybody started rushing up. They should have just held it. Only one player should have pushed up, take down the spike diffuser, and they should have held. Everybody peaked, so Reckoning surviving again for another overtime.
Well, we just have to wait for the result for now. As we get to see, we are still hoping for the results to come as fast as possible, because at this point of time, yes, Reckoning going up with
Necros.
the timeout.
I'll tell you, nobody's waiting for the results because this match is so interesting. I'm pretty sure even if we end up seeing close to 40 rounds of the OT, I don't think we'll be feeling tired.
Right here.
But yeah, that's going to be too much of an ask for the opponents, and maybe Reckoning and Valor, they might end up reaching out to me and they're like, you want 40 rounds? Come here, we'll take you 40 rounds one-on-one.
That was something I would love. That was a nice joke, but believe me, Lucifer, you tell it to 40 rounds. I'm going to keep it and definitely going to send up these 2 teams. And yes, see, this caster is saying that yes, he wants to see this 40 rounds playing you guys continuously, and they be like, we don't want to play 40 rounds continuously in the same particular map, bro. We want to switch it up.
let's see if it's going to be switching the map or not. The timeout has dropped. Now it's going to be the barrier also being dropped. Let's see what is in the cards on the other end of the barrier. But I can again commend Bad Love Pixels as well as Deadly. Everybody's again started to doing their job. Everybody is close to 20 plus kills. Hoax again going aggressive. If he finds the first one, he's going to be trying to take down Chamber. That's going to be a bad love. Let's wait and watch. But JN, he has the operator. His operator has been very incredible. Look at this, Hoax as well as bad love. They're going to be facing off each other. Who's going to be better? It's going to be Hoax, and JN finds the first as well. Again, it looks like there is going to be a match point first for Valor because the numbers, it's at a disadvantage for Reckoning.
Reckoning, you have a man disadvantage, but we know that at this point of time, anything is possible. It's a 2-1 scoreline still going on. Valors are just going on with everything. Paradox not gonna make a stop. He wants to spot up, and there you go. The position of Rio has been completely revealed. He wants to get inside the place. Eventually will be spotting down, and there you go. This round goes in the favor of Valor, and we can see a great round going in the favor and another match point in the overtime. Which team is it going to be to secure this next round? This is going to be Reckoning again with an equalizer and moving on to another overtime, or Valor who will be securing their victory with this round.
Oh my god. What is happening? They're defending, they're able to get match point, but attacking, they're lacking. And I think this is what, right? They could not get a start on attacking, and that's where having a difficult time here for Valor to close on attack itself. But if they've pushed on attacking end itself to an overtime, they should be able to close it as soon as possible. But if they keep making this mistake again for another overtime, and if there is a point here, Necros, that Reckoning get their match point first, it feels like they've already defended so many overtimes back to back. They might be able to defend the third one as well as then win out on the fourth if it happens. The fourth is still a speculation.
Yes, of course, it's gonna be one thing, but yes, in the previous day, we got to see that it was almost a 15-15 or 15-17, 17-15 scoreline, if I'm not wrong. It was turning around, but for
Yes.
now, I'm really like pumped up to see what's if I had some powers to see the future visions of who is gonna win, I could have gone up with a prediction game with you so that I could have like told, yes, this team is gonna win, and if I win this, you're gonna give me this one. So I wish I had that
I
skill.
see you. I see you. But I would have then reported you to Thanos, so then he would have taken care of you, right? Okay,
Oh,
let's not go into any other universes. Let's stay here in the universe of Valor as well as Reckoning. These people are not giving up. Reckoning, they're going to be trying to justify this is their map choice, but they're having a tough time crowning themselves as the champions. But if Reckoning make a comeback here from this Necros, you know what's going to be happening. There is a chance that split can work in their favor, right? We have seen yesterday. I mean, I might be giving instance to yesterday's matchup, but it is where Valor had a very dominating victory on Haven, where they won it out. But right now, that win has not yet happened. So we are going to be waiting for it of how it's going to be making sure that one of these players or one of these teammates can be kind of getting multiple kills. But if I asked you, irrespective of who's going to be winning or not, how many more rounds will you be prepared for, Necros, in the OT?
I am. I'm not like I might go to the 20s. That's the highest I can just ask for. So like let's just see that 15-14 is the score line for now. This is the match point coming up.
Being
Might go.
diplomatic, Necros.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm being diplomatic. No, not gonna go for any predictions. Then if anyhow like any team wins and I'm gonna support the like opposite one, and then it comes
But
down because you said.
see, that's how we have to function, right? I mean, it's like we don't want to have any kind of a caster's curse, but it needs to happen. But that's the reason I wanted to just generalize. But let's just see if being diplomatic is what both these players and sorry, both these teams will be looking forward to. It looks like we are going to be very soon hitting the resume. But who? Okay. Let me not ask you this question of who's going to be supporting. I'm just going to be asking you whether Paradox is just going to get 2 more kills. I mean, I don't even know why at this point I'm having this discussion of asking you for 2 kills. But yeah, let's just talk about it because if he gets two, he'll be reaching 50 in the lump sum of 33 kills of his own and 15 assists, adding on then two more kills, 35 and 15 to a 50 kill score that Paradox has just blown our minds to be seen on.
Well, I would love to see 40 kills on the side of Paradox. Like,
Oh,
whichever
you
way.
just jumped it plus than 50.
No, no, not 50. I would go for 40 for now, as it might be a decent amount to like ask up for. I'm not going up with some like a 50, 60 or 100. 100 will be way too much. 40 will be decent as
Okay,
7 kills,
yeah,
maybe with some more
that's
OTs.
just bonkers right now. Those numbers don't even add up. I don't even think even if you push over times it's going to happen. But okay, the round has started. Let's get back into the game. The attacking half, the side entry is there, but Bad Love is the one who's going to be at nest. But look at the wall. This time it is a brilliant wall. Jayan's position is great, but Bad Love is also better. Paradox is going to be taking on Pixel. The controller has been lost. But look at the position Jayan has
Spike
gained.
planted.
Oh wait, not Jayan. It's going to be Hoax who has gained it, but unfortunately the Aldo tagged him. And now there's a crossfire. Bullet as well as Hoax holding it out. Let's see who's going to be better. Hoax takes it out. Fox Hoax takes out. Deadly is going to be the last surviving player. His footstep has been heard. He has an operator. A headletter coming right to his face. He had to hit the bullet. And Valor are going to be the champions here of the Skyesports Champions Series of the Indian qualifiers and heading over to the group stages. Paradox, you man, you were a beast here on both Bind as well as Icebox. What show was this? A para show.
This was a para show, a paragliding show we can get to see from the Paradox coming up, like running over, then gliding up above those hills, just gliding smoothly with the flow of the winds and just landing very smoothly, as we call it a smooth landing. They did that, and here you are, the champions of the Phase 1 of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant of India region qualifiers. Valor moving up to the Phase 2 of this Skyesports Champions Series alongside Team Reckoning Esports. They will be joining up, that's for sure, but the group divisions will be done tomorrow in that particular draw show that will be done on live. And Sam, we are quite ready. You see, we're gonna see those total 12 teams divided into two groups, and which team will face each other, that's going to be the big question.
Exactly, which are going to be those groups consisting of what teams from qualifiers as well as the invited ones is going to be what we'll be looking forward to. But what an interesting matchup this was in between Valor as well as Reckoning. I mean, GG's to both of them. They put up one hell of a show. It was both entertaining and very interesting. It was swinging either ways. But yes, Valor, they knew if they would have pushed up another map, it could have happened that Reckoning could have had a confidence build, but they did not want that to happen. But I would say the last push, right? Every time that they were going in for a B site execute, what were they doing? They were just putting up a wall at default and then getting the spike down and backing off. But this time, what do? They put up a wall, give space for Jane to go ahead, but Jane gets spotted out from Bad Love. But what happens? Bad Love, I think, after getting a kill, he used his rendezvous and immediately TP'd back, because of which the other two players, Hoax as well as Bullet, got a chance to push up, and then they held the angle towards defender spawn at Snowman, and nobody could push up. And now we have Valor winning it after three overtimes. Yesterday they pushed it to the fourth as well as won it. So three, I don't think it was a difficult thing for them. For them at least, I felt like it was easy peasy. But Reckoning, they had a really tough time. Valor, what a match that they've put up against Reckoning. So Reckoning right now, I've understood there are some flaws that I'm pretty sure, along with Shaki, they're going to be correcting it as they head over to phase two.
Of course, like phase 2, they're going to face those 8 invited teams. Those are sitting and waiting for these teams. Well, I do believe those teams have got this like tactics. The coaches are already working on the analysis part, because yes, this 4 teams, those are coming up from the qualifiers phase, heading on to the phase 2. They do have the caliber to beat on those teams.
Exactly.
And when you talk about the top 4 teams, who are they? They are Prime 5. You have got Orangutan, you have got Reckoning, and you have got this beautiful team of
Valor.
Valor. And now this 4 total teams, they have got this much of gunpowder, they have got so much strats to work upon. But I really want to see a battle between Orangutan and Valor, the two
No.
champions from the phase 1. What's gonna happen if that happens in the draw show?
I mean, guys, I didn't ask for it. You can you can put this on Necros, but yeah, I mean, behind my mind, I do want this. There's a team which has been completely dominating in the rest of South Asia, and there's a team which has been fighting back on every opponent. Valor has had a tough journey. It was not easy for them, especially as we said, right? It's a recent addition they have. On the other end, Orangutan are an entire new addition of a team itself. There have been different players who have come up together, and now they've been playing such a brilliant way. Right now, scorecard. This is what I wanted to talk about. I mean, I hoped for him getting 35. I'm not too sure if he got an assist, but on the other end, look at him, 34 freaking kills. Bad Love is going to be the one who's going to be a counter MVP here with 27 kills of his own. But when we kind of got to overtime, closer to it, all the players, it never felt like any of these players were feeling low or not were showing up. Deadly popped off, we saw Bullet pop off, JN with his operator popped off, Hoax when it needed, especially in this last round to help and clutch, he popped off. Fox also got that chance, gave his teammates the opportunity, slowed the opponent down, gave them the positions where the spike could have been planted, and Valor won it out. Hirsch on the other end, I mean, I feel like there's a lot more coming in from Hirsch. You've just not seen everything from him.
Yes, I would love to see that. He has got so much potential. Like that person was a battle sage. 191 combat score. Yes, it was something of a defensive sentinel that we call about. But yes, if we would have taken some different agent, like he might have got some more picks and could have contributed more to the side of reckoning. But eventually, every player, I would say all the 10 players those who have played in this particular match of BO5, they have shown what they are capable of. But now, as we have got only one team, that has to be the only one team that we can get as a winner. The other team that has come up as a runner up, they have to boost up. As you mentioned, Lucifer, that there are some flaws that they need to work on before going to the phase 2 matches, because in that particular stage only 6 teams out of those 12 are going to qualify for the phase 3. That is going to be the LAN of this, like LAN tournament, LAN part of this entire tournament. That's going to be the grand finals.
I'm looking forward to it. The land, the phase 3. But before that, there's an obstacle for all 12 teams. But I don't want to commend every team throughout rest of South Asia and Indian region who participated here in the phase 1 of the phase 1 qualifiers in Skyesports Champions Series, presented by AMD, powered by Router. They gave it their all. But at the end of the day, we know it's going to be those teams who've got everything, who have given their everything to get to a stage, and one of those best, who even the teams they've defeated will be saying yes, they deserve that spot. Next time we'll be trying to get to that spot is what they'll be also going to their mind. So congratulations to all the teams who have participated here and been a part of the qualifiers generally, because numerous teams were there with us, Necros, and out of those numerous teams I can't even count in the terms of numbers, and we have 4 right as of now. That tells us the competition level was so goddamn close, and these 4 are going to be having a even more tougher time. As you said, right, phase 2 is coming up, and phase 2 is not at all going to be easy. And I mean, we kind of wanted, even you guys on the chat can mention whose matches you want to see in the group stages, which teams you want to see in one specific group. We also want to see if it's going to be happening. But right now, let's switch over to the interview of the winners itself. Let's see what they've got to say.
तेरा फायर पावर है तेरा एंड एवरीथिंग. मैं सीधा उनको स्टार्ट में बोल दिया, आइस बॉक्स पे मेरा वाइपर एस टियर है, नो वन कैन बीट मी. वो माइंड गेम्स जो वाइपर से होता है, दैट्स अनपैरेलल.
आई मीन बट एक राउंड हुआ था, मैं उसके बारे में जरूर बात करना चाहूंगा. लाइक ओवर टाइम का एक राउंड था, वहां पर पिक्सल्स ट्यूब्स के नीचे बैठे हुए थे. लाइक
हाँ,
बिल्कुल नहीं लगा कि उस एंगल में कोई बैठे रह सकता है. एंड वो राउंड आप लोग हार चुके थे. सो क्या वहां से आप लोगों को लगा कि गेम निकल सकता है हमारे हाथ से?
Not really, because we were dictating the pace, we were dictating the moment of the match.
Oh yes.
And like हम लोग का जो mental resets है, like for example, even if we lost the round, 5 सेकंड तक वो बात होती थी. फिर उसके बाद में for the next 25 seconds we were discussing about the next thing, कि अभी क्या करना है, अभी वो लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, how to counter and everything. So we were doing very great, like literally too great.
जो आपके द्वारा काफी अच्छा गेम यहाँ पर देखने को मिला, बट कहीं ना कहीं रेकनिंग जैसी टीम के अगेंस्ट जब आप खेलने जा रहे थे, तो क्या शुरुआत में आपने कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज वगैरह प्लान की थी, या फिर आप ऐसा सोच कर गए थे कि जो भी सिचुएशन रहेगा उस हिसाब से खेलेंगे?
अभी रेकनिंग के सामने गेम था, सो वी आर ऑलवेज बॉर्न रेडी. वो थोड़ा सा पता है, समझने वाले समझ जाएंगे, बॉर्न रेडी. So we were actually born ready against reckoning, and हम लोग को पता था like game style पता है. Like I personally have played a lot against them when I was in TR, तो मेरे को बहुत उनका game style पता है. So like I was kind of मतलब feeding the information to my team कि ये करो वो करो and you can counter them. And actually वही हो रहा था. वो लोग हम लोग के what do you say, in better words, मैं better words ढूंढ ही पा रहा हूँ. It was like they were like our puppets on that map, कि हम लोग उनको डिक्टेट कर पा रहे थे कि वो लोग अभी ये करने वाले, वो लोग वो करने वाले, एंड एक्चुअली हो रहा था. सो दैट्स व्हाट एक्चुअली हेल्प्ड अस टू विन दिस कन्विंसिंगली.
पैराडॉक्स काफी लंबा दिन था, तो मेरा आखिरी दो सवाल रहेंगे. वेल, एक सवाल है एंड एक स्टेटमेंट है. तो पहला सवाल ये रहेगा आपसे, ये कि फेज 2 में आपको पता है कौन कौन से इनवाइटेड टीम्स रहेंगे, एंड आपको ऑलरेडी पता है कि रेस्ट ऑफ साउथ एशिया एंड डेफिनेटली रेकनिंग भी क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है. तो एक ऐसा टीम जिसको आप बहुत टफ कंटेंडर समझते हैं एंड उनको आप जरूर टेक डाउन करना चाहेंगे.
एक ही टीम बोल सकते हैं.
ओके, दो बोल लीजिए, चलिए.
चलो, सो बेसिकली व्हाट आई, चलो एक ही बोल देता हूँ.
ओके.
मोस्ट टफेस्ट कंटेंडर अकॉर्डिंग टू मी इज ओरंगुटान. व्हाई? बिकॉज लाइक I was like with them for a quite few time, and I know the potential that team holds, the aim, the individual, the team game, everything, and it's so disciplined. Like they are yet to face the big giants of like what do you say, South Asian scene, but I know the potential they hold. So like want to be the one who wants to take him down. Like basically हमेशा से ही
Okay.
मेरा है, I like challenges. So मेरे को tougher teams हमेशा से ही पसंद है.
वेल, जाने से पहले एक आखिरी रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा आपसे कि देखिए, हम देख रहे थे, लाइक मेरा तो यहाँ पर चैट सेक्शन चल रहा है, एंड जब भी आप खेल रहे थे या आपकी टीम खेल रही थी, एवरीवन वाज सपोर्टिंग यू ऑल गाइस कि मार पैरा मार, एंड ये सब तो चलता ही रहता है चैट सेक्शन में. तो अगर आप उनको कोई मैसेज देना चाहते हैं.
बस टेंशन मत लो, पैरा मार देगा. कोई
Alright,
भी
thank you so
एजेंट,
much,
कोई भी रोल,
Paradox.
एवरीथिंग.
Everything,
ऑल्सो
everything.
स्पेशल थैंक्स टू टीम वैलर, बिकॉज मैं लिटरली टीमलेस था. मैं इनके लिए एज अ स्टैंड इन के लिए आया, एंड विद
Okay.
लिटरली ऑलमोस्ट नेक्स्ट टू नन प्रैक्टिस भी हम लोग का क्या हुआ था मैं बताता हूँ. आधा घंटा टीम स्पीक पे आए लोग, एंड हम लोग डिसाइड करे थे कॉम्स, बिकॉज आई वॉज द न्यू एडिशन, एंड उनको भी नहीं पता कि मैं क्या खेलता हूँ, मेरे को नहीं पता वो लोग के साथ क्या करते हैं. तो लाइक हम लोग डिस्कस करे थे कि कौन कौन सा एजेंट खेलने वाला है. वहाँ लिटरली in 5 days we are the champions of Indian qualifiers, so that's what I'm really proud of them, जो चांस भी दिए मेरे को खेलने के लिए उनके साथ.
वेल, ये एक स्टेटमेंट है, एंड डेफिनेटली हम आप लोगों से वापस मुलाकात करेंगे स्टेज 2 में. फेज 2 में हम मुलाकात करेंगे आपसे, एंड फेज 2 के लिए जो ग्रुप एलोकेशन होंगे उसके लिए एंड अगले आने वाले सारे मैचेस के लिए ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट. थैंक यू सो मच पैरा, आज
Thank you.
वापस से हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए.
Thank you.
You had a glimpse of Paradox over there. I mean, he joined us in the pre-match interview as well, and right now, after winning, you can still, right? They were happy, but they know the job is not yet done, right, Necros? It's all about the phase 3 that they have to look forward to, not even phase 2. Phase 2, they have to battle it out, but make sure they confirm a slot for phase 3, where only 6 teams will be going.
Yes, those phase 3 and specifically that LAN environment. Well,
Mhm.
we're not quite aware the audience will be there or not, but I wish it is. But eventually, playing in that particular environment, playing beside the opponent team, like just imagine you are sitting here in front of so many cameras, and you've got lights, and you've got the opponent team exactly sitting on the left hand side or maybe on the right hand side, and
Yeah.
now playing in that environment, it's so damn high. And I really wish it is a dream for every esports player to play a LAN event, to represent their team, and to play along their boys and win the trophy in front of so many people. But for now, as we see, we are also heading towards this is the already schedule that has been shown of Skyesports Champions Series Valorant, with the phase 1 ends here, where India and the rest of South Asia qualifies ends of phase 1. Now tomorrow it's going to be the draw show, where the teams will be allotted to their respective groups, which will be group A and group B.
Yeah, I'm right now so confused and also even excited. Right, when we started off the Sky Esports Champions Series here in the qualifiers, we did not have an idea about what these teams are going to be and who are we going to be reaching to the prize pool. Now we have an entire picture of what teams can do, but only invited teams are going to be a question mark. But yes, phase two is still not the prize pool positioning what they'll be getting. It's phase three, the LAN, which we are being stressing about. It's a total sum of 30,000 USD, 15 for the winners, 7,500 for the second place, 3 each for the fourth place. That is going to be the second runner up as well as the third runner up, but 3 individual prizes here, Necros. And I've been talking about it. Can be from the same team depending on the performance, or can be from different teams and different players as well. MVP, IGL, and emerging player. And I always love when we see three different or many individual prizes. That's here while they qualify into the VCT stage 2 of APAC challenges. Let's hope one of these two teams who are going to be representing, they're going to be giving it their all, because they are also taking a responsibility along with them, along with this prize pool when they win, as they're moving forward to the VCT stage 2.
Oh, well, every Valorant aspirant from the South Asia wants to make it happen and wants to go to that particular stage of VCT APAC. And just imagine the winner gets the direct slot entry in the group stage, while the runner-up will have a chance in the play-ins of that VCT APAC challenges. But definitely, those two teams, who are they going to be for that action? You have to catch up Sky Sports Champions Series from the side of 18th of May. 18th of May, the phase
Yes.
2 starts and the action starts, and eventually from the 31st of May and like till the end of June, you're going to get see the grand finals.
Exactly. It's going to be the playoff stage that we are going to be witnessing from May 31st to the June 5th. But right now, it's time to say goodbye, because we have seen a wonderful matchup here in the Indian qualifiers. But we are going to be letting you guys know that we are going to be coming back after the draw show as well as when the group stages start off. But until then, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Necros, and also for Star Tanya signing out here on the Indian qualifiers grand finals. Until then, take care, see ya, and bye bye.